I like that zombie move.
Yes, yes.
We have a brother, we have a gentleman in studio as our judge, the man, J. Rennie Dapo of the Bakubwa Show. He's here. And in this edition of Focus on Liberia, Mr. J. Rennie Dapo will be using his analytical and political wealth of knowledge to provide answers to questions that we have prepared for him. He told me, "See, I'm ready, man. I will be at my best, and we're going to see whether he's going to do that." Again, my name is Anthony Shea. I'm co-hosting with my partner, Dennis Jah. Welcome to Focus on Liberia. As you know, I focus on Liberia. We educate, we elevate, and we promote all things Liberia. That is why it is important that you hit that share button quickly as we go into the exclusive with the man, J. Rennie Dapo. At this time, Dennis Jah will take over. Mr. Jah.
Mr. Dapo, welcome to Focus on Liberia for the first time. We watch you and we know that you discuss the issue. Your analytical skill is very sharp, maybe due to your engineering background. Engineers are smart people. Welcome to Focus on Liberia. We are so glad to have you.
Hey, guys, it's also a pleasure because, it takes a lot of scrutinies. It takes a lot of observation. And I believe it also takes a lot of vetting process because as I see you guys most often, it is not just easy to bring anyone on Focus on Liberia. So to see me be part of the history that is being made tonight, to be part of the Focus on Liberia panelists as a special interview for me, I'm very glad to be here. And thanks to everyone. And thanks to all your fans and supporters as well as my supporter. I look forward to a very, very challenging but information dissemination interview here tonight. So it is an honor for me to be in your midst.
And we want to use this time also to welcome our viewers across the globe. Tune in to Focus on Liberia on this Friday. Thank God it's Friday. And we have Mr. Rennie Dapo. Rennie is the host of the Bakubwa Show, and he's been a staunch supporter of the George Weah-led government. In fact, he described himself as that staunch, very staunch supporter. And we are glad to have Rennie share his thoughts on the pillars of the CDC government and other trending political issues. And to get us started, let's go to my man, the political bulldog, Mr. Ansoni Sia, host of the Hour of Politics. Mr. Sia.
All right, before we can get started, we want to share with you a little more about our guest tonight, J. Rennie Dapo. J. Rennie Dapo is an environmental program engineer and a public health, safety, security, and sustainable natural resources policy expert. He has been in his field since 2004 to present. His expertise has allowed him to work as an EHSS manager, environmental specialist, industrial engineer, site project manager, and an engineer in the chemical, construction, manufacturing, petroleum, and pharmaceutical, and other industries in the United States. Aside from his regular job, J. Rennie also provides consultancies to various private businesses in the United States through his company called the Liberian Environmental Partnership Group, that's the LEPG, including consultancy to the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia. During the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration in 2009, J. Rennie launched his interest into the politics of Liberia and took on various roles as a pundit, political analyst, and commentator on several local and online radio stations in Liberia. In 2017, he campaigned for Kennedy George Weah, now President George Weah, and today J. Rennie is host of the Bakubwa Political Show, promoting the party change for hope agenda and revealing the government proposed agenda for prosperity and development. That is the PAPD policy and program to all Liberians and around the world. J. Rennie holds a Master of Science in Environmental Management and Policies with emphasis environmental regulations and policy, health security, BSc in Environmental Engineering, Associate of Applied Science, Computer Science, Technology with various professional certificates. One of Jay's running current responsibility include the U.S. Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Program, Side Security Program, which he oversees. That is a little more about Jay Rennie. This man has a very impressive resume. Dennis, your thought before we get to our guest here.
It will interest you that this is how Randy described himself on Facebook. He said, I'm a member of the Department of Social Media for CDC. I'm a proud member and custodian for the Liberian people with the Government Department of Social Media promoting the pro-poor agenda for prosperity for the CDC.
Democratic credentials, pluralist resistance, desecration and denigration.
You mean the CDC was formed?
Yes, that's its raison d'etre, as the French would say. The reason for its existence, it is a rejection, a reaction to, a protest against the annihilation of our political space by men who marauded our space, collapsed our country, looted and plundered our resources, and subjected our people to...
The CDC wanted to correct that.
So we brought the movement in 2005 to reject the political class. Now, so that's something you have to stand for. To be a CDC standard bearer, let's get it clear. And I'm not just talking in blue, I'm talking about the broad set of people who fit this profile. You have to have democratic, unprecedented, democratic credentials, pluralist, populist-based bona fides. You don't just ascend to the CDC standard bearership because you have the biggest checkbook in the country. If we had to do that, then obviously we have no right to demand something great. To demand something of CDC, it means those who lead CDC have to be able to aspire to something bigger to transform. But if your past is checkered, and then you become the standard.
Samuel, are you indicating that Benena Ure does not fit in your definition of a qualified candidate for the CDC?
In my definition, when we founded the movement, I wouldn't imagine him being the standard bearer of the movement.
Why?
Because of his political past. I mean, those are the movement we're rejecting. Those are the things we're rising up against.
In the association with Taylor and MPP?
Look,
you're trying to be divisive here. You're trying to exclude some Liberians from the political
and this is one of the points I want to make. Reconciliation.
What is wrong with Benena Ure?
To reconcile with people who hurt us in the past. It's not the same thing. I can accept you. We can eat together. We can sleep together. We can build movements together. But I can accept you to be the ideal. But the young child in encyclopedia, that child in book on GD.
But then you'll be failing your theory of reconciliation.
No. The elections have consequences. When people govern a country and when they collapse it, there must be consequence. We can tell our citizens that Dakate will make him minister.
Are you indicating that people who were in the former government should not be given the opportunity to serve or to lead?
I would tell the Liberian people that people who have...
That would be an exclusion of a whole generation or whole class of Liberians.
In Sierra Leone, people who commit violence against the people don't get elected into office.
Violence?
No. Oh, of course, we see in our country where people who did heinous crimes get people elected. So we have a different...
Talking about Benena Ure, what did he do that you don't think he fits?
I don't want to focus. I want to focus on the broad set of people.
No. I want us to focus on the man who is coming to take over your party. Well, I understand.
Benena Ure was a major part of the whole MPP thing, and we saw what happened. I never left this country until 2001. I saw the culture of arbitrariness. I saw the lack of moral compass, unprecedented plundering of our country's wealth.
Those are strong descriptions you're giving to people from the past, especially.
Yeah,
and they are some of them collaborated with you. You received their money from the CDC. You've given them job in the CDC. You've elected some of them as a party. But now we come to Benena Ure. You're raising all these qualms.
No. This has been the principle. This is why I'm here to reclaim the moral high ground of the CDC. If some of those things are happening without me, we don't have value. Okay, what happened in our history, we can't forget. George Santayana said it. Those who...
When did you realize this?
Of course, that's why we founded the CDC. Now, unfortunately, one of the difficulties is that I'm not in the leadership of the CDC. So if I were in the leadership of the CDC or leading the movement, you would hear this more. I'm receding in the background, and the leaders speak and the etc. But the values are there.
Can we use money to buy the CDC?
We cannot. No, those who attended the purchase of the CDC will be.
We have precedent here on that the CDC received money to trade some political flowers.
No, definitely.
The Liberty Party was loud on this, that they gave your standard bearer $180,000.
That's our political propaganda. See,
you have not counted that sufficiently.
Of course, we said no. The Liberty Party. I mean, anybody can say anything in politics. The Liberty Party will not purchase. See, what does it show to you that if
I don't think CDC is consistent when it comes to his presidential candidates.
It is.
You always have strangers coming. We have the situation with Winston Thomas. This is the man who came a few days and then
Winston Thomas he supported CDC in 2005. Second round, he endorsed the CDC when we traveled with him to
So Bernard Ure too was around then.
And I told you, I never saw Bernard Ure. He was never there. I remember the people I remember in Sani Pele, where the current chairman of the Unity Party, Ronnie Sherman, people like Winston Topman, the company ambassador we are. So this man endorsed the populist ideas of CDC. So I think.
So do you see danger?
Oh, of course. Look, let's face it. If people of that caliber I'm talking about take over the CDC leadership, I can tell Liberia one thing. And this is the fundamental paradox that I want to expound on.
Go ahead.
If people don't take anything from me, let them take this one. You don't have a right to complain about the lack of development, corruption, when the quality of leaders you elect will engender that. So where the scrutiny, where we need to tighten the bolts, it's not when people are elected and expect something. It's before how the process is the pass through to get that position. We can expect of people in Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela took 27 years in jail. This man could walk free out of prison if he wanted to live a life. He stood on principles. So we don't have a right as a people to expect Nelson Mandela as president, but then to expect the individuals who don't evidence that credential at the level of party and to forget about that, and all of a sudden when they become president and senators, then we want them to wave the magic wand and develop nuclear overnight. Of course, they're not going to do so because their entire life, the processes that led them to that, were checkered. So my people need to be more critical before people are sent to office. Look, you journalists need to profile candidates who are running as representatives and senators and presidents. And look, of the five, we think that these two have the best democratic credential. We can't predict, we don't have a crystal ball to look into the future, but if we're looking at the past, as according to George Santayana, we should not forget the past. Unfortunately, in this country, we forget the past. The Liberian people.
So we talk about credential.
I miss it. Credential, history, bona
And
fides.
when you bring the question of credential, there are many people in Liberia who are challenging the competence, the credential of your standard bearer.
Well, credential doesn't just mean educational and all of that. Credential.
No, I've expanded on that. Yeah, it's a whole package.
Yeah, the whole package.
Yeah, for example, experience. Joshua has not served in any political position or any position in the democratic space, and to warrant him to be president, there is an argument that people provide that he has not met what is required to have a very good Liberian president.
No one candidate will have all.
Okay, so it got to be a group of people.
No. I mean, one candidate on 5 credentials, you have one, you have 2, you don't have the other. So the major thing, Ambassador George Weah is a symbol of hope in this country. What's
the difference between Weah and Bernard Ure, for example?
Weah has absolutely not committed any harmful thing against it. That's the first one in our
against
the citizens of this country. He's never
has Bernard Ure done that?
Any government. Bernard Ure was part of a regime that definitely we would not want to experience anymore in this country.
Okay.
That lawlessness and the plundering of our national wealth, we don't want that. And I have friends in that who are part of that. Many of them are repentant today, and they wouldn't want to go back to that. But we can't go back to that era. We need to choose the best and the brightest from all political parties. Man, look, there are sons. Why are we restricting ourselves to the decadent era of the past? There are many progressive, productive sons and daughters who are educated.
I know, for example, many persons in the NPP will not be happy with the comments you're making. You're trying to exclude.
I have many friends, but look,
you're pushing exclusionary theory now.
It's not exclusion. I raise my country first. I want people. If we can't,
you are saying we should proceed, but not with Liberians of the past.
Because there are many other Liberians who can do better. If you had a chance, Mamadi, why would we go on the path of second chances? When we have people who have not had the first chance.
Okay.
Why don't I try Mamadi who's never had a chance, but try my brother here, Solo, who's had 2 chances, and I'm then giving him the 3rd chance. That's wrong. I'm morally, reprehensibly against that. So there are many.
I know you have an RP tax.
Oh, of course. This is coming to politics is a challenge. If I would be a lone voice, I'll be the lone voice in articulating this.
Okay.
But I'll continue to educate.
Correct?
Well, I don't know what is an announcement.
Well, this is your announcement that you're running for, you're going to contest the presidency of Liberia for 2017. Am I correct?
Well, I don't know what is an announcement. I don't know what is an announcement, but here's the issue, though. I've been approached by quite a number of people, both domestically and internationally, to take a look at running for president. So the quick answer is we'll stay in the formative stages in planning that. And at some point, my team will make a determination whether to go forward. But at this point, the chances are probably 90%.
90%. Okay. So why do you think you're the best candidate for the presidency? Because in order to run, you must think that you have a chance of winning.
Well, if I were to run for president, what distinguishes me from the crowd is the whole issue of integrity. After Ellen Salif administration has ended in 2018, there's going to be a lot of financial challenges that the country is going to face. And we are going to continue to depend on domestic resources to move the country forward. We are going to also continue to engage the international community to move the country forward. And from what I'm gathering, both internationally and domestically, people want to give money to somebody they trust. And at this point, it is hard to imagine those who are competing for the presidency that I, even John Morley, would trust them with my money. So the whole issue is Liberia needs money. And if we don't have somebody there that can instantly generate credibility and trust, the international community are going to play a wait-and-see approach. And that could take 2 years for that particular person to kind of gain the confidence of the international community. So in a nutshell, I think it's credibility, I think it's trust. And I'm an action-oriented person. I think people know me. I say what I do what I say I would do.
You talked about the financial challenges that the country will face. What specific financial challenges are you referring to?
Well, number one, we have an economy that is pretty much in recession, I think. We got an escalating and worsening exchange rate, and inflation is going to be a problem going down the road. We have one of the highest in the region in terms of interest rate for people to be able to get loans to start new businesses. We got an economy that is heavily dependent on natural resources. And more importantly, as the president said, we have about $730 million debt. There's prediction out there, but by the time our administration has ended, we're looking at $1 billion, $1.2 billion. The interest payment alone on that loan will take away needed resources to build school, to invest in education, healthcare, and infrastructure. So you're going to need somebody who has the experience both in working in the government and the private sector, and as well as in civil society, and who has also worked internationally, and who understands governance issue to actually move that country forward. So you're going to need creative person. You will not, and I think one of the mistakes that we have made in Liberia over the years, we look at people's education rather than looking at relevant experience. For example, if you brought another person from the World Bank or the IMF or the international community or some big government institution that is bureaucracy, they are accustomed to live in the bureaucracy. Mm-hmm. You need somebody that understands markets, that understands how to create jobs. And I have done that both in government and I'm doing that now in the private sector. So again, in a nutshell, Liberia is going to face these financial challenges and you are going to need somebody who understands how to move the country forward, how to get us out of the financial mess.
Okay. So, now that we've agreed that you're running for president, or at least almost intending to, have you met all the qualifications for the presidency? Will you have met all that by 2017?
I've met, I think, and I know I've met all the qualifications that is there in the Constitution.
Including the 10-year residency clause?
I have met all the qualifications that's required, yes.
So you've been living, you've maintained a residency in Liberia for the past 10 years? I have a residency
in Liberia.
And the citizenship requirement?
Yes, and the age requirement. So, so I don't think the requirement is going to be the issue for me. I think the most important final decision making is going to be number one, whether we can put together a team that can win.
Okay.
Because I believe strongly running for president in Liberia has always been the norm. Everybody wants to run for president. But I think this time around, instead of electing an individual, I think we have to elect a team. So when I tell you about 90%, it's all going to depend on whether I and the people who are supporting me can pull together a team that is representative of the capacity that Liberia has.
Okay. So you're talking about putting a team together. Now, what would a model cabinet look like? And what are the top 3 priorities that your administration would address?
The number one public enemy in Liberia is corruption. Okay? Nothing is going to happen in that country. I mean, absolutely nothing of importance is going to happen in that country until we deal with the issue of corruption. Whether you go back to 1847, to Joseph J.K. Rabot, to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the number one issue that has retarded the growth of Liberia is the issue of financial mismanagement and corruption. So, for example, I don't see any candidate out there that has any better plan to build infrastructure, to build education, to build healthcare system than Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf have had the benefit of the international community and the best brain from Harvard to Cornell, to all the Ivy League schools. They have lended their intellectual capacity to put together the best documents. Now, I'll give you some example. Poverty reduction strategy, democratic dividends. We now got Vision 2030. We have Agenda for Transformation. You go on and on and on. Ellen said it has the best plan. But you know why she hasn't succeeded? Because every dollar that is stolen is one less dollar that is left for her to implement her poverty reduction strategy or agenda for transformation. So unless we deal with the issue of corruption, something that she called a vampire, no good plan is going to move Liberia forward. Now, if we can handle the issue of corruption, guess what? International community is going to come in. Business people are going to come in because you know what? Real strong business people who really mean well for Liberia will not want to invest in a corrupt environment because corruption creates imperfection. They reallocate resources to people who don't need it, deprive people who actually need it. They undermine private sector. And as long as the private sector is not functioning, Liberia will not move forward. So again, whether you're talking about the private sector as the engine of economic growth, whether you're talking about healthcare and investment in health delivery system, whether you're talking about education, infrastructure, human capital development, all of these things are important. And in a government, we have to do those things to move the country forward. But if money is stolen and corruption is the way of life, guess what? Every dollar will be taken away and bank in some other country. And this is what I say. If I were president today, the first thing I would do, I would sign a compact with the international community, particularly America and Europe. The same way Kenya is doing, the same way Nigeria is doing, we have to recover every penny that is stolen. And this is where we test the commitment of the international community for good governance. And I believe the Americans will be happy. They're doing it for Kenya, they have done it for Rwanda, they are doing it for even Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea. In these countries, if they can do it for this country, how about Liberia, the stepchild? But we need a president that will take the bold step and tell America, look, thank you for all the help you're giving us, but we're not seeing the benefit because corruption has undermined our ability. And I think that's what the president of Liberia should have taken Barack Obama offer to fight corruption, just the same way he helped Liberia fight Ebola.
So this compact, can you just clarify specifically what you're talking about?
Well, for example, like in Kenya, okay? The Americans in Kenya have an agreement. They will fight illicit flow of money, all right? If you're in Liberia, you make it $500, but all of a sudden you got $1 million hotel and the money is being moved around, who will make sure to determine where you got it from? If you can determine, we'll take it from you. Number two, we will make sure that those who have engaged in corruption don't flee to America and Europe and live in heaven. You'll be brought back. So these are some of the things that Kenya is doing. These are some of the things that Nigeria is doing that I think we should reach out to America, and America, with their capacity and their understanding of international flow of money, can help us recover some of those assets and serve as a deterrence for future officials of government.
But Liberia already has an agreement with the U.S. in terms of transferring fugitives or helping investigate issues. What would be the difference?
Well, transferring fugitive,
Yeah.
that's a long-standing agreement, right,
Okay.
within the country. What I'm proposing is an agreement on financial crime.
Okay.
Under the Patriot Act, under the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, there are a lot of provisions within the U.S. law that Liberia can take advantage of to specifically, and I'm not talking about somebody who go murder somebody around here and they have to be sent back. I'm talking about financial crime. We have to focus our attention on asset recovery, confiscating stolen assets, and I think America will be important in that direction. The British are doing it for Nigeria, the Americans are doing it, and I think by reaching out to the United States, corrupt people in Liberia will have no more safe haven.
So besides corruption, do you have any other priorities?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like I told you from the beginning, and the president, we want the people to have good health care. So we will invest massively in health care. This is what I'll say. For every dollar that is saved from corruption, 60% goes towards health care, 40% goes towards education. Okay? For example, Liberia today have 51 doctors. We're a country of 4.2 million. That's a lot of people to very few medical professionals. So here's one plan I would suggest. And this is what we will do immediately. We will examine the national budget, okay? And I can tell you we'll find roughly, right now, $50 to $60 million that will enable us to bring 225 medical doctors at somewhere between 120 to 150,000 Liberian medical doctors. Those who are retired and those who just want to return back home. It's not going to be somebody from another country, real Liberians who want to return home. We can find and sign a contract with them. Within 5 years, they can return home. And part of their working in Liberia as medical doctors, they'll be teaching at a medical school, building the capacity of the medical system. So there are ways you can quickly, without even looking for additional money, just within the context of the Liberian government budget, you can be able to extract money from savings to be able to do that. The other issue is education, right? You know what Thomas Jefferson said? The biggest challenge to democracy is our educated society. This is why when I went to the General Auditing Commission, I made a choice. They could live in a mansion, they could have big vehicle, they all could have gasoline. I cut all of that off. I said, okay, instead of having me distribute gas coupons on you guys or giving you guys vehicle, everybody go buy their own vehicle if you have money. But we're going to take every penny and we're going to put it in capacity building and training. During my tenure at the GAC, over 200 people had the opportunity to go overseas. Whether they were doing attachment in Uganda, whether they were working in Ghana, they had the opportunity to be able to be exposed to a different system. 45 plus people had the opportunity to get an MBA. We didn't have to. And I had the smallest budget, right? My budget at GAC when I got there was 450,000. By the time I left, it was about 3.2 million. Within that budget, I was also auditing over 90 institutions of government. 90 institutions of government on a $3.2 million. When one audit conducted by KPMG cost 1.6 million. But as an institution, the government of Liberia gave me 3.2 million. And within that 3.2 million, we were able to educate 45 people with MBAs. Because we forgo vehicle, we forgo gasoline, we forgo buying generator every year. And we use that money to educate people. And I believe if we could do it at GAC with such little budget, today GAC budget is twice the budget that I had when I was there. And I did more audits, right? And so if I could use the little $3.2 million, do all the HIPIC audit, did everything I was supposed to do, plus send people overseas, plus educate people with MBAs, multiply that across government. If we all were doing that 45% per institution, per every 3 years, you have an educated society.
So, since we're talking about your time at the General Auditing Commission, when you were there were a lot of commentary that you were very political, and one of the statements you made while you were there was that Ellen, President Sirleaf's government was 3 times more corrupt than the past transitional government. Was that an accurate and fair assessment? And if so, what specifically in her administration did you identify that made you come to that assessment?
That's a good question, right? Let me give you another example. I went to Liberia. I said the government was 3 times corrupt. I discussed this with the president. She was aware of it even before I made a pronouncement. She did not dispute the facts before I made a pronouncement. And even after I made a pronouncement, she's never disputed the fact. They only say they meant political. But that's what every Liberian said.
My vision is to show that we take what you want. He's a hero, he's a revolutionist. We believe that the case is politically motivated by the president and our son to go running into campaign. And knowing further well that Jeff Koji has the capacity to mobilize the force of the CDC. So it's a tacit intimidation and a calculated attempt to reduce his capacity to go out there.
What is your fear if you remain in jail?
I can tell you that if Koji remains in jail, we will not leave for jail. I can guarantee you that.
What are the things you're going to be doing today?
Like we quietly here today, we can stay here for the next even 30 days.
You've been pushed by the police.
No, the police cannot push me. You know the police does not have that authority.
I am funding it. What about the other people? You are part of this government, the electoral system government, and you are saying that this case is politically motivated.
But are you surprised because I'm part of a government? It's like Obama was part of the Bush government and criticized the system. So what are you saying? I'm for a different political arrangement. I know I voted for Ellen Johnson. I believe she's a tyrant. I said that openly. I don't believe she's the best person. You see what is happening in our country. So the Justice Minister just confirmed, the former Justice Minister, that the president had been involved into 13 cases and selected justice. If you listen to the former Justice Minister. So there is a clear manifestation. Why would you want to have Koji or George who escape and not sign the release order? So you can see that it's politically motivated. And I listened to the president's son this morning. That guy, he's an embarrassment for the state. And I can tell you, in our country, people have booed people. I've been booed in jail. Nobody with people because they boo me or because people jail. I mean, you say you get at people. In fact, we will be ordering the state security forces to leave from behind because under the code of conduct, if you look at it technically, that those who are involved into campaign activities, appointed officials and employees of government cannot get involved with them into any campaign activities. So the president signed that code of conduct. He's not a good reader of the code of conduct and even the issue of nepotism.
So what is comprehensive? He said that the president lacked comprehension?
I said Ram is dumb.
What is
He has no comprehension skills, so dumb. You listen to him, listen to a politician speaking this morning on Sky. Okay. Can you imagine? That's such the guy that want to lead our people much better. What history he has in this country? No history. So we have to get our hero out. Koji is indeed a revolutionist. He's a hero. For the citizen we see as a hero, it doesn't matter how people buy more. We know that Koji will be free. We know that Koji will not be found guilty. We are convinced. And we know that the case is politically motivated.
But what are some of the reports you're receiving based on his stay in jail?
You know, Koji have been quarantined for all indication, not only that. There was an Ebola case here with very serious concern. He has been mentally tortured. We all know about that. It's an open secret. State security forces, not only the EPS or the NSA or CRDs. So, but we have it that Koji will be. I can guarantee you that Koji will be. President Sali understands the language. The language of the Mali Congress of Democratic is not strange. And I remain grateful for the fact that now I'm the spokesman for the campaign management team.
On your allegations of arbitrary
I'm
actions.
not allegation. I'm telling you what Salif and Victoria are
On
doing.
your claim of arbitrary action by this government, and you are a lawmaker. Why can you lobby with your colleagues to do not for the action?
There's political okay, and I can tell you this, President Salif have been very much instrumental in issuing our objectives. I achieved through triangle move.
This is the second one. The release of pastors and other teachers in this country.
Yeah, but you know how you want to show that picture? But when I was in the yeah, but one thing is to went to the police to talk to them quietly. But look at what the people last night. But me not taking it easy. Yeah. So they had a police watch me. Fight police. I don't want to go. I mean, let me look at people wire for nothing. People wire.
I mean, it's use of power. The woman was found where you Abraham and Center Street. She said she shouldn't come here. She was I say it is police brutality. We will engage them. The executive of the party is going to do that.
And the constitution you want to challenge the political.
The constitution you want to violate? No, my man. Don't do that. Nobody disturbing here, but when I go now, nobody disturbing here. No person to your son here. You have to call it. Go for that lady that I saw that picture. No more bleeding the last time. You want to go for it. Hey, Ron, so we from I think it's not. Why don't you let your cousin you don't know? You don't have people in the street. I think they'll be ready. Eddie, let's come on and they use them to put on after people. You saw them when I got there.
we get lazy. We get lazy. We get lazy.
Firstly, let me begin by appreciating each and every member of the Democratic Change and the Liberian people who stood on our side of justice, ensuring that this Macabeth regime who tried to break the spirit of conscious revolutionaries. In prison, when I was invited by the Liberian National Police, they misconstrued the information and said I was arrested. I want to let the Liberian people to be informed at no point in time that I ever got arrested. On Monday, last week Monday, I walked at the National Police Headquarters being accompanied by Honorable Thomas Fowler. I was being made to know that I was invited for questioning for an alleged ID circumstances at the CDC headquarters. Unfortunately for me, when I get at the national headquarters of the police, I witnessed a conspiracy that did not give me an opportunity to be questioned, that did not give me an opportunity to make a statement, but instead I was incarcerated when my lawyer requested for my person. They refused to turn me over to my lawyer. I was placed behind bar with armed robbers, those who were charged for armed robbery. In fact, Colonel Cromer spoke to an alleged armed robber by the name of Ben Ladi. He's currently in prison. He said to me, he can testify. That man was being given $50,000 to mad enemies in prison. But luckily for me, being a grassroots leader of the Democratic Change, when the guy confronted me, he said, "Look, you're my leader. I will not yield to the temptation of
Ambassador, back to this point.
Well, I am the Peace Ambassador of the Republic of Liberia. The press did not appointed me, and the press did not force me to serve my people. I'm serving my people because of the people that I love and the people that I love. If I find a need to resign, if I don't see a fit to continue on this job, I will do so with respect.
But you have been declared as a candidate in the upcoming election. Which is your post?
Well, definitely I'm sure there's rules and regulations that bar people that are in government positions. And I understand that most of my friends are taking their positions, and we will review my position, and then I will get back to the press in the next 72
What is your final comment to the people of Liberia on this issue?
Well, I want the police to understand that citizens are also Liberian. We are citizens, and people will not just accuse our citizens or our partisans and then they go to jail. That is wrong. That is not the civility we are looking for.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you.
Again, Liberia must again evaluate people that are in those positions. We have had war in this country, and many people have took part in brutality, rebel leaders and all that. Those people are in police, then are in how they call it. The only reason they are in police for them to change.
Can you
what I'm saying, and Mr. Kroman behavior these days and harassing our innocent citizens is wrong. And he was former chief of staff that killed innocent people in this country. I think he need to come back to the law and be a civil person and behave in a civil manner. Not to harass citizens.
Thank you very much.
People? No. But I must tell the police, we are peaceful citizens of this country. Those who all brought war to us, we accept them back in the society. We expect them to be civil, not to intimidate us. But I can guarantee them there will be no more war in this country. This country will be governed by the young people of this country. To my friends, to those who are out there, we are the Congress for Democratic Change. We know our rights. We know our rights. We know our rights. There will be elections. All the political aspirants are not being gathered by police and CIDs, but some people are gathered by police and CID. That's not the work of the police and CID. If you want to be, or if you are the son of the president, once you engage into politics, you are ordinary citizen. If you don't want to be ordinary citizen, then go back to your status quo. We are all going to elections. If we cannot be protected by police and CID, then no one will be protected by police and CID. That is wrong for one man. For one man, even the peace ambassador of the republic cannot be protected by police and CID, but one man is going around masquerading under Ebola messages and taking innocent people to jail and allowing police to brutalize people. That is wrong. We must address the issue. The fact that we are not talking, it doesn't mean that we are weak. We are only talking because we need peace and stability. If it means that the world will come together again to allow the country to be peaceful, they must come. But those who are that keep harassing innocent citizens will not set for that to happen. Today is Jeff Koji, tomorrow will be somebody. In your newspaper, they said I was wanted. There's no country that are looking for me. I'm George Manawia. I've done nothing to end the nation. I'm a peaceful citizen of the world. You can run your propaganda in your papers. You can call me a wanted man. I'm not wanted. I have a responsibility to speak to the young people of Liberia to do everything peacefully. But it doesn't mean that they are weak. And the strategy of the enemy is to make sure that they tag you to be troublemakers. Let us not fall into the trap. We're going to elections that they can win. So the only thing they can do to come to you to let you know that Mr. Weah is not running. I'm registered and I'm running. I'm registered and I'm in a race with more vigor. But I will say to our friends, to that particular friend, what your mother did not do, you cannot do it. And what your mother did, you will not do it. Thank you very much.
So a great big topic where we've got folks with a lot of on-the-ground experience who can bring their perspectives and observations to the conversation. So joining me today, we have C.D. Glenn, who is the president and CEO of the U.S. Africa Development Foundation, a kind of extraordinary organization that does a lot of work at the grassroots and community-led level on development challenges. We have Jen Spies, who's the product manager for Next Billion Users, Google's Wi-Fi connectivity and access initiative in emerging markets. She's got experience with Facebook in Africa as well. You have their complete bios, by the way, in your package. I'm not going to read them to you because that doesn't seem like the best use of our time. And we're also joined by Father Andrew Smalls, who's the president and CEO of Missio Invest and also the national director of the Pontifical Mission Societies in the United States. So thank you all for joining us. People have come from far and wide. I think CD wins the prize for having flown in. Was it from Dakar?
Correct.
Yes, but he's. I'm not sure what time zone his brain is in, but he's always engaging and exciting. So I was thinking about this topic, and I'm really looking forward to this conversation because I tend to look at dynamics on the African continent through a political lens. Whenever we talk about Africa, we always have to sort of start by stipulating that there's never one African story, right? A continent of over 1 billion people, over 50 countries, there are always a lot of different African stories. But when I look at sort of big themes and mega trends, I tend to think about change through the prism of changing ideas of political legitimacy on the continent as liberation movements sort of look to find new grounding for garnering support, changing governing philosophies. Nowhere is this more evident than in Ethiopia right now, right? Where there's a real up for grabs feeling about what's kind of the fundamental national idea in governing philosophy. And changes in ideas about the nature of leadership and power. And I work on these issues, but if you take it a level deeper, what's driving all of these changes are a set of big picture dynamics that affect not just the political sphere, right, but the whole continent. And here, some of the most powerful ones are demographic change, right? So Africa is the youngest part of the world, will be for a very long time going forward. By 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African. By 2034, Africa will have a labor force larger than China's or India's. So you have tremendous youth populations with a lot of aspirations because of another element, which is access to technology. So they're seeing the same kind of possibilities, material and otherwise, for a standard of living that kids here in New York City are seeing. And the kind of demand and expectation relative to what some societies are able to provide by way of economic opportunities, creating some interesting tensions. So we've got a lot of young people. Africa is also the most rapidly urbanizing part of the world. So people coming into cities and getting exposure in some cases to more diversity of faith, diversity of educational background than they may have had before. You see a lot of migration internally and externally, an increase in financial inclusion as mobile banking especially has provided new opportunities. You see women playing more and more prominent roles in their societies, both in the private sector and the public sector. And overall, a region that's becoming more and more integrated into the global economy. So those are some really big drivers of change. And what I thought we might do just to start off is ask our panelists, which of these drivers they've seen affecting their work. So why don't we start with you, CD?
Great, thank you, Michelle, and thank you all for being here this morning. It's a great opportunity. So I lead the U.S. African Development Foundation. We're sort of the U.S. government's best kept secret that's not supposed to be a secret. We're an independent agency established 20 years after USAID to really look at an African-led, African-driven model of development where we invest directly into African grassroots cooperatives, community organizations, and African entrepreneurs to really stimulate community-driven development and local economic development in hard to reach remote places. So we operate in 20 countries throughout the continent. We're in the Horn of Africa, we're in the Sahel, we're in the Great Lakes regions, and that's sort of Niger and Mali and South Sudan and Somalia, DRC and Burundi, and really challenging places, but to really stimulate local economic development in those places by investing directly into Africans and their ideas for transformation. So when we look at social changes across the continent, we look at them, as you said, Michelle, you look through a prism of policy and governance and leadership, and we look through a prism of sort of development. And how do we look at these social challenges and opportunities from a development standpoint? And we're demand-driven and demand-responsive. So we're not in Washington, D.C., coming up with solutions for grassroots communities in Africa. We're really going to those places, and we have teams of people on the ground who have this local insight and local sensing capability to really find, fund, and support, again, community-driven solutions. So issues around food security are really, really important to us, but also to the communities that we serve. And so when you think about a continent where 70% of 1.2 billion people, 70% earn their livelihoods somewhere along the agricultural value chain, from production to harvest, to processing, to distribution. But they have Africa, the continent, has a food import bill of $35 billion. So food insecurity is running rapid, but they're spending money, real money, billions of dollars to bring in food. And so if we can have these communities really invest in them to increase their production, to increase their market access, to really look at Africans being producers and consumers of goods and services, especially along the agricultural value chain, it's a real opportunity. So investing in agriculture, and especially cooperatives and community-driven agriculture. We also look at the issues and challenges around energy access. So this is a really, really important issue because Africans pay a lot for energy, but they don't have consistent access to power of any kind. They're paying for batteries, they're paying for candles, they're paying for kerosene, they're paying for diesel. So they're spending money on energy. But out of that 1.2 billion people, 600 million never have consistent access to power. And so a real focus around rural transformation and African transformation from an energy access lens is really important from a social change dynamic, real energy access. And so these are renewable solutions, sun, wind, water, bio, real solutions where we're seeing African innovation actually reach back to the US and to Silicon Valley, because these are African entrepreneurs who are facing the challenges of energy poverty, who are coming up with innovative solutions, and we're investing in them, grant financing, seed capital, and local technical assistance to help them create these enterprises, these energy efficient, energy access enterprises. And some of the models that they're coming up with are being copied and looked upon in the United States. So African is teaching the world a lot about renewable energy and off-grid energy access. But
that's a great point. Can I just flag that? Because this idea, for a long time, when we talked about best practices, there was this kind of unfortunate and ill-founded idea that they flowed one way across the Atlantic. And this is something exciting about connectivity and integration into the global economies, that we're seeing it much more of an exchange, right, of innovative ideas and practices.
It is. No, great. It's transforming the continent, and it's transforming also investment opportunities for U.S. companies looking to learn and to invest. But I think you landed, Michelle, when you mentioned the demographic changes and the demographic shift in Africa. And that is really paramount to all of these issues is young people. I mean, there's three numbers that just are striking. One is 15. The youngest country in the world is Niger. The average age is 15-year-old. The average age across the African continent, it's debatable, 18 or 19. The average age in America, 38. So literally 18, 19-year-olds. But then there's another stat that says 60% of Africans, 1.2 billion people, under the age of 25. 40% under the age of 15. This is the future workforce of the world in the African continent. So we need to invest, and we need to look at African social challenges as real economic opportunities. And a lot of that comes with job creation and employment and entrepreneurship. And so our focus around agriculture is very clear, as I laid out in food security. The focus around energy access is really, really paramount to a lot of our investments, but investing in young people and helping them be placed into jobs and really create jobs. So entrepreneurship, again, it's not a silver bullet. This is like silver buckshot. We need to be having a lot of different opportunities out there for these young people. But this youth demographic, that is an opportunity, that are looking and hungry for real transformational change, that are taking on technology like nowhere else in the world, is really something that we need to look at as a social challenge, but really an economic opportunity. And so our investment in entrepreneurship and African enterprise development with young people is really critical, and inclusive in that is an investment in women. And so we just know that the drivers of real change in African communities are women. When women have opportunities to increase their incomes, they actually pay for healthcare. They actually pay for education. And so it's not only that they're becoming more economically viable, but they're also transforming other social issues that we at the U.S. African Development Foundation may not focus on, which are mainly health and education. But if we help a woman become economically empowered, or a young person economically empowered, they're having financial tools, increased incomes, revenues to pay for other social challenges, and such as healthcare and education.
Fantastic. A lot to dig into there. How about you, Jen?
Yeah, I think one of the big transformative shifts that I've certainly seen in my career at Google and Facebook, and then working in startups in Nairobi and Johannesburg, is the shift to mobile. So there are about 5 billion people on the internet globally today. There's about 4 billion mobile phones. That number is expected to only increase in the next coming years. And if you think about the potential of a mobile phone, there's more access to information and computing power today in your pocket than NASA had when it sent a man to the moon, which is incredible if you think about the potential that has to open up financial inclusion for communities that have traditionally been shut out, like minorities and women. If you think about the potential for access to information, for community organizing, for really being able to sort of tap into the global knowledge economy and grow a business. So I think there's a lot of potential in terms of the growth of mobile, and it's actually really changed the way that a lot of big technology companies in the private sector have built and developed for these markets. So if you look around Silicon Valley, a lot of the big companies now actually pivoted maybe around 5 or 6 years ago, where a lot of the products they had built were built in this environment for the PC and the desktop computer. And they looked at their numbers, I think this was around like 2010, and realized the number of people accessing our products is really increasing on a mobile device. And right now, internally, we don't have teams that are building for mobile apps. We're not structured to think about the mobile phone as, a priority compared to our desktop team. So they actually pivoted their whole businesses internally and started building these teams just for mobile devices. And that has really been the story of Silicon Valley over the past 10 years. The companies that have sort of won Silicon Valley are the companies that have built mobile first. And if you sort of compare that with what's going on in what we're calling next billion user markets and emerging markets, and certainly the African continent, people coming online today often have never accessed a desktop computer. The word mobile first is meaningless because their first access to the internet and computing was a mobile device on their phone. So it's a really interesting paradigm when you think about the businesses getting built today in Africa. A lot of them have been built mobile first, and that's sort of part of their secret sauce and their success is the paradigm of computing for, if you think about companies like Gojek, this ride-sharing company in Southeast Asia, or Jumia, sort of the Amazon of East Africa and West Africa. These companies, weren't built for desktop computers and then transitioned onto mobile. They were built for an environment where you may not have great Google Maps data and penetration across every city. People may be on phones where the connection isn't great and the Wi-Fi is coming in and out, or data is really expensive, so you can't stream video. And so all of these constraints look really different in the next billion user economies and markets. And because of that, there's a lot of innovation going on that is actually, in many ways, I would say, like ahead of the U.S. in terms of leading the way for mobile development of businesses and of technology products.
Fantastic. Now, Father Smalls, I'm so glad you're here because I want to hear about your observations on kind of how these trends might impact or affect your work, but particularly because you can bring this lens of how the faith community intersects with all of these dynamics, some incredibly exciting, and some, sometimes a bit alarming. And I think we'll come back to tech and sort of the two sides of the coin there.
Right, thank you very much, Michelle. I was just remembering this morning the first time I met the Pope, and by that we now know the Pope of the Blob, the President Hastert, when he gathered us all as new members. I was in the room about 2011, and he said, of course, we've got some members of the faith community here, and I want to sort of encourage the role that you have in our mission as CFR as leveraging your networks, and this was in the context of sort of better understanding of foreign policy, but the role of faith communities in generally sort of the foreign policy environment and foreign policy debate. So I sort of took it seriously. I mean, at least from that Pope, whatever about this new Pope we've got, Francis, he's all out there, and we can get to him in a minute. But how do we, and I asked myself, I used to do sort of public policy a little bit in Washington, but how do we, in faith communities, how do we leverage our networks in a way that's contributing to these new developments, particularly since they've been opened up by tech and what you might consider the sort of the democratization of financial cooperation, right? We don't generally want to leave all our financial decisions to governments, as Richard was saying this morning. Nor do we really think that big actors like international NGOs are also the only silver bullet or the solution that we have. If people have wanted to use their own personal sense of solidarity, which, as Richard was saying, there's religion qua religion, there's religious-based principles, which I think, you're saying you guys or we can bring that to the table. But there's also religious networks or religious communities that have a value add in this context, certainly in a global environment, that we might have maybe taken for granted somewhat, and it's nice for us as religiously motivated folks to talk about what's happening in the world, but how do we talk about it within the context of the value add that our own communities bring to those problems? So that's what we tried to do with this new initiative called Missio Invest, which was what? To look at, certainly within our community, the Catholic community, how do we connect folks either digitally or through existing networks of solidarity, sort of co-religionists denominationally? How do we connect them in a way that releases some of the sort of natural, sort of the value addition that religious communities can bring to problem solving? So reaching out from sort of the traditional community that we had, this grant-making community, we give about $40 million away to pretty much every country in Africa, small amounts. But how might we bring that community to a new level of sort of mature financial relationship? And how do we look at not just our brothers and sisters in my context in Catholic communities across Africa, but how do I connect them effectively with my community here so that the change is not just looking at what's happening half a world away. We are looking at what changes we can bring to ourselves and what changes we can bring to our own communities. So we mobilized, following the call of the other Pope, Francis, 2013, who invited us to look seriously in his talk to the FAO at agricultural development, particularly agricultural and entrepreneurship. Well, we figured that, we're not sure, but the Catholic Church might be one of the largest single landowners across the continent. So we looked at our community. We asked them to map that land, to sort of do their own sort of back of the envelope research, and we found that there was massive swaths of land, a lot of it underutilized, but in ownership of the current Catholic communities of religious women or dioceses or seminaries. How can we mobilize that and give them the necessary resources so that they can sustainably develop that in a way that responds to, the urban-rural challenge, right? Try and encourage folks to stay on the land and give them respectable incomes rather than fleeing to the cities. How can we do that in a way that respects the new workforce that we just heard about, particularly young people? And then how can we do that, particularly amongst this, 75,000 religious sisters across Africa? So they're kind of, community leaders. They come from the community, oftentimes above average, education, sort of leadership skills. How can we empower them so that they have the resources they need in a way that's respecting a more mutual relationship? And I'm not criticizing the aid relationship, which is something we've all very much been part of as part of our religious traditions. Global financial solidarity is very important, but how do we bring that to a new level of maturity so that we can actually see each other as partners, not as givers and recipients. So as you're talking about the two-way tech, how does that then change the way we see ourselves in, well, North America, but the West, as partners with Africa for the future? And it's very hard, I find, certainly in our Catholic community in the US and Western Europe, I'm from the UK originally, to get people to understand and see their brothers and sisters in Africa in a different way. It's a very difficult, I mean, those of us who travel see it and we know the potential, but to generally get that down to our communities so that there can be a genuine sense of mutuality is not easy. So this, well, it's something called social impact investing, for those of you who know that world. It's been a very sort of useful, non-formal way of building those type of connections. And yeah, I can talk more about it, but it's very exciting for us anyway.
It's such an interesting set of ideas, and one of the things I took from what you just had to say, Father, was this important idea about credibility, right? And what is credible today, and what's the currency of credibility on the continent for different communities. And so here, I think it's maybe important to go back to this idea of access to technology, more ways to connect, not just financially, but socially. And I wonder, for the whole panel, you know, what you think about sort of the dark side of that we've seen globally, right? Where a community can be otherized much more quickly and effectively, right? When people have access to social media than was possible before. It doesn't mean that the technology is evil, obviously not. It's something people use, it's a tool. But in your work, have you had an experience engaging with marginalized communities, right? And seeing both the positives and the negatives of this new connectivity that sometimes, rather than bringing us closer together, puts up barriers. Does anyone have a experience on that? Because there is still a lot of conflict on the continent. Some of it does take on, if you think about Central African Republic, for example, a religious overtone. And while that's certainly not the only kind of otherizing that happens, I'd be interested to know how you think about kind of marginalization and social inclusion.
Yeah, I don't have, I think a direct example from any products that I've worked on, but I do know Facebook, for example, is incredibly serious about taking community standards and community inclusion and like focusing on it as an area. They're hiring a lot. They're thinking deeply about it. So I think there is a recognition in these companies that it's a real challenge and something that needs more thinking and more building for. I actually have seen some examples of the positive version of this, which is times where technology has helped marginalized groups. One example that we have looked at with some of the financial inclusion tools that we've built are ways for people to send remittances. So, there's a lot of movement to urban areas from rural areas. People still have families in rural areas, and because of that, people are frequently sending money that they make back to family in more rural areas. Most of these people are unbanked, and so the dynamic that occurs is often these transfers happen in cash, and if you are a woman or anyone just traveling with a large amount of cash, you are likely to get robbed or swindled, or even the people taking cash and transferring it for you are often charging exorbitantly large fees. So this is all a problem that, if you think about even the potential of cryptocurrencies or digital currencies, where you might not be part of the traditional banking system, but you have access to send remittances if you are unbanked, can have a real impact on people's lives, both from the fees that they're paying or their potential to be hurt as a marginalized group. So even just that, I think, is a very real example of a time where we've seen technology really support these sort of marginalized groups. Another area we're focused on a lot is just increasing gender equality on the internet. So, not just gender, but I think localization of languages is another area here. The internet is 50% English. So we think a lot at Google about how do you make an internet that is in localized language. A lot of people also actually prefer to interact with a computer using voice. And so things like if you have an Alexa or a Google Home, it might seem like the future in your house, but it's actually a very natural experience, both for, I think young people in America and for people who didn't grow up with sort of a keyboard mentality. And it feels like very natural to talk to a machine in that way. So yeah, I think that, increasing gender equality through specific products that make people feel safe and prevent some of the things that can happen in an unbanked society in these markets are all areas of focus of these large companies.
Yeah, I think just the question around social change and social inclusion, that technology is the key driver across the continent, across issues, but also because of the access to information. Yeah. That is sort of the biggest shift and the biggest change, whether you're in a rural community of Turkana in northern Kenya, or you're in northern Nigeria in Kano, just the realities around having access to information. And really it's giving power to the people in a way that wasn't there before. I have experiences where, this is a challenging story, but in Somalia, Al-Shabaab recruits young people to join Al-Shabaab, the terrorist group, recruits young people with two promises. The promises of $50 a month and a cell phone. So for $50 a month and a cell phone, they recruit young people to put on a suicide vest and carry an M16 and go into a mall in Kenya or what have you, all over the continent. And so we, in our program in Somalia, working with young people, seeing their thirst for employment or their thirst for an opportunity or giving them sort of hope, if you will, and economic opportunity, have seen a job training, job placement program that has taught them about entrepreneurship, vocational training skills, where on average they're earning $300 a month. And so this is a real competition for opportunity, if you will, in places that are fragile states, that are really where people are looking for any kind of opportunity. And when we think about, as you mentioned, the demographic challenges about unemployment, some of those young people can't afford to be unemployed. They have to find a way to have some income to have for themselves or their families. And so this is a challenge, but this access to information is something I think that's driving a lot of a focus on going local and community, but it's on both sides. We as people who are trying to do good and look at economic opportunity are using that information to spread good news or to bring people together, but also other people are able to use, as you're alluding to, Michelle, to use that same access to information or access to communication for nefarious opportunities as well. So there is a battle of ideas, a battle of connectivity, but I think if we can do more to show how at a grassroots or community level where empowerment with women, with young people really leads to opportunity and economic opportunity, that is sort of the transformational change to take this technology opportunity and turn it into a digitization that really creates more inclusive environment and inclusive society for all throughout the continent.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to open it up to the group in just a moment. In just a moment, I have one last bite at the apple, which is just to pull a little more on this thread about demographics, because it is so powerful, and to ask about children's issues, right? Because in a place where such a large portion of the population is 15 or under, right? Children's issues, which, let's be honest, often get kind of relegated to some sort of marginal place. They're soft. These are national issues, right? And children on the continent are, in many cases, exposed to tremendous amounts of insecurity, physical insecurity, economic insecurity, and it goes beyond what we kind of think of as the bread and butter of schools or school lunch programs. Father, I wonder if we could ask you if how your work and your kind of conceptualization of what do we bring to the table and building opportunity, how in your experience, how is it touching children?
The numbers are not not clear for us, but certainly in terms of primary education from the Catholic Church's perspective is a significant footprint, formally and informally. I was just in Tanzania, and after the expropriation of the schools many years ago, the government came back and said, well, you seem to do a good job. Could you go open some more schools again? So they're once again opening the schools. And then you sort of put alongside that the sort of massive infrastructure in sort of dispensaries and group homes for children who don't have a stable background. I suppose giving them the stability they need is what kind of we're trying to do in a new way. I don't think the aid matrix gets us there sufficiently.
Agreed.
Right? Looking at sort of these local community leaders of a religious denomination, sure, but that's what they are. They're social service providers of a certain sort of come from the community. They're staying in the community. I think they've been sort of outside of the formal planning sector, the sort of parastatal entity, whether we like it or not. But bringing some kind of financial empowerment to those communities, I think, is what our folks want. I was just going to say on the tech piece, I think we've seen a democratization of personal relationships. People want, we developed a sort of crowdfunding website a few years ago called missio.org. And it's a sort of an unfiltered peer-to-peer network. You certainly don't have to be Catholic, but it's generally a kind of a fundraising piece. But I think folks, as the trust and the credibility in institutions have crumbled, and not just in governments, but also in sort of large aid agencies, which are not that they're not doing the right thing, it's just that people feel the need to have a more direct connection. Technology is giving them at least the impression that they're having a direct connection. I think if you're doing that within a community that has a shared value system, it's sort of digitizing something that's, not that it's not real, that the other communities aren't real. I don't want to be sort of criticizing the internet as all these sort of fake friends and fake communities. It doesn't mean anything. I think it does. I think that the difference between virtual and real is being breaking down now. It's where people meet. People aren't going to churches on Sunday, but they still have a religious sense. The second largest religious group in the United States are ex-Catholics. In case we forget, right? But you get them to talk about what's important to them, what do they want to see happening, what their values are. Well, yes, they struggle with organized expressions of their faith, but underneath it all, that desire to build that community and how technology is helping them do that is very powerful. I know it's not getting to specifically to your children question, but I think that ability through technology that's aided by an existing set of values that faith communities exhibit comes together in a very nice way if it's done in a sort of lightly moderated way. Folks don't want to be filtered. Right. They're very suspicious of anything that's filtered, unless they don't know they're being filtered, which is what we've seen recently. But I think our faith community can provide some of those sort of signs and symbols that give people the security to build that type of solidarity. And as I say, that's kind of what the young people are looking for themselves.
I think that's so powerful, right? Because a space, virtual or otherwise, to talk about what you value and the kind of society you wish to create is going to be a conversation about children and how we treat them.
Right, and I wanted to jump in there because it's a great question, and it's an answer that I think we all need to sort of crowdsource and really come up with. If you look at the challenges that young people and children face and juxtapose that to an issue that you mentioned before in your list, migration. Mm-hmm. So 25 million Africans forced or otherwise internally displaced or refugees on the continent. They're not coming as full-fledged adults. They're coming as families. And they're going to a country and they're in a refugee camp. And this isn't short-term stay. This is the average life in a refugee camp is 20 years. So young people, children growing up in an internally displaced state, now more than ever because of conflict. I was just in Mozambique following the cyclone. Devastation upon devastation for Mozambique, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, and those people don't restore their livelihoods for decades, some of them. So I think that question, I don't have the answer, but I think it's a really profound question, Michelle, around our focus, whether as a faith community or NGO community or development community, to look at young people and children in these environments that we're saying, create a safe space for them, create stability for them. Well, there's a lot of influx that's happening, period. And I think there's a lot of work that we can do as a development community, as a faith community, as the NGO community that look at these social issues and sort of say, in the advent of the realities that people are facing, again, migration and the challenges on the continent, how do we make sure that we are having a focus and a foothold on the future of those young people who are impacted?
Right, and hearing their voices in a sincere way.
And yeah, and just the last thing I'll add is I don't think, technology is a silver bullet to these intractable issues. These are complicated, thorny issues that need involvement from communities and government. But to your point, it really does democratize, I think, the barriers to entry for creating solutions. So on the topic of children, if you think about the healthcare space and education, we've seen some really interesting startups in Africa that are just lowering the barriers to entry for providing solutions. So you can think about how expensive it would be to have doctors in rural communities, in every rural community, who can diagnose like potentially complicated cases related to cancer or specific other rare diseases. Similarly, if you look at maternal health, outcomes go up a lot if you have regular screenings throughout your pregnancy. A lot of these things can be digitized. You still need to bring in hardware and tech to have screenings, but I know there are teams at Google working on using artificial intelligence to be able to at least read these x-rays and be able to say something looks off, like have a doctor look at this and confirm. But a lot of that human input that would be really difficult to sort of scale across a big country and small communities has this potential to be digitized in a much more cost-effective way. So I think when you think about the implication for that sort of technology on healthcare and education, it is exciting, and there is sort of a way to bring better outcomes for children using technology.
Great. Well, let's open it up. If I could just ask, I'll get to as many people as I can. Please be sure to state your name and affiliation. And do we have a mic, or are people just, yes, we have. So wait for the mic, state your name and affiliation. And while you all have amazing experiences and expertise, if we could focus on a question rather than making speeches ourselves, that would be great. All right, let's start here.
Butalia with Religions for Peace USA. Last week in the US, we had a hearing on slavery and reparations. My question is, how is historical slavery still viewed in sub-Saharan Africa? And what about reparations? How is that viewed in that part of the world?
Fascinating question. Anyone want to tackle it?
Something we don't talk about in this country. It's time we did. I'm going to come at it in a little bit of a, maybe not a direct way, and I'm not like Richard this morning, sort of sorting through all of the issues is not too easy. But just from my perspective, I was thinking about it recently in terms of religious principles of the sharing of common resources, right, or limited resources. And where those resources have accumulated. I mean, this is kind of a big part of why the needle's not moved a whole lot in the 75 years he talked about, scandalously. And I'm not trying to maybe dodge the question, but when I look about sort of my religious faith tradition, when I look about where all the money is, right, and still is, despite the so-called generosity of the Catholic community, etc. I mean, I couldn't. Did somebody once say that 6%, 7% of all global wealth is owned by religious communities? I mean, it's very difficult to find concrete amounts on this. But certainly, you look at the Methodist Board of Pensions or the trustees of the Church of England, or people talk about the Vatican Bank, but there's not actually that much money there, unfortunately. But certainly in faith communities, in Western Europe, and certainly those who are expatriate missionaries from sub-Saharan Africa. My point to them, and it's not a very popular one, is as they left, as the Irish missionaries and the Belgians and the Germans left, they kind of took the resources with them.
I was just in an avocado farm in northern Tanzania, and there's a sign of the Irish missionaries from 100 years ago. The Italian missionaries in Kenya, a lovely coffee farm that provides coffee for Illy and Starbucks and all this sort of stuff. But the human capital, the intellectual capital, and the financial capital has not been honored as the foreign missionaries left and got old. I know this is a sort of something maybe just a few people will be interested in, but how do we do something in justice about that? That's not just about giving what we have left over, which tends to be sort of more of a simplistic view of charity. How do we own the future together? And I think we only do that by forcing ourselves into mutually respectful, interdependent financial relationships. And that hasn't happened over the past 75 years, despite the wonderful efforts that we've made. And I think people at an individual level, you look at the Calvert Foundation, where you can buy a $1,000 bond in a well project in India, or you look at the larger social impact pieces. Those resources are not being used, not where they could be used, but where they ought to be used, where those people have a right to call on those resources. And I think unless we, as a religious community, are able to provide not just the moral heft, the principles that guide that, but also to put, quote unquote, our money where our mouth is, then I worry about the durability of significant change. Not because folks won't have the financial resources, but I won't be dependent or interdependent on my brother and sister in another part of the world for their well-being. Unless our well-beings are intertwined more and more, I don't think we'll be able to move the needle. And that's not a complete answer to your question, but I struggle with that ownership of existing resources and where they've all migrated to.
My take would be, to some extent, the slavery and reparations conversation in the U.S. related to the transatlantic slave trade, very different than the ongoing realities of slavery, indentured servitude, trafficking in human persons happening right now on the African continent today. We have a program in Mauritania which has a history of slavery, and where we're working with women who are former slaves in homes of very high net worth affluent individuals, and sort of helping them reconstitute their livelihoods by looking at jobs training and skills development to really, after growing up in this form of enslavement. So it's an important conversation globally. I think it cuts across a number of issues, but in the African context, on the African continent today, it's an ongoing challenge right now.
That's a great point. Okay, all men. Do we have ladies with questions? There's one back here.
Michelle,
Yes.
over here.
Let's go to you, and then we'll.
I am an anthropologist at the Center for Religion and Civic Culture at University of Southern California. My question is for the whole panel, anyone who wants to respond to this. As we have a panel today as well in the lunch discussion, climate change is one of the most pressing problems that humans are facing. And the effects are going to be felt the most, as we already know, in the global south and in the African continent. So considering this and looking forward, and that we may have actually passed our tipping point and that those effects are felt in Africa, how do you see faith communities who are often at the front of responding to disasters and humanitarian disasters? How do you see the faith community responding to this, and in what ways can entrepreneurs, technologists, and I know that Catholic sisters are always there. We work with the foundation as well. In what ways do you see that playing out?
Great question, and I'm going to turn it to you, but I will just frame this up by saying Afrobarometer, which, if you're not familiar with it, is a fabulous organization that does polling around the continent, really a great source of data. Has a lot of indicators that while people are clearly, you don't need Afrobarometer to tell you Africans are feeling the effects of climate change, right? Very few actually are aware of climate science, right? So there's a real disconnect between what people are experiencing every day, and while there's more access to information than there has been, it has not penetrated, which I think is a huge problem, because there are people who need to be a part of this global conversation, and we've got a disconnect here. But let me turn it to you to talk about, well, what can be done?
One thing that sort of popped into my mind as you were asking your question is just experience from a startup that I worked with called Ushahidi. If you think about technology's role in disaster response and what role technology can play, this was a startup in Nairobi that was founded in 2008 during election violence that was happening in Kenya. And it was a chaotic time. There were road blockades, and people wanted a way to see on a map of the city where it was safe to drive, where violence was happening, and even just through text message updates, really rapidly communicate sort of state of the ground that was happening on a mapping platform. So that's how the company was founded, and they really quickly realized that this capability is helpful in disaster relief. The UN uses them, the Red Cross uses them, and it's a really interesting example, I think, of really democratizing people's ability to quickly share information onto sort of this crowdsourced platform that can then be used by relief organizations to disseminate information. So I think, like, really tactically, technology does have a role to play. I'm sure there are other examples as well.
Go ahead, Father.
I was just going to say, anybody heard of Hello Tractor? You've all heard of Hello Kitty. Hello Tractor.
Bill Oliver.
Yeah, the Uber for tractors, so building a strategic relationship. What we found interesting is to be able to, look, the need for financial intermediation in Africa is a major problem, right? You've got this sort of the micro loans, 1 acre farms, small farmers, and then you got the private equity folks doing the large deals, even though they're actually not doing the large deals, but they're closing the deals but not doing them. What about those 5 to 10 to 50 acre, well, it's by a multiple of 2.4, small businesses, right, or pre-commercial pieces? How can you sort of aggregate them in a way that moves the needle? And we've sort of been able to do that, and building relationships with folks like Hello Tractor means that you don't have to buy a tractor for every one of the lovely sisters who twist your arm and tell you that they absolutely need to have a tractor, right? Because they're very insistent. It also means that when you're doing a loan of that size, from $50,000 up to $500,000 for some of them, I mean, these are real entrepreneurs, and they're kind of off the radar. They're not seen as part of that formal sort of economic activity, largely because they can't access capital locally. So you've got this sort of this audience. You can aggregate it. You can replicate these deals both within countries and across countries. The management structure is the same. We call them non-entrepreneurs. Sorry about that. A non is a non is a non. They belong to a similar structure. They're generally being marginalized, within the Catholic community in terms of access to capital and that sort of stuff. But then they're the ones purchasing their services according to their needs, right? They're not waiting for what the ministry has decided needs to be done in this part of the country. So they've got an awful lot of sort of autonomy and power and control. And I mean, it's not foisted upon them, but looking at increased use of solar, increased use of drip irrigation, water, friends. This is not an encouraging conversation when we talk about water. And we don't have a plan, right? I think that's the problem. We're trying to sort of have a conversation as what we've now discovered to be very large landowners across many countries in sub-Saharan Africa. I don't want to demonize anybody, but China does have a plan. Very clearly, if it's going to do industrialization, then it needs to do its agriculture and get its water from somewhere else. And we have a prayer in our tradition that we ask forgiveness for what we've done and what we've failed to do. If we don't do something, right now they might not be perfect. And when I go see the farm, the sister says, "Oh, that's a whole forest, but we can get rid of that forest if we need to." No, sister, you don't understand. No, please don't knock down the forest. So it's never going to be perfect. But unless we put our best effort and provide the resources that we can get to a level of scale where we're looking at moving the needle, then then the future's not bright. Certainly not for the most vulnerable communities.
I think a focus on adaptation. So it's a great question around what can we do, what can the faith community do, what can the development community do. The realities around this is that Africans, as I said before, earn their livelihoods from the land, from nature. And in that, only 4% of African agriculture is actually under irrigation. So that means 96% of everything that's grown in Africa is grown with a hope and a prayer that it's going to rain. You don't know when it's going to rain anymore. You don't know how much. You don't know how little. So it's either too much or it's not enough. It's not happening at the time that it used to. So information and predictive analytics and ICT solutions that at least are giving Africans the opportunity to have access to information. We wake up in the morning here and we look at our phones and we want to know how to dress based on what's the weather going to be today. These are people who are earning their livelihoods by needing to know some level of prediction or some level of information around what the weather patterns are, when it's likely. And so I think one of the things, and Father is alluding to this, is investing in technologies, investing in solutions that help provide information, but also that help provide some level of adaptation, because we can't control the weather. So how do people survive, adapt, and thrive in the face of these climatic shocks? Because the shocks are coming more and more and more often, but they need adaptive tools and management. And some of this is technology related to drought-resistant seeds. Some of this is related to access to mechanization and machinery and tractors. But the reality is
Some
that
of it's big infrastructure work at port cities. Yeah.
big infrastructure to say it's raining, it rained too much, no one's capturing that water. So now when the drought season comes, we don't have water. So there are big dams that are being developed in ways to capture the rain when it does fall, and ways to have rain or water when it is drought season. So
And I think the last implication of having this economy that is really rooted in agriculture in this increasingly uncertain world that is going to feel the effects of climate change is that it becomes even more critical to diversify your economy away from agriculture and into the sort of service economy that we know in the U.S. And the model I think about that for that is really what happened in Southeast Asia in the 80s and 90s. And so if you think about the economic development path of a lot of these countries really focusing on market creating innovations, moving people into different sectors of the economy, and trying to sort of de-risk your dependence on agriculture is really critical in my mind.
Michelle, just last one.
Well, real quick, so we can get to another question.
One of the things that Pope Francis did in his Laudato Si was make an understanding of integral ecology sort of part of the common lexicon, this common home. But then he changed the program for formation for seminarians. And he said every seminarian has to have a formation background in integral ecology. He inserted that into the requirement. And he also said that they all should have some training in management. This is kind of like a basic, catch-up. So I was in one of our large seminaries just outside Dar es Salaam there last week, and they thought I was going to come and talk to them about being priests and ministers and celebrating the sacraments. And I got talking to them about this Missio Invest, because most of them will be in rural areas. They'll be surrounded, a lot of their parishioners, these young guys, will be farmers. And they just came alive talking about sustainable agricultural practices that hadn't been part of their curriculum or their perspective. Pope Francis is great and all that, but just bringing together the reality and sort of using a lot of that, Richard said it this morning, without local knowledge. He said, I have to have local knowledge. Are we putting that type of awareness and providing the resources through our networks for the next generation of local leaders? And I think a lot can be done if we are.
That's a great point. The gentleman right there, yes.
Thank you. I'm Jay Kansar from the Hindu American Foundation. A couple months ago in Washington, D.C., Felix Tshisekedi, who's the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo, actually spoke at CFR, and I attended that talk. And he was very critical of particularly one religious community that may be represented on the panel today. And he said that they interfered in the elections. And there is this sense that there is a predatory agenda of certain organizations in Africa. how can we mitigate that reputation and work towards inclusive development without imposing certain ideas on communities and populations?
So throw that to the panel as well. One thing I would say is that it's often kind of an eye of the beholder issue, right? Because if being honest about what your electoral observers saw on election day is interference, I think it gets back at actually the issue of credibility. What institutions have credibility? And perhaps gets to this issue of what really is truth, which is kind of a current issue, not just for our society in the US, but elsewhere, right? And who's the referee and who gets to decide? These issues are very live on the continent as well. So I think that, in that particular example, right, there's a good reason why President Tshisekedi would be taken aback, because and it's not just the Catholic Church. There's a lot of data that suggests he did not get the most votes. But there is a broader question, right? Because, for example, the Catholic Church, right, may have one reputation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, quite a different one in Rwanda, where the history is, probably not the proudest. So it's a mixed bag. And I think this question of when to use one's voice and credibility is a really interesting and challenging one. Fair?
Absolutely. If I could add something to it, I would. I'm not trying to dodge the question, but also I'm not trying to be a spokesman for things that I don't really very close to. I suppose we don't do it by not doing it. I mean, I think I agree with the point.
Yeah.
I mean, I think in general, having an approach that really is a development approach or an approach to communities that really is inclusive. Our focus is around underserved. So we look at these underserved population and people, whether they're smallholder farmers or women and girls or pastoralists or refugees. So really having where there's a strong need that everyone sort of agrees with. And I mean, I've sat with, should be shocked by this and maybe not happy with me, Michelle, but in Nkurunziza. So we're talking to President Burundi, President of Burundi, and we agreed on the need for grassroots economic development. We agreed that we need to be doing more in Burundi for local community development. And so finding ways, if you're gonna bring about change, you have to find ways to engage. And so an inclusive approach, an approach that really is about what we call co-creation or participatory, where we're really not coming with a top-down solutions, but bottom-up driven and really looking at some level of inclusivity sort of works. And then I think lastly, this is the local ownership, that we are there to maybe provide a helping hand, not a handout, but the local ownership, it's their issue. We're people there who are trying to do what we can to support, but they're gonna have to crawl, walk, run, and that running will be without, sort of the support that we may provide.
Right. Now, that's a great point for big institutions of any flavor, right? Who's sort of driving and making these tough decisions on when to use voice, when not, when to engage, and when perhaps not to. Is that Mark Lagon? Mark Lagon, distinguished public servant and my first international relations professor. Please.
I'm Mark Lagon. I'm with Friends of the Global Fight Against AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria. Added to this mix of issues that you're looking at, social change, economic development, gender equality, and technology, I just want to reintroduce the question of HIV/AIDS. There's been huge progress since a point in 2005 when about 2 million people were dying a year of HIV/AIDS to now, under 1 million and a large bulk of them in sub-Saharan Africa. How does this fit into the mix? There are a lot of issues about the vulnerability of young women epidemiologically to HIV/AIDS, a big growing youth bulge exposed to it, and in some ways, if we stand pat or shrink back from it, we will fail to finish the job. How does this fit into the mix of some of the issues that you're raising?
Such a great question. Who wants to start?
It's not my bailiwick.
Yeah, I don't think any of us, we all are looking at each other. We don't have a strong answer because I don't think any of us work specifically on the issue. What I would say is that what I've seen now more than ever is sort of the issue around detection, around that it is a matter of continually, I was talking to someone recently about this in South Africa, around, you sensitize young people around the issues around abstinence, behavior change, and condom use. But the reality is, you get tested one time, it's there, and then if you don't ever go back to get tested, that's part of the issue. And so that it's a continuous monitoring and evaluation of your own behaviors. But that with these young people, it's really a matter of not taking our foot off the gas of awareness and greater awareness that it is still, while we made real tremendous progress in the global community, that it still needs funding. And so that's a big issue that we know in the halls of Washington, that we still need the financial support. But as we are making progress, that we don't sort of backpedal, if you will, without sort of having it continue to be awareness that it's a behavior change, that you literally are going to be susceptible for long periods of time. And young people need to really be at the forefront of making sure that they are, if you will, getting checked and making sure they know their status.
It's such a, the very fact, right, that it didn't come up till you raised it, I think is indicative of the challenge, right?
Feels like it's finished.
Because there's been certainly not 100% success, but so much success getting treatment to people who need it, we often move the conversation on. And it's such a difficult policy challenge, right? Because that investment has to be sustained. You don't put people on antiretrovirals and then pull the plug 2 years later when you pivot priorities. But for the US government, as you know, is better than I, right? In many ways, this is, our commitment, so laudable and so important and life-saving. It has eaten a lot of our foreign assistance budget, right? And to continue a coalition that understands the moral responsibility of having started down that road, recognizes all the new challenges springing up and comes forward, it requires continually bringing it to the forefront. So I'm so glad you raised it. In the back there, the gentleman, yes, who just waved the hand a little bit.
Mohammed Al-Sanusi with the Network for Religious and Traditional Peacemakers. I want really to focus this discussion and bring it to Nigeria. There are a number of countries that mentioned here where we work on, Nigeria, CAR, Somalia, and others. But Nigeria, for me, is a very critical country. If things went wrong in Nigeria, then you have a problem in the entire continent, that's Africa. So the situation in Nigeria today, as we are, talking here as religious actors and faith-based organizations, is something that is of concern to me. The Global Trend Report that was issued almost 3 years ago indicated that by 2050, the population of Nigeria will double. And what that means is going to be fight in resources between the 360 or 400 million people that will be living in Nigeria by 2050. So currently, the reality in Nigeria is that there is a huge mistrust between faith communities and the current government. There is a problem in the northeast of Nigeria. There is a tribal problem. There is a religious problem. There is that trust is missing between communities, Christian, Muslims, and the narrative in the northeast of Nigeria. The Christian would say that the government of Buhari is silent for what the Muslims are doing in northern Nigeria. We'll hear the same narrative also in the south of the country, where the majority are Christian as well. So I think we need to prioritize Nigeria in this discussion so that we are able to come up with the specific solutions or practical solutions that will help to reduce the tension in Nigeria so that we have a stable Africa, so that you can do your social impact investment and any other work that you do. Thank you so much.
Excellent, great Nigeria-specific insights, and also broadly the importance of kind of interfaith work to reduce communal tensions, importance of security issues more broadly.
Just one thing I'll add is I think in a world where resources are scarce and you're very dependent on things out of your control, like the weather, that is a scenario where some of these tribal conflicts about resources tend to be aggravated, and it is really a zero-sum game. And The way I would think about it, like as the tide rises, sort of all boats are lifted with it, and it really becomes critical to invest in economic development and make sure you're building a prosperous society. One book that I would recommend that's come out recently on this topic is Clayton Christensen's The Prosperity Paradox, where he looks at economic development in the U.S. and tries to sort of draw out lessons around the world and in emerging markets on this topic. And one thing he finds is that, in the past 200 years, the U.S. economy has had what he calls market-creating innovation. So think about the invention of the sewing machine or the car, where these markets didn't exist before, and they sort of lifted a whole segment of the population out of these sort of jobs that potentially were more agricultural based beforehand, by creating these new industries and sectors of the economy. So he really talks about the path for Africa and some of these specific emerging markets is rooted in the need to have market-creating innovations that drive the economy forward, because I think his view is that foreign aid is only effective up until a point, and it's really critical to sort of grow the economy from there.
I couldn't agree more that Nigeria is sort of the bellwether for a lot of challenges facing the continent, and at the U.S. African Development Foundation, we definitely prioritize Nigeria and have our programming spread throughout the country in the 3 areas that we focus on. So focus in the north around agriculture, food security, agribusiness, and this is in Kaduna and Kano and Kebbi, Bauchi, in the north, where people are really looking at economic opportunity. I mean, the phrase, a hungry man is an angry man, comes from something. People really, when they are poor and vulnerable and hungry, they don't really make good decisions. When youth are restive, they don't really make good decisions. So really driving forward some level of local economic development and economic growth that's shared across communities, really creating prosperity is a focus. Nigeria also has population where more than half obviously don't have access to energy, and so energy poverty is a real issue in Nigeria. But that entrepreneurial zeal that comes from Nigerians is, if you tap into it and you really invest in them and ideas, we're really seeing positive work there. And then the epicenter of urbanization and the youth bulge is also happening in Nigeria. Lagos is by far, and going to continue to be by far, one of the biggest cities in the world, and the biggest city in Africa. And so we have a strong focus around youth employment and entrepreneurship in partnership with the government. The Lagos state government has prioritized youth employment and youth entrepreneurship, and so we're going hand in hand with them to really support this, community and of young people in an urban setting that they need opportunity and they need to be placed in jobs, but they also need to create jobs. So I couldn't agree more that Nigeria shouldn't be left out of any conversation if you're talking about African development across any of the issues.
Any thoughts on kind of the interfaith work that
Sure.
could be done in Nigeria or anywhere really to?
This is CFR, so just because you start your response with "I don't know," doesn't mean you then don't go speak for another 5 minutes. With all due respect, as a member, I'm saying that. Imagine that. So I don't know. I'm not going to speak for 5 minutes. You will know Archbishop Kaigama, who was the Archbishop of Jos now, is the Catholic leader in the country. Just from our experience, I was always taken by his sensitivity around his availing of a lot of these impact funds to develop certainly when he was in Jos. And sort of he was a great advisor on this delicate balance between wanting people to take hold of their own future, but knowing that by itself, that success was itself a threat. The only thing that we will be, the worst thing that could happen to us is that we're successful. Imagine that kind of, but at the same time, interpersonal relationships, dialogue, understanding, in a certain sense, can't be theoretically prior to the development that needs to go on. I just think it needs people of goodwill, and this is where it does come down to the actual folks on the ground. We had a couple of our initial project leaders, one of them was killed in an attack, unfortunately, and he said to us, I will be, my life is in danger. So to see that personally up front, Father George, my colleague Joelle is here, she was quite close to him. She does a lot of the project management. So again, I don't know. McKinsey said that they couldn't find 100 farms in Nigeria of more than 50 hectares. In our first round of project leaders, 15 priests and nuns went on this agripreneurship program. Half of them had projects over 50 acres. So there's an invisibility going on there, which is very difficult to get to. And I sort of just say that as the proximity to people is ultimately, I think, where we need to do the work. And I think faith communities precariously are present there more than anyone else.
There's no better note to end on than the importance of contact and really understanding a community, right, and the power of human agency. So I don't know that we solved any problems, but we definitely got a sense of the stakes and the possibilities in such an important and fascinating region of the world. Please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you so much.
Ambassador was qualified to be president. And at the end of the day, we campaigned. We said we thought Ambassador Weah was qualified to be president, and Liberia made a decision. So similarly in CDC, we expect that. So I'm not going to boil down into the argument of Simon Tue's opinion. Simon Tue has a right to his opinion. He has to convince the decision.
He also has a right. You also have the right
But
to.
I'm the Secretary General of the party, and I cannot express an opinion on who will be the candidate of the party. I was trying to malign somebody's character. If you come and you want to be, my responsibility as Secretary General is to receive your application as a candidate and send it to the convention. You have to convince the partisans that you want to be a stand-up.
Mr. Tue says specifically that the CDC was formed as a protest against exclusion, as a protest against bar rule. And according to him, the ideology of the CDC is not to give political leadership to people like Benin Ayure. That is the ideology, quote unquote, of the CDC. Now, so I'm putting it to you. Do you agree that that is the ideology
Listen, I don't think
of the CDC?
Listen, it's not people like Benin Ayure. Well, let me make it very clear here. What we need to be very clear on is that the CDC, yes, I agree with Tue when Tue says not to give the presidency to bar people. But Tue has to convince other citizens that Mr. Ayure is in a category.
Okay.
It's not for me to do that.
What do you think?
It's not for me to do that.
What do you think?
Once you are a partisan, my view is every partisan, every citizen has a right to contest for any position in the party. That's the party.
So by extension, Mr.
If Mr. Ayure is elected at the primary,
so by extension,
if Mr. Ayure is elected at the party's primary, the party will support Mr. Ayure.
So he has the right to contest.
He has the right to contest.
And this is Mr. Tue
But Tue also has the right to say, no, Mr. Ayure cannot be elected.
Okay,
everybody. And Tue has the right to that opinion.
Nothing is absolute. Mr. Tue also said that if Mr. Ayure is elected as the standard bearer of the Congress for Democratic Change, he will, in his words, destroy the CDC. He will fight against it.
Well, I mean, that is Tue's opinion. Tue have to do that. I'm not going to get down into fighting it.
I'm seeking your response to what Tue said.
Listen. We cannot drag this process into what Tue said. Tue is an individual. Again, an example.
Tue is not an individual, as you call it. Don't be simplistic on Tue's position in the CDC. Tue is a founding ideologue.
But Tue is not the CDC.
I understand. One person cannot be a political
party. But I speak for the political party. I do not speak for Simon Tue.
Cannot conclude on this point, then we'll have a dialogue. Tue is not just an ordinary member of the CDC. This is the man whose concept about democracy and political party gave birth. He made worth the CDC, if I can say. So Tue is saying that the ideology of the CDC does not allow, quote unquote, people like Mr. Ayure. I'm asking you, is that the ideology that you know of the party that you're leading?
I cannot define Mr. Ayure as Tue define Mr. Ayure.
Okay. So tell me about Mr. Ayure.
That's not I have to tell you about CDC.
Is he a good partisan?
Of course. Anybody who joined CDC, you have been with the CDC when I joined CDC 2011. You have been with the CDC. So we respect Mr. Ayure. If we have any problem with Mr. Ayure.
Do you know when he joined the CDC?
I know he associated with the CDC from 2011. When I joined the CDC, he been with the CDC. So he was at the launching of our party membership drive.
Let's talk about the issue of money. They say the party has been bought.
And that's the point I want to make. The party can never be bought. You know, in 2011, certain individuals felt they could buy CDC. They saw the result. The party is too big an institution.
And who are those individuals?
I'm not going to name names.
The Liberty Party said,
But if the Liberty Party believes,
the Secretary General of the Liberty Party said, your standard bearer received $180,000 for a collaboration with the Liberty Party.
But if the Liberty Party believes that the way to take power in this country is to bribe people, then you can get power.
Did Joshua receive money from the Liberty Party?
That's absolute nonsense. If Liberty Party believe the only way they can take power in this country is to bribe people.
Well, you received the bribe.
Nobody bribed somebody. They're making allegations. They have to prove it. That's allegation. But what I'm saying,
why you think the Liberty Party will be lying?
It is any criminal. It is criminal in nature for anybody to come and say, I bribed somebody to give me power. That's criminal. You want to take power, you go up to the Liberian people and ask them for power. You can't be saying, I bribed citizens to give me power. Is that the way you want to run this country? We can't trust anybody with the leadership of this country who want to bribe his way to power. And CDC can never be part of it. Anyone out there who believes that you can walk to the CDC and spend some money and you'll get power, then you are a fool. because we'll never give power to you. So it's very clear. Right now, our party is more concentrated on 2014. I mean, the whole issue of who want to be president, it's a complete distraction.
So 2017
it's a complete distraction. And I want to tell you, it is the focus. I want to tell you, that's a complete distraction. The party has one leader, and that leader is Ambassador George Weah until the primaries in 2017. Until the primary in 2017, Ambassador George Weah remains the political leader of the party. I'm quite aware Ambassador Weah will also be a candidate in 2017 for the Standard Bearership. So for anybody to believe you, there's a discussion between Ambassador Weah and somebody for the Standard Bearership, that's complete. I don't want to use the word nonsense, but I think it's completely off the mark. CDC is a big party. Our party is open to every citizen of this country. The Constitution provides, and our Constitution provides, once you are a member of the CDC, you have your right pertaining thereto. Every right and privileges. I don't have better right than John Brown. I do not have a better right to become Secretary General than the guy in West Point. I do not have better rights and privileges in the CDC than the guy in Nickeltown. Mm-hmm. Everybody enjoys equal right. I do not believe Samuel Toa even arguing against MPP people. I'm a former member of MPP. I'm the Secretary General of CDC. I was elected. But at my election, there were people who opposed me. Individual have placard and say McGill cannot be elected. At the end of the day, the majority of the membership decided that, look, Mr. McGill is the best person to be elected secretary.
So does a threat by 12 put the CDC hands away?
No, not at all.
Because he's threatening
not at all. I mean, 12 is expressing an opinion, and 12 opinion must be respected. Mr. Ure wants to be president. Mr. Ure's opinion must be respected. He has a desire, and if he wants to run the CDC ticket, then he has to wait for the CDC primary. We will be advising. We are advising individual citizens who have presidential ambition not to prematurely announce it.
They should remain quiet.
You should remain quiet because this is not the time. What our focus is now is to move on the 2014 general senatorial election and win more seats.
What makes it premature for
because
you declared now?
Listen, I'm saying Mr. Ure has a right to say, look, when Mr. Ure declared his intention, he never declared it on the radio station. Mr. Ure declared his intention with the UN panel committee that came to Liberia. If you read the UN panel report, Mr. Ure said he wants to be president.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
And he will be president. He will be an independent candidate. The good thing, Mr. Ure never said he want to be president on CDC ticket. He want to run a CDC ticket. He said, yeah, I affiliate with the CDC. There are individual citizens who have ran for elected posts as independent candidates. They never ran on the party ticket. To assume that somebody have said, I want to be president, now the president is a candidate of the CDC, that's completely misleading. And it's just intended to distract our parties and to confuse them. Because we are now moving toward 2014. 2014 is our primary objective. Look, Sedition all they gotta know, Ambassador Weah remains the leader of our party until 2017.
But that has not been in dispute, though.
No, but because we have to get it clear. Because some people are making it like Ambassador Weah saw the party, I read internet report, and the press must take the responsibility for confusing and causing the confusion.
See, you not bring the press.
Yeah, because I read it in newspaper, I read it on the internet. So the media is responsible, and the media have to be very careful not misrepresenting individuals.
Why are you blaming the media?
Because the media is falsely reporting information that are not correct, and trying to confuse our base. Our base will never get confused.
So why is 2014 important to you?
Because this is the elections we are more focused on.
Because Ambassador Weah is contesting.
That's not only Ambassador Weah. Other candidates are contesting. I mean, we are working on a whole team of program to make.
Looking at it rapid. He went to a house Sunday morning. He carried a camera. You see how crooked the man is? So just to clear it out, the girl now and the girl know that you want up. He said, "Drop baby." Even though I'm talking to the girl, telling me the money, I will bring my baby in the house, and the baby man just got married, or either getting married, I don't know. Saturday they married, then you want to take the woman strong enough to go born baby. But then my daughter, I told her, long time you want to bring that baby, and I told her, don't try it. You and a man born, you get 20 something year old child. Don't try it. I told her, I said, don't try it. Yeah? Bishop called him money, he went to Bishop. Bishop said, yeah, and he went there. And he started again. I said, "Why here?" I said, "Yeah, in there walking up because he said, I'm not no help. I'm telling you more and more things." I said, "Yes." Then he telling me again, "You don't want to tell your man everything." I said, "But you might not tell for him, you owe him a kill and you tell me." He got no respect for the girl, but then he really try anything I get, just open your mouth much. Huh? One day I said, "What kind of work?" That's just now. That tire, you see, teacher tire, so that don't do it. No, teacher don't do it to nobody, no family really. We respect that man, just like we respect him. Yeah? He respect nobody. That bigger business, you see the man coming in the money, they say, "Merry Christmas," I was shot 5 o'clock in the morning, you're waking me up. When you waking me up, then you call teacher. Teacher already fighting Iraq war, then you call him a person, "Merry Christmas," and anybody where you're not looking for compliment, but they are there. 15 years you married, you take 30 years you married somebody. If I was I know your Facebook, I would tell them, say, "I'm the mother." You keep quiet. You keep quiet. You think when you post 25 years, that auto 25 years when you're no Liberia or slavery country, you can stay with one man, you be 25 years when you get no self-sustain, you don't know it. We tired. Want to open your heart to tell her that she's a human being. If I know something, then what I do, they're not long time. You think I'm happy with my daughter, what he doing? You think I'm happy? With that there? Teacher, didn't put that man, you don't put that man down. You will not respect that man, you don't call me. The man can in America, you have 2 years, he stay here, he say he go to school. He never called, take telephone. We call him, he black a phone off and off. He went back, he been in Liberia almost 1 year, he never spoke the morning, the man first time called him. Oh man, I'm wrong. I don't want to talk anything. I don't want to justify. I'm wrong. What I did. I said that your daughter, that she's staying with you, she go on campus. Huh? Why you treating my child? Why you treating my daughter like trash? Can I jail now? You start doing this thing? Huh? Can I just now? The other day was raining again. You beat the girl, you close the iron gate, you pour outside gold. The girl said you walking and someone has seen her with her. But you're treating somebody that you get like 25 years. I want to eat. Yeah, Joe there later and die. What's my in America bluffing all over? The same thing, talk to her. And the same thing, pick up the other, begging and you putting her show. He told you in the morning. He told you, said, when you're begging, then you get off the phone. Get off the line. Because Bishop is on it. The man will say, we don't respect him. We want to do our own thing. Tomorrow you kidding bigger, will not go there because we respect him. So we want to talk to move, talk to every family, then the idea will pull you to you play where you belong. Then you stay on the land there, you stay talking rubbish and making your friend and they don't want to rest. You know, and he begging and he putting us show that they want making me dead. Calling the family then. Why you can't call say such a thing? You fool to call share it. You can't call share it. You fool. But the whole thing why you making all the noise now, man, he know the other man allowed the woman at home. He was guilty. Now, yeah, that old picture. That old picture, that what she was saying, she told me the morning, she said, I don't know what kind of picture he picked up me and he went to one wedding, or what kind of picture? He said, big as well, now, but you have to laugh. What a man impressing people that day, so? What are you impressing people for? I'm telling you. He was saying in the morning because Mama, the man thing is stupid. They say he posted on a picture under me and he went to one wedding and 2005. That was big as well, you know. That you can put it. He said, Mama, behind my brain head thing I'm going to pay. Behind my neck is setting. He said the doctor said I treated her, the man, the doctor. The doctor that treated her. The man said, you can go to the police station, you are looking bad. Yeah. I mean, to anything, call me, put your people there on, tell me, put your people there on the line. Put your people there on the line. Let me talk to them. I want to talk with your own people. I'm talking with you. I got no fight. Let me put the mother, let me put the man, I will tell them, I say, you're stupid. I will cause them. They know, you know something? Well, anointing, they are anointing. What can I anointing? They lie anointing. They are set to that picture you put on board. Any picture you take yesterday, one woman, you take the woman picture, you dread it up. So they can say, yeah, the money, the whole power, it is asking what a woman at night, you never be aware. Why it makes sense what you're saying. All the things that you know, before we have somebody, so other people will say, we talk, and you talk with big hair, and you talk with big hair, and you beginning by, I mean, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock, you got the bishop. And then one and then, don't see free, me, I'm not big hair, I'm like big hair, tired with the main thing. I tell you, they get repetition, they get in Liberia, they get to go to different churches, ministering, they get respect for her. Child, people get respect, he said a repetition, they get repetition too. You think that get up or not better? Sunday coming, you know, kind of question, they go out all in church. Then when you went to say, husband be me, he said she don't have it. He said when she went to the doctor, she didn't stay in that car. I telling the girl, you not have to do this. So they get my lad and him too, and they get money about her left. You know, she ain't come out, but she not lying for him. She not lying for him. She on your side. She said that you go to move. That you talk to move and teach her. That you leave me. You didn't get family. Jai is fighting for your brother too. That my sister then fighting for me too. Jai beat me. I'm my brother. My brother will not lead the horse. My brother will not lead you beat the horse. Eh? You have 2 young men. You beat it. You want beat it. I can accept as and sitting down. They treat you. You sit down there, they treat you, my daughter, you sit down there, they want you counting 25 years. Everybody can, I told you, my grandma says, stupid, it'll get day off. He had to beat me every day to develop cancer. I don't want to lay now every day, I don't want happy. They suck me out of the afternoon again. Say, Mama, I eat my barley, I ate my cake, me and pastor there. They cook for me, my hot water can be, I food to go to that man or to be destroying water. And then bring it to me, all them. Give me your phone number. Let me call the mother. Give me your phone number. The mother willing to talk to you. Give me the phone number. I want to talk to the people. So she didn't know about Facebook. She wanted to talk to you. We'll protect you. We'll protect Tisa. And thank you for being a winner. Thank you for making Dylan to the elephant to break the wing. I tell you, thank you. You don't mind it. You may begging or not a shame. That pride in that. He done. He expect you to do what you did. Especially you. He expect you. Tell you when they talk, they say, hey, you know that big husband, you know that we're there for one another. You know it. I'm off tomorrow. Call me. You want me 70? I know the two-way business. I will try to teach you. I will show to me. I'll call bigger. I talk with her. You get more info. You get able to record it. And you record it, say, you put it on the air. You able to let them listen to it. Let the people, let their friend and listen to it. Tomorrow, I know the thing. If I knew the thing, know the two-way, I will call you tomorrow. Because you know what I mean when you call me, say for me to call, I know the two-way, so you can hear the main detail. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll hear the whole thing. Thank you, baby. My hero. My yeah is so proud that you have business. They were talking. They were telling me in the morning. That's what she was telling me in the morning. She said, I don't yell at you. I don't curse you. I never suck my tea at you before. But by the time any conversation or anything, the boys ain't ready to come put a light on. Get up on here. Move on here. Talking to the boys. Move. Oh, it's no respect. They just look at it in a long time, you know. Look kind of people them you want to lead them, you get move on their way. They get want to go to the embassy. I know what kind of spare as you say. They get to the embassy. I'm not ready to get to come.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally here. Yes, we are finally here. Happy Sunday to every one of you guys. Happy last Sunday of 2023. We are already here. Thank you guys so much for everything, man. Appreciate you guys. You guys are appreciated. Now it's time to listen to my last. It's time to listen to my last podcast of 2023. So come and join me and listen to what I have to say. Because by God's grace, we're going to be taking that logic into 2024. So please join me, guys. Share the video there, guys. Share the video, share the video, share the video, share the video. Jay Rennie is here to do his 2023 final podcast. You don't want to miss this, man. We already give you our goal for 2024. So you can see it right there. It's clear for you. J. Randy platform goal in 2024. You either with me or you on the other side. And thank you guys so much, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me share the video, guys. Share the video. Every one of you guys, please share the video, man. Share the video. What's up there, Monyu? This is one of the final broadcast. Yes. So share the video, guys. Share the video. Share the video. Share the video, ladies and gentlemen. Share the video. Good evening, good afternoon to every one of you guys. Yes. Wherever you are, please join me and let's move the thing quickly. Let's move it quickly. We're not going to be that long here. So please step out and share the video, guys. The year has come to an end, and this is where we are now. So to every one of you guys, please share the video for me, please. Please share the video, guys. As you can see, we have the topic there. Please share the video, share the video, share the video, guys. Thanks to every one of you guys who's sharing the video. I appreciate you guys. Join me, let's share the video. Join me, let's share the video. Join me and let's have the discussion. Join me, share the video. Join me and share my video, guys. The year has come to an end. Let me share my view and opinion with you guys so we can move ahead into the new year and ask God to be with us. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. What's up there, Monyu? We are here, guys. We are here. Share our video. We are here. We are here, guys. Share the video. Final podcast for 2023. You don't want to miss this. Got a lot of things to unpack for you guys here, please. All right, I'm sharing mine here too, so please, we're going to share it in every group because that's the last broadcast. Please do not hesitate. Come and join us. All right, I'm almost done with my share, guys. I am almost done with my share. Sarah, what's up, my man? Saros. I see my man Saros here. I see my boss Sarah is here. Thank you for everything, man, Sarah. Thank you for everything. All the support from you guys, man. Happy New Year to you guys, man. We did it this year, and we're looking forward to doing it next year. Thanks to every one of you guys, man. Thanks to every one of you guys. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys. I see my boy Leon Harris here. I see my man Yango. I see my boy LIB Gayu here. Peter White. And of course, the great Pam Butter. Ansu Sano. All my boys down here, man. Thank you guys so much, man. And the great Tabagi, the Spia, and of course, my all in all, Monju is also here. Yeah, we have to share the video to everyone, guys. seeing everyone here right now coming on gradually. Take a look at the topic there, guys. We got our goal already set. We are going to be working towards that in 2024. We do have some recommendation, and we ask you to join us and listen to the recommendation here. To be on the safe side, join us. We are inviting everyone here because it's a very big day for us. We are inviting everyone to come and join us. All right, guys. So I think we have done enough. So let's turn the camera around. Let's turn the camera around. Let's turn the camera around and say farewell to 2023. Yes, guys. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. This is Jay Randy here again. We are back here again with another pack. So please, 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 please share the video. All right, Jay Randy is here. We're not going to let you down. As you can see, we have our goal already set. We are resetting ourselves from now to the end of 2024. Next year, around this time, we'll be asking you guys, what have you learned from this? This will be the question, by God's grace, next year around the time. All right? This platform, we are going to focus on ensuring that accountability, fostering responsibility, and maintaining ethical standards among all public officials. All right? So these are things that we're going to be looking at here. Like I said, we're going to take a very administrative approach. We're going to set our goal. We're going to set our agenda. By the time we come to the end of this year, next year, I want to make sure that you will be able to look at what accountability is and what responsibility is supposed to be for you and the public official out there. So thank you guys so much for the opportunity. My name is Jay Randy. If you're just watching me for the first time, welcome to my platform. By way of introduction, my name is Jay Randy. I am a Liberian, but I believe I'm the only Liberian that will not take back the system that I left behind after learning in this country and go back to Liberia and see that same system and embrace it. I cannot change Liberia, but Liberia will not change what I had learned in this country. And the only opportunity I have is to be on the platform to share my view, my thought with you guys. That's all. If you want to have a sustainable country, you must begin to look at all the cause factors, the root causes of why we are behind, and begin to catalog them and start to find solution. You look for solution by putting yourself in the stage or status of being accountable, asking people who support you to be responsible, and make sure that everything is done through ethical standards. If we can put the three things together, I strongly believe that Liberia will be a better country before 2065. Other than that, many of the generation got to die, and one of the 2013 generation to 2025, by 2065, we try to make Liberia a better country. 2024 is a year that is coming with so many things. We are not too sure whether there will be World War III in 2024. We are not sure whether a rollback will take more jobs from people. We are not sure whether there will not be another epidemic. It's possible it could be. So there are a lot of things that are coming our way from the first nation that I call the developed world. And then we'll come to the second nation. And of course, the developing country such as Liberia. So while it is true that these big nations are faced with so many challenges that could impact us as a developing country, we too need to understand some of the challenges we have so that we can be able to find some sort of solution to our problem. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome every one of you guys there. Please share the video, and I'm going to take out my mic because I think I had charged up enough to start a broadcast here. Today is the 31st of December. That means that we have completed 365 days that God has given us through this year. And I want to thank God for every one of you guys who sat on the platform with me, whether we got along, we did not get along. I want to bless God, and I want to thank him also for giving you guys his blessing to bring you through up to this end. For those who are not able to make it with us up to the time of this year, may their soul rest in peace and let perpetual shine on them. They are not better than us, neither are we better than them. But whatever God said, we're happy. We're happy. We just got to take it and move ahead and hope that their loved ones that we know, we continue to at least greet them and make them to feel happy among ourselves. And you know, as a God-fearing child, even though I don't go to Liberian People Church, I'm going to have my prayer here tonight. I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray by myself. You know, and maintain that good relationship with God as always. But to be quite honest with you guys, I don't think the churches that are being ran by Liberians is a place for me to go. That is my own personal obligation between God and myself. So I would like to say a big thank you to every one of you guys. So again, if you're just joining me here, I'm going to turn the camera around so that you can get to see my goal. So guys, this is my goal. If you support this platform, this is the goal that we are setting today. And we're going to use this goal throughout next year. If it calls for any modification, we will modify the goal again throughout the course of 2024. But we are going to focus on accountability. We are going to focus on responsibility, and we are going to maintain ethical standard. Every one of us has some responsibility in what you just saw. It is up to you to join me so that together we can achieve that. And the way to do that is to take a close look. Why I need you? I need you because together we can build what we call citizen for accountability, responsibility, and ethical standard. These are things that people don't believe in, and that's one of the reasons why our country is behind. But I will continue to do my part. I set the goal. I ask you guys to come and join me so that during the course of next year, we can begin the process of holding government official, public servant accountable by doing our part as responsible citizens, by challenging what they do, what they say through the eyes of ethics. So why do I need you? I need you so that we together can form this group called Liberia Citizens for Accountability, Responsibility, and Ethical Standard. I'm not giving you the goal. You know what the goal is, and you know what role you need to play, and that's why I'm inviting you here. There is no mandatory requirement to come and join me here. We are only fighting to reduce the problem we have. I can guarantee you, and I will say this from now to whatever year, until God take me away from the face of the planet, that country called Liberia is not going to be the Rwanda, it's not going to be the Ghana till 2065. Why? Because the culture of so many impunity in our country, the identity, culture, politically, economically, travel means is going to hold us back. All those things going to hold us back. So all we can do is to start fighting against it now to reduce the weight that it has put on our country. But it's going to be very, very difficult. And that's why we have to set these goals. One of the major challenges we have, because many Liberians have already been programmed to only believe what they hear from other people. We can't change their mind. They are made up their mind. There's nothing we can do to change their mind. So again, I would like to say welcome to the J. Randy Show. All right. This is by way. In the coming year, we're going to still maintain our show. We're going to still present to you our vision. And we're still going to tell you to keep subscribing with us. All right. Those are the 3 pages we have. So please do not hesitate to subscribe with us. We're going to roll that over into that. Yes. All right. So we're still going to be asking for your little donation. All right. Please help us with your donation if you have it. That is something that we look forward to because we got a lot of things to do. Your donation is not mandatory. It's by will. So if you don't even feel the need or the urgency to make any donation, you are under no obligation to do so. And you are also welcome here. Because whatever you do, it should come from the bottom of your heart. We are not in the business of selling certificate here. We are not in the business of lying to you and taking money from you. No. Whatever we do here, we ask you to look in yourself and ask us ask yourself and see what you can do for us. That's all we do on the platform here. So we'll continue on that. And then today, going forward, we are going to focus on the next 6 years on Joe Boca presidency. Joe Boca presidency will be defined by you, myself, and others, especially on the platform. We are going to use this goal starting 2024, where we're going to hold every public official accountable. We're going to foster that true responsibility, and we're going to maintain our consistency through ethical standard. So we know exactly what we are going to do, and all we ask is your continued support. And we need you. Your continued support, again, will be based on your participation by getting involved to join us in accountability, by being responsible and utilizing ethical standards. And everything will be done on the show, and then we will continue to provide the basic information from you. So the presidency of Joseph Boakai are things that we're going to look at in the coming year and beyond. While Liberians voted for Joe, then George Weah is going to be the topic today. We're going to break things down for you, and I just want to embrace everyone for coming here, but I also want you to embrace what I'm going to be saying here today. Starting next year, after the 22nd, I believe, George Weah will be former president, but it is important that we conduct and we present to you a clear-cut analysis of why CDC got defeated. And what does that mean for Joe Boca, who came and made his promises? And how do we put everything into context? And that is the goal that we set. So I want you to take the ride with me, and let's get into the discussion. Let's get into the discussion. And the discussion will present a lot of things. Now, remember, accountability. Remember, your responsibility. Remember, we have to look at things ethically. And on the platform, trust me, we have all the resources. You will recall during the election that Liberians and the political leaders, they did everything possible to have Joe Boca elected and to remove George Weah. I want you to get that clear and crystal clear. So we are now about to go into the discussion because time is fast spent. Some of you guys have to go to church. I'm not going to hold you guys here. All right? Now, in Liberia, usually I know people start church. When I used to be an altar boy at the St. Stephen Episcopal Church usually used to go between 10 to 12. That's how they used to run the church. So right now, it's just after 9 o'clock, almost chasing to 9:30. So we'll try to do the best. I know that I don't know the time frequency now in Liberia as it relates to New Year Eve church service. But again, we are not asking everyone to be here by force because the podcast will be recast tomorrow while you enjoy yourself. So with that being said, I want to remind you, President Weah election in 2017 was based on expectation. It was based on expectation. Joseph Boakai election in 2023 was based on fear. I want you to understand this. And don't judge me right now. Let's absorb what I just said. Joseph Boakai election 2023 was based on fear. George Weah election in 2017 was based on expectation. Let's deep into George Weah. After 12 years of being in opposition, and after 12 years of being in power, Joe Boakai taking on George Weah, there were high expectations from sedition and other Liberians. The expectation got George Weah to take a 62% lead over Joe Boakai. And going into the 6th year that George Weah served, or is about to complete next month, the expectation from the Liberian people came in so many ways. There were some who were complacent with what Weah was doing. They felt the need not to be listener. There were other Liberians, on the other hand, who were very anxious for change. They wanted change, and they were now waiting to see the process, the format of getting things done. Yes, they didn't see that. Yes. All right? So they didn't see that. They did not see that because the expectation was very high. So it came at a time where between 2020, 2021, 2022, many citizens became very delusional. They became very, very delusional. They started to see disappointment in many Liberians. And what started happening? The expectation of George Weah started to go down. But they were not sensitive to listening to that. And then what happened to Joe Boca? Joe Boca seized that opportunity after seeing many opposition coming to office through the special election that was held. And today, Mr. Weah's expectation let the people down. The other opportunity for Joe Boca came right now based on fear. And let me tell you how the fear came about. Joseph Boca and others decided to group themselves together and started to tell the Liberian people, George Weah has mismanaged the country. Allegation of corruption, impunity, lack of food safety. But there were others who believed that George Weah would do his best. But where the fear came in, the people from the Boca camp said to the Liberian people, would you rather stick with George Weah that had done all these things, or would you rather have Joseph Boca, even though he's has some medical condition, he might not do everything for you guys. Look at him. Or will you rather stay with George Weah, who had done things all the 6 years that you've been crying for? Are you willing to take that route? That was the supporters of Joe Boca saying those things to the Liberian people. Knowing the Liberian people, they became so intimidated and scary, and that we can't take that road with George Weah anymore. We don't know what the man would do for us, Joe Boca, but we'd rather take our chances with him. So based on fear, many of them got on the line. Even to the extent when Joe Boca said, if they cheat on the election or they try to rig the election, there will be nothing. It created another fear again, and they decided to join Joe Boca today. But the question here is, Liberian claim within the last 18 years, they have been having election. But what have they been benefiting? Who have been the beneficiary of all this election? Who giving Liberian the assurance that when they vote for a candidate, they are actually voting for something? But there are some group of people who will vote, who will ask Liberian to vote, and they will get something. They will say to themselves, I'm going into this party because I'm going to get something. Every political merger, who do they use to get elected? Whether it is Ellen 12 years, George Weah 6 years, Boca coming to power. The political marriage. People who come in with a political marriage, they are the one looking at themselves and say, you know what? I'm getting something from this election here. Prince Johnson, I supported Ellen. I'm getting something out of this. Charles Walker Bronsky, may so rest in peace, Liberty Party. I'm supporting CDC, or I'm supporting Ellen because I'm getting something out of this. MPP, Joel Howard Taylor, I'm supporting Ellen or I'm supporting Weah because I'm getting something out of this. How many Liberian people who voted for whether it is Weah or Ellen 12 years or Joe Boca can say that? We have the proof. We have the proof. Why you think Prince Johnson rejected to support George Weah? Because he felt that what he wanted, he didn't get it. But when the Nima people went and joined Prince Johnson and voted for Ellen, did they get what they want or only Prince Johnson? Did you see them getting job? Did you see them getting what they need in the county for the last 12 years? fear are the reason why the politician will use our people through their political party to get their aim accomplished. Look at Teo Gonglo today. What did he tell the people? Don't vote for Weah. Don't vote for Boka. But in the end, what happened? He threw his support. Why you think he threw his support? Because he getting something out of it. You sent me a list yesterday. Ain't name on that list to be the suspected justice minister? Of course. He's getting something out of this. My point here is, guys, Liberians, until you realize that the politician, they are not a solution to that problem that in that country called Liberia. They are part of the problem and not the solution. But you see, many Liberians will not sit on the kind of platform such as this to understand. And for some of us, and thank God for you guys here, we just continue to have the kind of conversation until Liberians realize that politician and in some capacity the government is not going to be the problem solver for you. They're only going to use you. They're going to use you. And in the end, they're going to benefit. Every one of them who ran in the first primary, whether the Ellen time for 12 years, we had time for 6 years, Boga coming, they are getting something out of this election. They're looking at themselves and say, look, we're forming the party because we're getting something out of it. The Liberian people will only use them because they are our population of people that we can use to get to political power. But we're getting something out of this. So if you look at the whole benefit and the time and effort, look at all the 12 years that Liberians voted for Ellen, the 2 terms. Look at the 6 years that Liberians voted for Weah. Who benefited? Do you see the citizen benefiting? Have we created a middle class? Or have we created a working class? Do we even have wages that determine who we are? We don't have none of those things. These guys have formed a different political party. When they get into the second round, they say to themselves, I'm voting for George Weah or I'm voting for Boga because I know what I'm going to be getting out of the party. My fellow Liberians, they're using you guys. But you see, some of you guys were born to be used. Some of you guys were born to reject the truth. And I can't fault you for that. Because why you don't understand, Liberian men say it's because of you. Some of you guys are going to go in here. But there's an opportunity down the road. And that is why our goal, let's go back to our goal again, because this is going to be very interactive. What is our goal? Our goal here for 2024, on the platform, we will focus on ensuring accountability, fostering responsibility, and maintaining ethical standard. Why am I introducing the strategy? Because any election are coming now. I want you to say to your family member, ask them, what are you going to be getting out of this? That you're going to stay online. Because one of the politicians always win in the end. One of them always win in the end. So we must have a strategy. We must have a focus. And that's why I'm encouraging every one of you guys. It's not about CDC. It's not about Unity Party. Y'all know me. I don't back wrong. Yesterday I was here on We Are Back. I don't back wrong. Because you know what? I'm not interested in going back to that country. Another year coming to end again. If you didn't add into the other year in the country here for. Like I said, this is where I will die. I'm not going to joke with you guys. This is where I will die. Because nothing going to come from that country. Nothing. They are not willing to take some of our ideas. I share a post with you guys today. And I said, if you're between the age of 18 to 35, you have to find a way to live. You know why I said that? There are people right now sitting in the different public offices now. When Joe Boga take office. If a young guy from CDC walk to that office and say, I'm qualified, they're going to tell you, you're not getting no job here. Yo, we have for other year, you're not getting no job here. What hope does that person have in our country? They're not going to tell you, say, you know what, you qualify, you're this one, you coming to work with us here. So let's work, we'll hold you up to your standard. No, they're going to start pointing. It's happening to some of us here. It happened to some of us. You know why CDC themselves did not call some of us? Even though we supported them? Because they know that Jay Rennie are not going to back down to any bull crap. What more about the people in the other party? You think they're going to call some of us here? No. So when I look at all these things, I got enough information to look at you guys and say, that country will not be better. In the country here, people can know you are Republican, you're a Democrat, you go for a job, they're taking you. All they ask you to do is to commit yourself to their job, do what you can do. They will tell you you want to do your politics, go outside there. Our society has inherited a system of governance, but we got problem in implementing it because we identify ourselves with what? Personal feelings into these things. But again, like I said, at the end of the post, you're not forced to leave. It is just a request, a suggestion to you. You're not supposed to leave. But I know that some of you guys were born in that country. The new year that coming. You're not going to hold a paycheck again. You're not going to operate a vehicle again. You won't go through that whole year with nothing. And you're going to look at your children and look at your friends and say, that guy and myself went to school together. But look where he is today. And your children are going to ask you, but why are you not there? And that is why we want to hold people accountable. I'm here to tell you guys the truth. The church that I go to, it tells me to manifest the truth everywhere I go. For the Liberian churches, I challenge all the pastors, they don't do those things. Pastors today are not preaching for soul winning. They are preaching for prosperity. Do I look like somebody that can go sit down in a church? You can look at me, oh, I see money coming your way. No. The pastor, both in the diaspora and back home, got series of problems. So let's hold it there. And let's do a summary review before we get into the true reality here. There are some reality that will be taking place next year. And there are some recommendations that I have for the government and people of Liberia. Let's start with the educational system. You and I went to school in Liberia. You know, there are educational systems in the world that are built within different systems. The other day we talk about accountability, we look at political accountability, we look at bureaucratic accountability, and we look at citizenship accountability. Our educational system in the new coming government, I have a few recommendations, and I want you guys to listen very good. One, if I told you, or let me just say, what I'm about to tell you, that the educational system we have in our country, 633, that's the system we have, 633. How long has that been in existence in our country? The 633. I'm not talking about soccer here. Soccer here got 442, this. Education in our country also has a system, and it is called 633. How is it called 633? 6 years in elementary school, 3 years in junior high school, and 3 years in high school. The system is called 633. How many of you guys ever thought about that before? Well, we have utilized that system for a very long time, and it has not paid dividend. Our infrastructure is weak. Do you think it's about time that we try to change that formation? There are so many formations we have, we can recommend. But I'm not going to be the one to come tell you guys here, because knowledge must be paid for. It's not free anymore. But I want to tell you that the 633 formation we have is not working at all. We need to change that. There are different structure or system. It's like you're on the field, you're using 443, this one, that one in your formation. If it's not working, you're supposed to change that, right? Same way with the educational system. Liberia currently uses a 633 educational system, and it has been so bad off. So we need to look at other ways. Maybe we can look at an 8-4 system. I don't know. But it would take a consolidated effort to sit down and see what system we want to use. Now, with that being said, let's come to some recommendation here, folks. We are heading towards the 20th century. We are heading towards 2030. Here are a few things that I would like to see. I would like to see an integration and decentralization of our country governmental structure. Let's start with integration first. Now, when you integrate things, you try to reduce costs and try to make it very comprehensive. I understand that many people don't understand these things. To be honest with you guys, And these are high-level conversations that many Liberians don't understand, because the platform they find themselves in, people are not resourceful to have the kind of conversation. But consider yourself to be somebody who is blessed to have someone like me sitting down here and having this conversation, because that's one of the reasons why the people in this country are policymakers. All right? Number one, you know why we in the diaspora, we are not having the voice as a unified people? And do you know why the diaspora affair was established by the Israelis? And do you know why it is so powerful? Well, one recommendation. Let's start with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If we want to see a better Liberia that will include everybody, that name, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, should be rebranded to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. You know what the Diaspora Affairs is there for? It is to make sure that every Liberian around the world be considered as a Liberian and not as a partisan. What can come out of that along the way? Liberian in different parts of the world will be voting without going to Liberia. Do you know how much it costs for somebody to fly, to go to Liberia, go vote and come back? Time, money, energy. But when you have a foreign minister who will think about ways to integrate that idea and create a decentralization of voters around the world that are Liberians, of course, you're going to have challenges, but there's nothing wrong with you starting the process. Do you think we'll ever have a Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs? Because it will give meaning to every one of you guys. A ministry that will say, you know what, if you're a nurse in Germany as a Liberian, if you're a nurse in South Korea, the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs is going to open up a database. Everybody put their resume in there. Whenever the Liberian government needs expert, they don't have to hire you. They can just go look in that database and say, oh, look at this person they call Kou. She's very good. Let's speak to her, because her resume will have all her contact. Are we ready to take on 2024 to 2030 with that kind of idea? My belief here is no. My belief is no. It's not going to work, because we have too many people who are from the old school that don't think in this way. It's not going to work. We are far behind. Number two, we have the Ministry of Information, right? We have the Ministry of Information. Can the Ministry of Information integrate itself to the Ministry of Information, Communication, and of course, digital economy? Let's forget about the information. Let's forget about the communication. What about digital economy? What is digital economy? Today, many of you guys are on Facebook. You see the Nigerian today? Every funny video you see of the Nigerian, they are part of the digital economy. You talk too much on Facebook, Facebook pay you. You carry live stream, you get paid. Social media, you got paid. It's creating what we call digital economy. It's going to push back on the traditional economy, but that digital economy, many countries are focusing on that. Who right now will be sitting down in Liberia and start to think about ways like that? That we need to have the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Digital Economy. Who think about those things? Who think about those things? This is real talk. Other countries now are turning the page into 2024, looking at these things. But we are so infatuated with different stuff like that. That's another integration we need to carry out. Number two, Ministry of Lands, Mines and Energy. Can we change that to the Ministry Lands, Public Work, and how they call it, urban development? Why you think today in the interior part of the country is not developed? We one time used to have Ministry of Rural Development. But when Eddie took that ministry out, what happened to the rural part of the country? There's no motivation to develop the rural part of the country, because there's nobody focused in developing the rural part of the country. So can we take the Ministry of Land, Public Works, and Rural Development and make that into one big ministry so that everybody can have their principal focus? Can we do that? Of course we should be able to do that, right? We should be able to do that. These are things that I'm looking forward to from now to the end of Joe Boca administration. He's not supposed to do everything I'm suggesting now in 2024. But he can purpose in your mind to say, you know what? We have to integrate and decentralize. That's what we need to do. Integrate and decentralize. How many people thinking about those things? How many people? How many people thinking about those things, folks? If we don't focus on these things, we're not going anywhere in our country. Because you know why? The people on Facebook, they are already divided. They don't want to hear the kind of, oh, remember what I meant talking over there. And that's why I always say we'll remain in the white man country for a long time. Because as Liberians, we are not ready to think in the way I'm talking right now. We're not ready for that. We're not ready for that. We are not ready for that. All right? Ministry of Commerce, what the National Investment Commission? Can we take the Ministry of Commerce, integrate with the Investment Commission and industry, and start to look at ways that we can have Ministry of Commerce, industry, and investment, and make sure we set standard in those things? Blend it together. What about the EPA? Can the EPA merge with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with Forestry, and call that the Ministry of Environment and Forestry? Bring them together because they are from the same environment, right? Why can't we do that? The Liberia Marketing Association can be turned into the Liberia Small Enterprise, and then we can blend them together as well. Mr. Boka is talking about sanitation. Can Mr. Boka sit down and say, look, we need to take the Water and Sewer Corporation and bring in the sanitation so that they can work together, because water and sanitation, they are together. This is integration, folks. This is integration. I'm just putting the ideas out there. People are not willing to buy into the idea then, my friend. Remember the Ministry of Information, Culture and Affairs? Why would take the tourism from there? Take the tourism from there. Bring it back and say, the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. People like to venture. You see most of the TV shows, you see the lion there going after the people get on the thing. That would be another way of creating jobs for people too. Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. Can we do that? Are we going to do those things, folks? You got to think about these things, folks. We don't have people in our country that think. We have followers. So most of the time, our people just sit down and just follow things. But other countries on our continent right now, they are doing so well. They are trying to follow all things. But we're not doing nothing. So I just thought it was just to share the few things with you guys. And you know, I don't mean to ruin your day and stuff like that. But those are just my thoughts. Until I start to see the changes in Liberia, I'll start having faith that Liberia can be a better country. Other than that, we celebrate New Year every year. How old are we again? 176 years. And how old is Ghana? How old is Rwanda and other countries? And look at their success rate. And look at our underperforming rate. Because we are just a nation of followers of people. We're not willing to hear the truth from other people. So I think the little space that I have on social media, and thank God for you guys who come and join me here, is for us to be able to have this kind of conversation. So that you can see that things will not be better. So that you can understand why it will not be better. Because people are not willing to take on the challenges. I'm not here to come force things to change. I'm just going to tell you that if I tell you, say, that country will not be better in the 2065, don't let nobody fool you. Even the developing partner will come to that country. They will recommend the same thing. They're not going to hold anybody here and say, go do it this way. No, they're not going to do that. So again, the presidency of Joe Boka, we are going to use our goal this year, in this coming year, to hold Joe Boka accountable. So let's come back to the Liberian people again. We already told you that fear got people electing Joe Boka. We are due to high expectation because Ellen performed poorly for 12 years with Boka. He will got elected. But what happened to the election time? What did Boka told the people? What did he tell the people? Let's look at a few things that Boka said here. You will remember Joseph Boka promises made by Joseph Boka. One, Joe Boka said 50,000 jobs will be created. All right? In the first 150 days. It's in the front page newspaper. I already have it here. So the day Joe Boka get inaugurated, the counting will start. 150 days, we will be expecting 50,000 jobs. Where do we come? Remember, our goal is to hold public officials accountable. Our responsibility is to look at what they say ethically. Joe Boka said, after 150 days, there will be 50,000 jobs in the country. keep that in your mind, because we're coming with some brilliant analysis that will determine why we are got kicked out of office and whether Boca will live up to the standard. But the barrier there, or the blockade there, will be opening the people's minds. Let's go back to the second part here. Joe Boca also said, number 2, right here, what he said, no car will get stopped. In the Liberian way, they said, no car will hitch, right? Is that me saying that, or that Joe Boca? Joe Boca said in 100 days, when he take office, no car will hitch. Am I the one that's saying that, or I'm just referencing what he said? And how do we hold Joe Boca accountable? By doing what we do as citizens. And that's why we have the citizen, or the Liberian citizen, for accountability, responsibility, and ethical standard. Right? Yes. During the campaign season, Joe Boca also mentioned, let's go to number 3. During the campaign season, Joe Boca said the people's salary were cut by the WIA administration, something they call, how they call it, harmonization. So Joe Boca promised that civil servant salary will increase. So we will also be holding Joe Boca feet to the fire. Now, interestingly, the most recent one he said in 2022 is this one right here. In 2022, Joseph Boca promised that if elected as president, he will require all his ministers to spend 6 months in each county before traveling abroad. This will allow the minister to gain a better understanding of the need and concern of the people in each county. Am I lying here, guys? Y'all that follow politics all the time. Am I lying here? Am I lying here? Number 4, number 3, number 2, and number 1. Am I lying here? Thank you very much, Monu. Anybody else? Am I lying here? The platform is interactive. So when I ask you that question, I'm looking for answer from you guys. Am I lying here? Am I misleading you here? These are the campaign promises. Am I lying here? Thank you very much, y'all. Even if you're a Unity Party person watching here, let's be honest. Joe Boca got the thing now. He's president now, or soon to be president. But these are pillars of promises he made. These are things that he put in the ground. Right? So, now that he said all those things, should we now sit down and wait for Joe Boca? No, it does not work like that in democracy. And that is why we have to go back to where we started our goal. Our goal in 2024, is to use this platform to focus on ensuring accountability. Well, Joe Boca made that promise, so he should be accountable to ensuring that that information he shared during the campaign will be met. And how do we ensure? By doing our part as responsible citizens. Because what Joe Boca said, we want to maintain the ethics and standard in what he says. All right? So these are the things that Boca said that he will do. Take a good look at it. Take a screenshot. Because by the time Boca get inaugurated, we will start asking him. Because he said all these things. He said all these things. Why? Because we want our people to get something out of this election. The next 6 years, it should not just be the politicians out there who merge with Joe Boca to be getting something out of this. And how do we ensure and help our people to understand these things? Is by reminding Joe Boca what he told us. But the Liberian people too, they too complain too, right? Yes. Some of the Liberian people complain. And what are some of the things they were complaining about? Well, we have it here for you guys. This was just their own mindset of things. So let's look in their mind what some of them were saying about the weird government. Well, some of the reason Liberians voted for Joe Boca, they said there will be no more suffering in the country. Am I lying here again, folks? Some of them said there will be no suffering in the country. And some of them look at the idea where Joe Boca said he'll create 1,000 jobs. They say, yeah, Joe Boca is going to create more jobs. That's the saying of the Liberian people. That's not me. Number 3, they said there will be no more hardship in the country. Because these very people were saying this thing to him, we are a government. And that's why they rejected him. Because oftentimes, we started suffering. We saw Cummings along with Louis Brown and marching the country, we tired suffering. And people buy into that idea. So, should we expect suffering to come when Boca take office? What the people said, the Liberian people have spoken. They have spoken because they want to get something out of this and want to remind them. If Joe Boca is not doing the right thing, will bring this thing back. So what you see here, folks, it's going to be a long way in this year coming. Every time I appear, especially sitting down here, you and I will master those things. So remember the Joe Boca promises. Remember the reason why the Liberian people voted for Joe Boca, and then we'll come into the third component. I want you guys to remember all those things because these are things that will be repeating all the time. So what did the Liberian people say again after number 3 there? What did they say about number 4? Number 4, they are saying no car will get stuck in 100 days. So they believe what Joe Boca said, that no car will get stuck in 100 days. They believe that. That's number 5. Number 5, they said no car will get stuck. And then number 4, they said there will be job for all eligible Liberians. And I hope that every eligible Liberian will get it. And then number 6, no Liberian will die again in the country. There used to be people during the weird days when he was president, going around with a camera. People just die in the country. People just die in the country. We were taking note. People just die in the country. We are just came for putting it here. So when Boca take office, the ordinary Liberian that used to go out in the street, get their phone and showing the body. Did you guys see that again? Am I making up things here? So if they complain about all those things that equated to voting we are out of office, then we should be of the expectation that people will not die in the country. Because if people start dying in the country, then we'll use that same descriptive words they were using that, oh, people that die in the Boca administration here. And why should people get mad? Because that's how the system was set up, right? The system was set up. And what some of them were saying too again, let's look at number 7. Someone said Liberia would be a land of milk and honey. All right? For all Liberians. They told you that. And then last but not the least, they said no Liberian will ask diaspora help. Ask for diaspora help. Again, because Joe Boca will care for them. So we dealt with Joe Boca promise that he made. Some Liberians have voted for Joe Boca. We heard what they just said. Now let's come to the intellectual people now. The people who got a PhD, this one. What they said about Joe Boca, why he won over Joshua. Let's get into that. Like I said, we're going to break things down because as we go into 2024, I want you to go in there with what Joe Boca promised, what the Liberian people voted for Joe Boca, and what the intellectuals said. When you get those data, you're going to use your accountability, you're going to use the responsibility and the ethical standard to go into those things and to start challenging them. All right? Let's get into a few of the things here again. Now, Liberian can say the intelligentsia, right? Let's see what the intelligentsia people say here. All right? Now, I want you to listen and watch this. I'm going to turn the light off because it's more detail. So people in the intelligentsia community, this is what they said. And we're going to go through all of this. And then after that, I will turn the camera on. The lights on. They said Liberians became very delusional. And they said they were tired and disappointed with Joshua. So starting from here, delusional men. All right, to loosenment with George Weah. That's what the intelligent people say, the bookish people. That's what they say. They say, to loosenment with Weah administration. What does that mean? They say, many Liberians were disappointed with the lack of progress under the Weah administration, under the Weah presidency, despite his promises, issue such as poverty, unemployment, food insecurity, and poor electricity supply. Now, Sidishan, don't get vexed. The thing is over. So remember, Joe Boca promised about what he would do. Number two, we have what the Liberian people said. And then number three, we have the book people. So we are now looking at the book people now. That's what they said. This is the part of movement. Let's listen to it. Because in the end, your part of time will come. Number two, they said there were a lot of allegations of corruption. And they said Weah presidency was marred by allegation of grift. That's what they said. Right? Number three, support from Prince Johnson. They said Senator Johnson's influence played a significant role in Boca's victory. His support enabled Boca to win Nima, the second largest county in the country. That's a fact. That is a fact. Let's go to number four. Failure to secure vote in Masurado County. The intelligent people said Weah was unable to increase his vote in Masurado County, a county where he served as senior senator. This inability led to his defeat. You follow me there, guys? Then number five said Boca campaign. So after all the things they said from 1 to 4, Boca came in and to capitalize on it. So number five, Boca campaign promises. Boca campaign promise on investing in agriculture, infrastructure during his campaign. He also highlighted the need to rescue the nation from what he termed as mismanagement by Weah administration. And then number 6, public perception of Boca. So the last 2 is giving Boca the opportunity. The first 4 is letting Weah down. So the public perception, that is the people, they said Boca was seen, all right, as a man of principle, all right, which Garner himself, for instance, one supporter expressed hope in Boca's ability to bring about change. Those were the words from the intelligentsia people. That is their perception. We got 3 things now that will be taken into 2024. 1, the promises Boca made on the campaign trail. 2, what the Liberian people said Liberia would be like on Boca. And then 3, the intelligentsia people, the bookish people, what they just said. How do we catalog those things and put it into context? Remember our platform? Everything that I just read to you, the 3 categories, we are going to use the platform to focus on ensuring that whatever they say we could not do, whatever they say, the Liberian people say Boca will do, whatever Boca promised, those are the things that we are going to focus on utilizing our goal for 2020. Focus on ensuring accountability of everything that was mentioned in the 3 indicators. The 3 slides, and everything that was on each slide, we're going to use the accountability to start holding them accountable. Yes, that's what we're going to be doing. For example, let's go back here. Everything it says here, they say here, we are going to start taking the opposite approach to all these things to have the Boca administration implement these things. And I can guarantee you, our mother will be cursed. They will be making threat against us because of the approach we're going to take. They are not here today But the moment Boka start and we start to challenge them on everything we say here, some of them will even come here and they will start making comments because they're not here today. They're looking forward to January. But we are here planning very strategically to challenge them. It is not for CDC. It is not for any political party, but it is for the people of Liberia. Because they already gave us what they thought was the best thing to do, right? To get we are out of office. So we're going to go to the responsibility part, all right? And that is why I need you guys. I will need you guys on the platform for us to use our units, our uniform force to hold the Boka administration accountable. And how do we start in 24, when when he take office? First thing we're going to do is we're going to start asking Joe Boka now, where is your national development plan for Liberia? That national development plan will be used to fix every campaign promises, the expectation of what some Liberians said, and what the intelligentsia people said. So the first thing we'll do when Joe Boka take office is to start asking him for his national development plan. Failure to produce that plan, we will start to hold Joe Boka accountable. We'll start to tell him that ethically something is fundamentally wrong with him. We will be doing those things because we have a responsibility for the Liberian people. Did I say anything wrong here? Or I'm just being very objective with what Boka has said? I want you to understand that. I want you to understand that. So with the National Development Plan, we are expecting to see Joe Boka, and again, with the National Development Plan, we are expecting to see Joe Boka meeting all these promises. We are going to expect Joe Boka to meet the people's demand through that National Development Plan. And then, of course, the National Development Plan, again, we are going to see what can be fixed. Because from 1 to 4, it was all bad things about we are. 5 and 6, Boka campaign promises, the perception of the Liberian people should all cover this. And I mean that will be measuring Joe Boka progress against we are progress. And that will be sometime around this year. Sometime around this time, 2024, a gospel our life. We'll be coming back and we'll be asking the question in 2024, around the same time. That's Jay Randy. They're not going to elect me. And that's why I'm not going back to the country. Because we got everything structured here now. Everything is structured here. All right? All right. So with that being said, I got something for you guys here. And I'm going to turn the light off so you can take your time to read it. All right? All right. There we go. There we go there, folks. There we go. A letter of appreciation from me to every one of you guys. A letter of appreciation from me to every one of you guys. Dear friends, as we bid farewell to 2023, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude for your unwavering support and collaboration throughout the year. And I truly mean this, guys. I truly mean it from the bottom of my heart. Your companionship has been a beacon of light in my life. I'm very serious about that. And you can see me in my car, in my house. We share fun, we laugh, talk to you guys on the phone. I really enjoy it. I really did. That beacon of light in my life, guided me through challenges. I had some challenges in my life too. Not perfect person. Towards success. Your dedication or coming on the show, whether we won with 2, with 3, people saying that we don't have enough people. I sincerely want to thank you guys for all hard work you have done. Not only contribution, the contribution you made to our show, monetary contribution, moral support, but also the foster of a spirit of unity and commemorating. I wanted to say comrade, but it got revised to commemorating that all I will always cheer you guys as comrade. Thank you for standing by me, my side. I'm reading through the camera now, so tears won't come in my eye, but it will not come in my eye. I have to fight it. I have to fight it. I will not sit here to cry, folks. Thank you for standing by me, or thank you for standing by my side, for your invulnerable contribution, and for the memorable moments or remarkable moment we have shared. Here to Bond, we have strengthened in 2023, and to the adventure that await us in a new year. With heartfelt thanks from J. Randy. So we turn the page, and then we want to say to every one of you guys, happy 2024 from J. Randy and you guys, the Liberian Citizens for Accountability and Responsibility. I want to say thanks to every one of you guys. Last but not the least, we have Josh Weir. We want to thank Mr. Weir for what he did in the past 6 years. There are things that he did that will be in our country that we'll see for a very long period of time. So with that being said, I want to say a big thank you to every one of you guys. And as we go towards 2024, let us be very strong. And don't give up in life. Sorry there, guys. Don't give up in life. Do not give up in life. Sorry there, guys. Let me come back to my screen and my finger just. Want to say thank you to, to President Weir. He did his part. But now we are going to go into a new government. We just got to use our citizen part of our responsibility and hold the government feet to the fire just to ensure that they do their part. Yes, to do their part. So let me just turn this thing around and then turn the light on. And I just want to say a big thank you to every one of you guys. We came a long way, there are times some of you guys show up. There are times some of you guys did not. But we managed to get through. So to you and to your family, we have finally come to this point of the year, closing the door on the J. Randy Show. And I would like to say a big thank you to every one of you guys. We're not going to have any broadcast tonight. Hopefully tomorrow, we might repeat the broadcast. And this time around, we'll use our computer to repeat the broadcast just to make sure that those who miss it will be part of it. But we are certainly looking forward to you guys joining us in 2024. In fact, tomorrow, depending on how the day goes, we'll be calling on you guys to call into the show and tell what your expectation will be. And I want to integrate your expectation into my show next year. So your participation will be also welcome as well. All right? So thank you guys so much. We passed the mini mark now. I know many people in Liberia going to church. And as you guys prepare for your evening service, God bless you. And thank you guys so much. J. Randy is out of here, guys. Happy 2024 to you guys. And let's continue to celebrate what God has given us. So enjoy your New Year with your family. I'm going to be enjoying it here too with myself and my family. Thank you guys so much. It has been J. Randy's show here. And again, happy 2024 to you and your family. See you guys next year. All right, see you guys next year.
to make sure that we take this party to another level. We are not just the women that everybody knows. We are different because we call ourselves Supreme Sisters. As a leader of the Supreme Sisters, I'm going to dedicate myself to work hard and strong for the next 2014 and 2017 to take our ambassador to another level. So I call on all citizens that is here today to join me in celebrating our 2014, our senator, aspiring senator, and 2017, our next president, and we welcome him. Thank you.
Wow. What a golden voice we listen to. A new day. Yes, we all hope for a new day. Thank you very much. I must firstly congratulate the elected officials and members of the Supreme Sisters for embarking upon this water tax, which is to organize themselves into a movement to promote the platform of the party and to increase our membership. Please be assured, therefore, of our continued support to this noble tax. We will do so by committing our time, our resources to promote your programs and projects. In this light, I call upon all citizens and our well-wishers to support the various fundraising programs and promotional activities of the Supreme System. Additionally, we expect that the relationship between the Supreme Sisters and the Women League be cordial and complementary. Whereas all members of Supreme Sisters are invariably members of the Women League, but sometimes not necessarily with all members of the Women League be members of the Supreme Sisters. It is therefore imperative that both work together for the growth and success of our party. Importantly also, I want to encourage other auxiliaries within the party to revitalize and embark upon programs and projects aimed to promoting the cause so that they too can become more relevant within the party. Once more, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me congratulate and encourage the officers elect of Supreme Sisters on the occasion of their installation. But let me admonish you that leadership is first and foremost about service and a commitment to the task for which you were elected to perform. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the Constitution and by laws of the Democratic Congress for Democratic Change, the CDC, the auxiliary group, the Supreme Sisters, are being elected and to be installed.
As officials and members of the Supreme Sister, they will work closely with the Women League, the Executive Committee, and the entire membership of the Congress for Democratic Change for the benefit of all. Now, the oath of office. Will all officers elect of Supreme Sister please come forward? Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Call your name and position, whatever is needed. I do solemnly swear that I will uphold, defend, and protect the Constitution and bylaws of the Congress for Democratic Change, bear true faith and allegiance to the CDC and its people, so help me God. Thank you. Well, the civil, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, some princess just take the Bible to pledge their loyalty and allegiance to the Mighty Congress for Democratic Change before our dynamic chairman and members and officials of Congress for Democratic Change. We continue. It is only right and fitting that we, as officials and members of the Mighty Congress for Democratic Change, pledge our full support to these new officers in every way to accomplish the purpose of the party as outlined in our Constitution. Will all officials and members of the Congress for Democratic Change please rise? Do you, as officials and executive committee members and members of the Congress for Democratic Change, pledge your full support to officers of our new auxiliary group, the Supreme Sisters, in the fulfillment of their official responsibility? If so, answer I do. I do. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our task to install the dynamic Supreme Sisters of the Mighty Congress for Democratic Change. Now, ladies, Supreme, we all know the word Supreme. With the power invested in you. And the power invested means to make you a full-fledged auxiliary of the Mighty Congress for Democratic Change. I ask you to be loyal to your own quest, to be loyal to the party, to be loyal to what you want to do to make the institution a good one. All the best. Remember, you are now a property of the leader of the Mighty Congress for Democratic Change. You will be working in the confines of the leader of Congressional Change and the party. Listen to the party. Listen to your chairman, to your leaders for a better growth. Again, without much ado, I want to say congratulations, welcome, and this is the way it should be. Every Liberian that have like minds must be together to promote not only the image, the credibility of this country, but to promote one accord in the interest of our people. Like I said to my friend the other day, this is not a game. We are not playing a game. If we were playing a game, CDC would not be existing. Our people are dying every day. People cannot go to hospital. Children find it difficult to go to school. But democratically, we will take over. And we must fight together, we must stick together. And we must show to the world, not only to Liberians, to all citizens, to all our auxiliary group, Supreme Sisters, we must show to the world that the coming senatorial elections will be our starting point. It will be the point of seriousness. It will be a point that all of us will reach for the world to know that we are ready and we are prepared to do anything to make sure our people come from the dungeons of slavery and poverty. May God bless you all, and I submit. Thank you.
Getting rid of
those that are detest injustice, but what you did not know and you will know today is I will lead the Congress for Democratic Change to victory whether you like me or not. And as my boss, I've spoken today. If you can join me, it will be easier. If you cannot join me, you need to get out of the way. I have to lead the Congress for Democratic Change in 2014 and 2017. I take that very seriously. I will fight with all my energy and defeat any man, woman, or object
that get in the way of the Congress for Democratic Change. I'm waiting for my primary. After my primary, we will put forward our candidates. If any individual living in this society knows what is good for you, stay away from Montserrat County. I'm going to be accused. Tomorrow you read the newspaper, I'm going to be insulted, but I'm used to it. The political leader of the Congress for Democratic Change will be contesting primary. I will vote for him. And he will win. We have talked about it, we have discussed it, we have played with it, but we all know what's going to happen. I have one vote. All the members of the executive committee and people that I know, I will call them to my house. I will ask them to vote for the political leader. It is not in secret. I'm the national chairman, I have a strategy to promote. If my political leader is running, he will win. There are other positions in the Congress for Democratic Change. Let's look. In 2017, he will run for stand-up bearer at a convention. I will vote for him. And he will win. If you want to be a part of the Congress for Democratic Change, you want to be a part of the Congress for Democratic Change, it is within our Constitution you have the right to run. In Montserrat County, I will not support you. In 2017, for stand-up bearer, I will not support you. There are other positions within the CDC. We will find ways and means to support you. Those positions are taken. I will not meet with anyone. I will not talk to anyone. I will not make another comment about Senator of Montserrat County or stand-up bearer for the Congress for Democratic Change until such time that we are done with convention, and I'm informing you that we now, what all of you refuse to accept, that you now have to pick up your pen, pick up your paper, because our leader is going in Montserrat. I am from Grand Jida County. If you are from Grand Jida, do not be offended. My attention is Montserrat County. Where my leader goes is where I go. I will help other people. The party will do the work that it has to do. We will be victorious in many places, but I will be unhappy if we are not victorious in Montserrat. If I have $10, I will put $9 in Montserrat. I decided to come here today to tell you, because I want to be honest with you. If you are my partisan and you are thinking about Montserrat, talk to me after the convention or the primary. I will not talk to you. I will not support you. I want to be public about that. If you are within the Republic of Liberia, you have money, you don't have money, you have cars, you don't have cars, you work with other presidents, you did not, you stole money, you did not. The Congress for Democratic Change stand-up bearer is George Manuel Weah, period. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's a pleasure to come to sit with you and to talk about what we need to do to take our brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers out of the situation that they are in. Everybody was singing and dancing and rejoicing. I wasn't. Because as you were singing and say a new day, you say that I may get a job to get a new day. That's why I don't dance. Because while you are dancing, it's my responsibility to prepare the ship that you're going to get in, to go across that water. Now for you familiar with the Bible, people of God, Pastor Logan, there was a flood. Only one man survived, and the man who built the ark. So it is our responsibility to build our ark now. It will take the animals 2 by 2. We will take it 2 by 2. But our Noah is clear. Our Noah is here. Citizens, we have to do what we have to do. I come here to caution you that we do it without shame, that we do it with pride, because we're not doing it for ourselves. We're doing it for our people. That's why I support Ambassador here. And that's why I believe that my institution, that the mighty Congress for Democratic Change, the institution of Martha, the institution that even in the midst of difficulty, when people step on our necks, then we become stronger. When people insult us, then we become determined. I'm not going to preach. 2014 and 2017, is because he said man or woman. Thank you.
To the poetry. You know, it is very difficult to speak after some of the most important personalities of our party. When the political leader has spoken so well, when the chairman of the party have given a marching order, when our dynamic guest speaker have given her a speech that educated us so much about leadership, and now you call the Secretary General to make a remark. Mr. Chairman, let me say to you, on behalf of the members of the National Executive Committee, that you are giving her a marching order. And this marching order will be fulfilled. And I believe that 2017, there's no issue of the center barrage of our party. That the issue of Maserado has been decided. You know, today is May the 3rd. Almost 90 days to the day of registration for the race of the senatorial election in 2014. And the message is clear. You know, as we were about to induct you, I was sitting and reflecting. And one of the things that came to my mind, which we all need to know, is that it is undeniable that the leader of our party, who is now declared the candidate of Maserado for 2014, will win the election of Maserado. The only way he will now win, the only way he will now win, except you cheat. And I believe nobody is willing to cheat because there will be a consequence. There will be a consequence if anyone ever thought about cheating, because we know he will definitely win. So I want to encourage us, even though we know he will win, but we have to work hard to prove, like the Senator Barrow said, it is the beginning of 2017. We have to show to the world that CDC is ready. We are ready to take power. We are ready for a new day. A new day, when tomorrow when you get up from your bed, you will not worry about finding food for your children. You will get up and say, yes, CDC have given me hope. At least I can cook and my children can eat. And let me tell you a strange thing that is happening you don't know. Our country now is experiencing 84% extreme poverty. 84%. We have to reduce, when you say you're reducing poverty, you have to reduce it at least, let's say 50%. Then we know, because Liberia is a difficult country. But I want to encourage every one of us that we have a responsibility. And that responsibility is to begin to work today. So that as we move to 2014, as we prepare for 2017, the message will be loud and clear that the train of CDC is coming. Please move on the way before you get crushed. I want to thank you so much.
For me, every day of my life, I dream, I sleep, I eat the success of the CDC. What I want to say to you today, the Supreme Sisters, we say firstly on behalf of the caucus of the CDC, it's just unfortunate most of my colleagues are not here. The understanding is they are prepared for tonight at RLJ. They are in full support of this process. They asked me to convey this message to you. You will see us there this evening to tell you that we are in total support of this process. What I want to say once more to challenge you, Supreme Sisters, I hope this movement or this accelerator have been inducted in the office by our standard bearer today should not only be Maserati driven. I will appreciate to see this movement in all of the 15 sub-political divisions of our country, especially with this unique establishment. How colorful you are today, beautiful, you're so unique and very gorgeous. And we believe you can make the difference to see the CDC moving forward. I want to say congratulations, thank you. Our political leader have said it. They have solicited our support, our courage, our strength to give you a pat on the back. If some of us were reneging, we'll double up to make sure we become your friend, to make sure this dream come to reality. Thank you, congratulations once more.
Thank you, Brother.
Leaders have spoken. We are young people, have the honors to implement a comment from the political leader, a comment from the national chairman, and a comment from the Secretary General, and all our leaders. So let me say, as a representation of the young people of the Congress of Democratic Change, I would like to embark on a very kind word and say, as young people, we remain the foot soldiers and implementer of the policies that have been carved here. For those of you who said the Congress of Democratic Change was not in the media and talking, we love this country so dearly. But on an attempt to destroy this country, we will stand up. And this is the beginning. The leaders have spoken. Let me touch two things quickly before I take my seat. There are gossip in the corridor. Four of these gossip, two have been addressed by the national chairman. The first one was the Maserado's senatorial seat was being mortgaged, was being sold. But thank God that has been clearly established, that the chairman make that unequivocally clear, that Ambassador Weah is indeed the person that will come out victorious in the primary. Whether you like it or not, it's up for your own interpretation. This is CDC and we know how to run our activities here. If you are not for your party and do what you can do. The second aspect from 2017, there's no point for contestation anymore. We will discuss what you call, what you want to be a vice standard bearer, we can discuss that. We want to assure the people if this country will be delivered, it will be delivered under the presidency of Ambassador George Manawiya. On the basis of that, we are clear and defined on it. So the two that was not touched, and want to highlight them. And this will be very clear, and let the people see. Let the warning go to Mr. Robert Salif. Mr. Robert Salif, we may not know what is responsible for your high-level intoxication. To attempt to say you will campaign and you want to decide in Maserati, we think it's a gross defiance to the people of Liberia, not their own sedition. After looting the state covers, and you think that is not sufficient for you, and you want to enslave our people, we say to you as a foregone no. Honor the leadership of the National Youth League. We want to assure our people of Monrovia and Maserati concomitantly that we defy Mr. Robert Salif. Throughout the 17th district, we declare the 17th district a no-fly zone. He cannot campaign there. What are you, President's son? We defy any of the associates. As leader of the young people, we say to you, whether for West Point District 1, District 2, Mr. Salif is a popular enemy, he must be attacked, or he comes in such a manner and form. The second aspect, we hear another aspect, that those we supported, those we gave support to, and they are currently senators, they are attempting to allow Mr. Salif, Mr. Robert Salif, to market such defiance. And that person, Madam Gerald Doe Sherry, let me say to you that is not possible. We will pretend that is not true. But whenever that comes to realization, we want to say to you it's a dark day for you, Madam Salif, Madam Gerald Doe Sherry. So with this, we want to say thank you very much. And the message is clear and we implement the message. Amanda, thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
To do bank reconciliation, to account for public money, they say you political or you wish hunting me. So it's a standard defense. So I'm not even going to give credence to that. But maybe the Liberian people would like to hear the facts for the first time. One, on June 9th, President Seri and I met and discussed the 3-time corrupt. That was the year before. I mean, May 9th, not June 9th. May 9th. Let me take that.
What year?
2007. Okay? I think she was coming to the stage the next day. We discussed it. She was aware. And she knew the problems. Because number one, we were very close personally. Besides Auditor General, we were very close as family friends. So I could tell her anything. So she knew. Here's the other issue. When I said 3-time corrupt, every international community, the American ambassador, Booth, flew from America to come and challenge me to prove it. The EU said I had to prove it. GMAT said I had to prove it. So I said, fine. The American ambassador spent 7 hours in my office. And after that, he went back to the president. And to the president, leave him alone. EU, because they know I was up for a very big public fight. So we agree.
One of you guys, this is the morning of Christmas, and I would like to say Merry Christmas to every one of you guys. Yes, and I would also like to wish one of my greatest players on the face of the planet, Kylian Mbappe. I will wish him and his family Happy New Year. I felt very impressed with his style of play. And I think going forward is somebody that I'm going to memorialize, idolize on the show going forward, as long I don't forget to send that greeting to him. So to my greatest player, Kylian Mbappe, thank you so much for what you did and what you continue to do, not just on the field, but in the community across the world. Thank you very much. You are a true patriot. You are a promising star, and the Lord Almighty will continue to be with you. If you just joining me here for the first time, welcome and Merry Christmas to you and your family. This is Christmas morning. We continue as always our programming, continue because our message remain unchanged. Our message challenges everything that we see, everything we experience. So let's assemble and let's try to open more gift and see what I will give in there. Let me say good morning here to the following people here. Good morning to Prince Collins. It's always a pleasure to have. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back here. We are back here, and tomorrow is Friday. Thank God it's Friday tomorrow. All right, let's take our time to chit-chat a little bit. Let's take our time to chit-chat a little bit. Let's take our time to chit-chat here. All right, let's see here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me here. Thank you. Let me take this short time. There will be some announcement here tonight, and there will be some discussion here. So please use this opportunity and share the video. There's going to be some announcement here today, and there's going to be other discussion here. All right, so let me see where I am now. Okay, I see myself right here. Let's go, Mr. Dabo here. All right, Mr. Dabo is right here. All right, Mr. Dabo is right here. All right. Mr. Randy is right here. Mr. Randy is here. Mr. Randy is here. All right. Hello there, hello there, hello there, hello there. Okay, share the video, folks. Please share the video. All right, let's see. Share the video, share the video, share the video. Share the video. Don't be afraid. Share the video. Don't be afraid. Share the video. Okay, I think they're sharing the video now. Don't be afraid. Share the video. Don't be afraid. Share the video. We are fighting a spiritual war. Don't be afraid. Share that video. here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm here to just say a few things, and you are welcome to listen to me here. So please feel free to stick here and stay with me. Stick here and stay with me, all right? Something I want to say to everyone here today, so please feel free and stay here, all right? Yeah, Michael Devon, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So tonight, I just want to discuss the following things that are on my mind. This morning, those of you that followed me this morning, I spoke my mind and I stand by my mind because I believe in what I say are things that I know are the right things to do. All right? So those of you who follow me all the time, you're going to know my position that I stand. The COP in the CDC is something that I don't subscribe to. Yes, I do not subscribe to seeing the COP within the CPP. That is not right. That is not right. Yes, it is not right. See, to penetrate an enemy, it calls for a strategy. Let me say this again. To penetrate your enemy, it calls for a strategy. The opposition know very well that the CDC is a formidable party that cannot be easily penetrated into. And because they cannot penetrate into it directly, they're going to find ways to befriend the CDC. That's going to be their first move. And then while doing so, they're going to recruit people within the party. They're not taking them out. They are not going to take them out. But they're going to send people to join them. And those people are going to make friends with them. And the friendship is going to be based on recruiting of power so they can hold them. If you are going against an enemy that you cannot defeat directly, one thing you do is to befriend them. And then when you befriend them, then you begin to recruit them. And when you recruit them, you want to live up to their pleasure, up to their expectation, things that they like. And then you start to give it to them. And then you start to make them to feel happy about themselves. That is what's happening in CDC today. Don't take my word for it. Just keep the video. Y'all know me. Y'all guys seen most of my video before in the past. But exactly what I'm telling you guys. By 2023, y'all will say Randy said it. And y'all will go for this video. And y'all will try to show it. So let me say this to you again. If your opponent cannot defeat you directly, he or she will come to you and befriend you. And when that friendship is connected, they will start to recruit friends while they are with you. And then one thing they will start to do, they will start to put in place measures that will give those people the opportunity to believe in themselves that indeed what is happening is the right thing to do. Let me move the camera over here. All right? the name COP, does that name make sense to be part of CDC? Don't CDC have the youth wing? Why would somebody come from, can the Chinese bring their military name into the United States Army? Can the AFL come and join the U.S. Army and open an AFL branch? Think about that. Think about that. Every organization like the CDC has its own culture, its own orientation. That when people come to join, they bring their names them outside and leave it right there. And special treatment. Good morning to you, Prince Collins. Happy New Year to you. Happy Christmas to you and a prosperous New Year to you and your family. Next in line is my man, Levi Cephas, is always and often writes and say, I'm inclined. So happy New Year to you, and thank you for the greeting that you sent to me and my family this morning. Thank you very, very much. And I also like to say happy Christmas to James and Lucky Boy. I believe he's someone who need that preferential treatment this morning because he's part of the 3 group. So ladies and gentlemen, please share the video, guys, so that we can just have this Christmas morning discussion and what I have for you guys so that together we can discuss. So thank you guys so much. So I'm doing my part here right now. I'm trying to distribute my stuff here. So thank you so much. And as always, God continue to bless you guys here. So let me go to the KOK Center here and begin to share this podcast this morning. And I hope your Christmas is going well. It is a time to reflect on the old year as you look forward to the new year. It is time to give the kids what they have earned throughout the year in terms of their behavior, their academic performance so far, and everything. So again, I would like to say Merry Christmas to you and to every one of you guys. Like I said earlier, my good player, Kylian Mbappe, is someone that I am going to follow in the coming year. Since the original Rolando and Ronaldinho left the football scene, I've been a little bit reluctant in watching football that I usually and always used to watch. But I think looking at Mbappe's style of play, I think he's someone that is trying to bring me back to the game of football. And I think the 2023 that is coming into the 2024 and beyond, I'm going to dedicate myself to watching that young man play good football. So share the video here, guys. And again, I want to make this a very special day. So I would like to open up the phone line, or let's say, give you guys the opportunity to call and wish your friends and loved one on the show a happy Christmas. So you can either write it or you can hit that call button and come and share with us what have been your experience throughout the year. You don't have to wait for the eve of New Year to express yourself. You can start to do it now here. But in the meantime, there are a few things that I would like to talk about here, aside from announcing that my support for Kylian Mbappe is not going to stop from now and beyond. Also, I would like to focus on Liberia, my country, and I would like to pass on few things. The first thing I would like to start with is a message for the president of Liberia. Yes, he is the commander-in-chief of the country, the first citizen, the chief executive of the country. as we look forward to 2023, yes, 2023, it is going to be a very concentrated year, but that would depend on who and why, who I'm speaking to and why. 2023 is going to be a very concentrated year because it's going to define the decision of many Liberians. So on this Christmas morning, I would like to say this to all those who listen to me. This message goes strictly to the President of the Republic of Liberia. Next year, I am going to recommend that a full-blown community engagement by the President be launched right in the middle of January. A full-blown community action engagement be launched by the President. Every Liberian, including opposition Liberians, is entitled to make recommendation to the government or to any Liberian just like themselves. And this is something I am also coming up and doing right now. The issue in Liberia should not come from us who are on Facebook to discuss, to identify and discuss. The government and any politician usually go into the community to have series of conversations that focus on the challenges across each community, bringing awareness to those challenges. Good morning there, Chuchu, and Happy New Year. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and your family. A week from today will be in the new year. So I would like to appeal to every one of you guys to share the video in every chat room, on every page, because as we look forward to the new year, this time of the year where we got a week to the new year, we tend to reflect on things that happened throughout the course of this year, and then we look at those who help to either improve our lives, shape our views, whether it's economically, politically, environmentally, infrastructures, whatever, socially, psychologically, all those who shape our view for the positive things. As we look forward to the end of this year, we need to reflect on those things. And the next thing we need to look forward to is the incoming year. Why are we doing these things? Because in the life of everyone, there must be a process, a path that you are taking through that process, looking back at what are the missed opportunities that you could have improved upon, and what are you going to do to carry over into the new year, those missed opportunity, and begin to work on them as of January of the 12th month within the year. So as we sit today with family members, sharing gift, exchanging gift, for me, I always look to the next year. This is how I was built. This is how I was wired. Do I have time for Christmas? Yes, I do. Do I share a gift with my family? Yes, I do. But irrespective of that, I still take up time to reflect on the past and then look forward to the future. And the planning start now. Because we don't have enough time during the day. We don't have enough time doing our basic schedule throughout the year, especially for those who live in a very basic country. So time like this, you try to improvise a little time between to pass on the message. This is something that I used to do personally, but now that we have built friendship across this social media, I tend to expand my way of looking at things. That is, on the day of Christmas, on the day of New Year, I tend to look at things as we go into the new year. And as we enter the new year, I tend to put things into plan so that I can begin to put action into them. With that being said, I also want you guys to understand that as Liberians, we are behind. Whenever you get into your birthday month and celebrate your birthday, that is your own day. I want you to understand that every age that is added to you, I want you to look at your own country and say to yourself, this is how old I am now. But one thing I understand, my country is challenged in most areas. And what can I do as a Liberian is to be very outspoken on things that I saw through the age that I have lived through, or the ages that I have lived through, and my current age. If I don't speak now, that means I appreciate things that I see happening in my country. That is your civic duty. That is your responsibility. And how do we collectively together reflect on those things aside from the individual birth? Is when we celebrate our country independence and when we look forward to a new year. Because for every new year, the reason it is new, we're looking for something new. But over the course of our existence, every new year to Liberian always turn out to be the old year, the old things. Why? Because we don't see things changing in our lives, in the lives of our country. Yes, Liberia got our own life as its country. And how do we step up our game is to be able to define what we hope to achieve in the coming year. If you don't define yourself now, you may lose 3 months into the new year or up to 6 months into the new year before you start to realize things. But the best way to prepare for yourself and to engage your country is to pre-plan before you get into the new year. Because if you don't pre-plan, how you think when you get into the year, your pre-planning in the new year will take away a few months from you. But you want to start planning in the old year. For example, if you have a plan in the new year, you start planning in October, which is the last quarter of the year. All right? November, October, November, December. You take 3 months to plan. By the time you hit around this time of the year, then you start to reflect on the plans and say, well, Lord, here is my plan I'm looking forward to in 2020, or let's say the incoming year. Here are my plans. And I'm putting these into your hand. And then on the eve of the new year, you put that into prayer, give it to God, and ask for good health, good understanding, and opportunities where you will come across those who might help you. But if you wait until you get into the new year, remember, it is a new year. Everything's starting new. But you will start putting things together before that. Life is about competition. You must be able to prepare things. That being said, I would like to bring this to the attention of President Weah and the government. I'm very, very much disappointed in the government officials. The government officials, in my eyes, they are like any other football team, but I will limit it to the French national team. You see, when you see the president, it reminds me on the football field as Kylian Mbappe. He went out there, scored a penalty, scored 3 goals, went to the penalty shootout, scored his penalty to begin with. Set that example for every one of them. Whether it was phobia, inferiority complex, the other teammate went out there and did not do a good job. It's the same thing with any government. But let us restrict ourselves to Liberia. The president of Liberia has gone beyond to do things, whether we like it or not, whether we appreciate it, what grade we give it, whether it's C- or A+. The president continues to show to the people of Liberia what he is doing for the people of Liberia. We see it, we hear it, we discuss it. But what some of the government officials fail to do is almost like Kylian Mbappe going on the field, taking the penalty shooter and say, guys, I have done my part. Go for it and do your part. Most of the government officials, what's all there, V? Merry Christmas to you, Brother V. And to everyone that just coming on, Merry Christmas to every one of you guys. Please share my video. Elabigayu, I got important information for you after the message on the platform. Please give me a call. All right. That's an announcement there for you. So, Kylian Mbappe took that penalty when the shootout started. He symbolized the courage, but many of them did not take into it. Mr. Weah, as president, like him, hate him. I have criticized him so many times, and I don't regret criticizing him because it is my constitutional protected activities that give me the right to criticize him. The criticism is all about letting him know that things are not going right. But what I would like to say here, he comes out all the time and provides to the Liberian people and give the Liberian people what he's doing. And like I said, whether or not you like him, you hate him, you like him. Were you able to watch Joel Howard Taylor yesterday? I did not watch Joel Howard Taylor yesterday. Or V. Guys, let me just speak to V question here. I was not able to watch Joel Howard Taylor yesterday. But if there's anything interesting that you think warrant my analysis, send the video my way. I will analyze it. I will watch the video and then we'll find time to analyze the video here. Because I think one or two people sent me the video and I think few people tagged me on. You see, this guy called Witherspoon is not a CEO as far as I'm concerned. He's not intelligent. He doesn't have a very better skin. So I don't waste my time behind Mr. Witherspoon. Mr. Witherspoon tends to be a wannabe talk show host, but he doesn't have what it takes to be a talk show host. He's arrogant, he's inexperienced, and he doesn't have the do and do not. He doesn't understand what to do. So I'm not here to waste my time. But nevertheless, if there's any public official such as Miss Madam Joel Howard Taylor on that show V, send me the video. I will ignore the incompetency of Mr. Witherspoon and listen to what Madam Joel Howard said on the show. And if it determine that I need to move it to the next phase of bringing it on my platform to discuss it together as a team, we will do that. So again, send that my way, and after the show, I will try to listen to it and hear what she said, or perhaps what you want me to hear. Let me go and look into it. And I will appreciate people saying it here, but I think I want you guys to keep me in that suspended mode so that I can go in there with all my focus and all my attention to listen to her, and from ground to top. All right? So thank you very, very much, Brother V. Well, coming back to where I left off prior to speaking on the issue of the question V asked me. The president of Liberia, like him, hate him, he continued to provide information here. There is no Liberian here that will tell you, since Mr. Weah became president, that will not admit that, oh, I never heard anything from the president. You will be wrong. You will be wrong because everything the president has done, he came out here and presented it to us. What many of us have done is to look at it in our own view and discuss it on our platform. My goal for saying this is to let everyone know that no matter what the president has done, continue to do what he has said and continue to say, he is providing you and I things that he's doing. The only disagreement there is sometimes we don't see it as the way we think it should be. But the bottom line there is he is providing information that gave us a reason to analyze what he said or what he's doing, whether it is a plus or it is a minus or it is indecisive. Now, he is making progress. Unfortunately for his government official, majority of them, they are doing absolutely a very poor job. So think about Kylian Mbappe on the French national team. This kid scored a penalty. He went to the shootout. He scored. He proved to the soccer lover / football lover that he is a man who, if you want to get a job done, be the one to start it. The president continued to provide information. He gave the government official the opportunity to serve. But their failure to take a good penalty shot, to score, to encourage the people, thank you very much, Stanley, to encourage each other to do their best. This is where we are today. Every criticism that is coming out of the community across Liberia, they are very specific. They are not general. They are very specific. And the specificity of that is strictly on a ministry or an agency. And there are people that the president put in the position that's supposed to perform to meet the expectation of these people. The EPA, responsible for the environment, the Minister of Gender, responsible for gender and children services, the Minister of Finance, responsible to improve and work with the economic and the financial aspect. So when you listen to Liberians engaging the media and expressing their concern, it is telling me, and it should tell you, like you on the field, you're not going to criticize Mbappe if he's doing extremely well. All criticism will not be pointed at Kylian Mbappe for not doing well on the field. Instead, you will say, you know what, Kylian is doing well. The other players on the field are not doing well. When the ministry are not performing well, when the people out there are speaking on the issue that affecting their community, going into the new year, I want you to always attach any information that is coming out of a citizen from a community or from a county. I want you to process that in your mind. Say, what is the topic that person is talking about? Is it about the economy? Is it about the environment? Is it about security? When you capture the central message of that person's concern, then you can link it to that ministry or that agency. And then where you can go now and start to explode, expand your discussion and go after that minister. That will be called a logical way of analyzing things rather than generalizing things. You are a black man. You walk in a country that has suspicious attitude toward black people. When you walk into a place and somebody just generalize, oh, black man, yeah, you take your run away. That would be disingenuous and unfair to you as a black person, because that person is generalizing the fact that you are a black person or a brown person, and they have seen what other black people have done, so they tend to generalize by including you into that stigma, into that stereotype. This is what we are doing when it comes to the government and the official. So what I'm saying here on the Christmas morning, whenever, going forward as of today, every one of you gotta listen to me. Going forward, whenever you watch a soccer game, you see, the reason they talk about team player, you see, the game of football, the game of soccer, it is so unique that when you use that as a guide to get things accomplished, you use that framework, that strategy as a guide. That is the game of soccer, football. If you use that format, that equation as your guide to getting things done, you will be looking at a team. And within a team, you have a set of players that's supposed to do their part in order to succeed. And that's why they call them teammate. That's why they call them a team. Because It is made of different individuals that are supposed to carry out their responsibility on the field. There is a team within a family. The dad, the mom, the children. Among the children, they got the oldest, the next to the oldest, and the younger as well. They all should work together in team. In any organization, they got the leader, then they got other lieutenants who work along with the leader to inform the body of that organization. And all associate members, they must play their part. Coming up to a government, you got a president and you have a team of directors and ministers within our government structure. They also need to do their part. If we don't understand the fundamental pillars, the foundation will be very weak, and one person shake that whole thing, it will crumble and it will fall. My point here is, going forward as of today into your future, it's not only limited to Liberian politics. When someone is speaking, your attention should be about capturing what the person is saying and let your mind process where can you point what that person is saying to you. That will enable you to react in a way that will be very logical rather than being very illogical or being very generous. The government of Liberia include or have different ministries that every minister or director got their role to play. And their primary focus or the primary focus of any government, especially our government, is to provide services to the people of Liberia. They are servants to the people of Liberia. And in order for them to meet those needs, they have to engage different programs by talking with the people. So when you listen to a Liberian, whether he or she is speaking to a original press reporter or a talk show host, what I want you to capture is what is the central message that that person is putting out there, and how do I apply that central message to the issue the person is talking about. For example, if the person say, we don't have proper drinking water in the community, or we don't have security, what is water? Well, water is the ability to, water is a substance that make our body to remain hydrated and not to be dehydrated. And it gave us the ability to be stronger and move around. Now, which part of this government that is responsible to ensure that that Liberian who is talking about the issue of water in their community, which ministry or which agency is responsible for that? Is it Joshua or is it a particular ministry? When you capture the file, say, oh, depending on what the person is expressing, if the water is dirty or there's no water supply, you will say, okay, you know what? If it's the dirty water, is it the EPA responsible or is it the Liberia Water and Sewer? Do I look at the Ministry of Health? Right in there, you are looking at the issue of public water supply issue. Then you go after these different ministries, or you go after the public institution, Ministry of Health, the EPA, or in this case, the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation, and start asking questions. What are you guys doing to provide services to this community? When you narrow your search on the central message, if the person comes and is talking about road infrastructure and other stuff, you go and engage the ministry that is responsible to improve roads or to provide information on road qualities. You see, the late Mabutu Yimpan, who was the public works minister, may his soul rest in peace, always used that time of haste when you were on the face of the planet to always give a breakdown. There was one time an interview he had with Kwame Opa Weeks, where he outlined the roads that were in progress, the road that was in the pipeline, and other proposed roads. That interview clearly defined the responsibility of the public works ministry within the WIA government. Do you find anyone representing that same format of informing the public as Mabutu? For me, no. I have not seen anyone in this government say Mabutu went beyond this life. I have not seen anyone in the Weah administration. But when you look at President Weah, he goes out there and secure millions of dollars and secure better contract. But the failure of the ministry and agency directors to come and clearly define what they are doing are some of the reasons why opposition are getting the teeth to bite more bone of the flesh. So going forward, not going forward, but next month, which is a few days from now, my open advice, you see, when somebody give you open opinions, give you open advice, it is not mandatory for you to take it. That's why it open. It open because the man said it's a closed advice, so I put it inside, we will close it. No, it's an open advice. You can, it may bring the advice to you, you can throw it outside, or you can open the battle, it can go outside. And that's why we call it open advice. My open advice to President Weah, this is a critical year that we are going into. I think what I would suggest to President Weah as a citizen of Liberia and as a talk show host and as an analyst, the minister have failed you extensively. Some are doing well, but some are not doing so well. The Liberian people, from my observation, still love Mr. Weah. You see, people often say, oh, J. Randy, why? Because Mr. Cummings not call you back. Mr. Cummings is an idiot. He doesn't understand critical issue. So I'm not going to waste my time behind Mr. Cummings. You see, when you're watching football game, do you know that the communication of football game, as in soccer, basketball, all right? I mean, football as in soccer and the American football, yes, all right? Somebody say, which minister are not doing so well? I cannot provide that information to you, Eddie Ja. You know why I can't do that? Ja Eddie. As a professional person, you don't want to play on people's demeanor. I don't know whether you ever went to school before. And if you did, I don't know which school you went to and which professor you listened to. It is very unprofessional for you to come out in a public setting and say, you over there, you failing, you're a foolish man. You will be humiliating that person. But when the professor come out and say, some of you guys are not doing well in a class, the fact that you are at that level of understanding and the fact that you know your productivity is not improving, he will or she will not call your name. It is called speaking blindly. But whoever, all right, whoever is in a situation will be able to know what they're doing. When Jesus said, a man should be born again in order to enter the kingdom of heaven, did you see Jesus pointing at Nicodemus? The answer is no. But what did Nicodemus do according to the Bible? Nicodemus felt that question, why it is true, it was not directly pointing at him, it was indirectly affecting him. So what did he do? He walked to Jesus Christ at night and said, Chief, it is you and I now in the dark hour of the day. What do you mean by a man should be born again? You see, when you're in any organization and the people come and say, look, guys, we need to do our best. That thing that person saying, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. So it is incumbent upon your performance that we hit you and say, you know what, let me go and meet with that man who made that comment. So the question you ask, it just showed to me that your experience level is not up there yet because you are not managed people. You don't have these things. Don't mind some of kind of be speaking Liberian English, my man. We're not fucked up. Some of you guys are fucked up out there. Oh, today Christmas Day, so now you don't fucked up yet today. You're part of it. The Bible said today Jesus Christ birthday, so we not use that fucked up word yet today. So God forgave me today. Let God forgive me today. But Ja, I mean, Eddie, I appreciate your question, and but I try to link it with whatever example that I can give. But think about it, Jesus saying that a man should be born again. He was not speaking to Nicodemus. He spoke to many people, but Nicodemus took interest in that because whether he was doing the right thing or wrong thing, he just wanted to know what Jesus meant by that. And today we already know what Jesus told Nicodemus. And the Bible story. Did you ever hear Jesus coming out and telling people, Mama, you see that Nicodemus guy, he came to me last night. That Nicodemus man came to me last night. And he started asking me. No, there's nowhere in the Bible that mentioned that because Jesus himself was not only a teacher, but he believed that people who are human beings, he came to live among us and he understands what are the weakness and strength of all human beings. So let us try to do those things. And so what I'm saying here is there are ministers. The one example I gave is the fact that the late Mambutu had an interview with Kwame Opa Weeks. And in that interview, the way he outlined his ministry projects and what were currently taking place, what were in the Puebla, and what are the proposed, it was a good example that I gave. I gave it. And I gave it to you guys a few minutes ago. And then what did I do? I said the rest of the other ministers, since the man passed on, they have not been able to do X, Y, and Z. So, case in point, if you see what Mambutu did, who can you look at now across all the ministry and say the person is doing well compared to what Mambutu did, or the person is doing more than what Mambutu once said when he was here with us on the face of the planet? It is up to you now to go and dig and dig and dig. Yes, all right? So that's why it is. So I'm appealing to President Weir. Next month is a critical month. You see, I was talking about football communication, right? You see, when you watch the game of soccer, and I'm looking at things from a very critical, logical analysis. The football got two communication. One is the verbal communication. The other is the sound communication. For example, when you play the game of football, sometimes you say, hey, man, right here, and the man send the ball to you. That means you call them my attention. The sound communication, the guy who is in charge of the football, his eyes is moving like this. Next thing you look, pop. Like for Ronaldinho, he was so exclusive, very experienced in his game. He looking the way he just hit the ball, where he hit the ball going outside. Everything you saw Ronaldinho and other players doing with the ball by hitting the ball or passing the ball to his or other friend, those were sound communication. Yeah, sound communication. Those are things that he was using. Yes. Thank you very much. So on the football field, there are verbal communication and there are sound communication. The way you kick the ball to your teammate is all part of communication. But the categorized it is sound communication and verbal communication. Ronaldinho did it well. Most of the players today are doing it well. And you see the game. So whenever you see the man passing the ball to his friend on the football field, it is a sound of communication. That here is this. Go and take it. Go and do this. Now, what am I trying to say here? Our people that live across the community that the government provides services to, I am calling on President Weir. The government official, majority of them have failed this obligation by engaging the community. So I'm calling on Mr. Weir starting January, because you see the first 6 months of January is going to be a very easy time. That is because the government calendar year run on the regular calendar year. Some government, their calendar year start from June to July. Some will start from August to August. For the Liberian government, their calendar year start from January. So a week from today, the Liberian government calendar year starts, which is good for this conversation. Why? Because the election is coming. And like I said, the first 3 months, January, February, March, that's the first quarter. All right? April, May, June, that is the second quarter. Now, when you start hitting July, August, that is all campaign. You will not have enough time to follow these things. You don't have enough time. So what I'm saying to the president of Liberia, our president, sometimes when I hear people saying, your president, it sounds more segregated. You are a Liberian. He is the president of Liberia. Even if you don't want to say the president of Liberia, or if you don't want to say Mr. Weir, either way. But when you start saying your president, and then you bear the citizenship as a Liberian, that in itself is, in my opinion, is unpatriotic. Because you are a Liberian, and there are different things that you are differing with the president, right? Which is good. But to exclude yourself and say your president, that message is going to be sent to some young people, and they're going to take that. So I think the better way to say, look, I think the president is not doing well. Use that right choice of words. Whether you don't like the president attitude, because I don't think you, if you hate the president because of how you made the image of God, then you don't like God. People dislike many people because of what they do. So in a scenario, opposition that don't like the president, let that dislike be about what the president is doing and not the president as a human being. Let's establish that. The second thing here is the form and the way of addressing things. He is the president. He took the constitution, he took the oath of the constitution to become president of Liberia officially. So whether he is someone that is doing or implementing a policy you don't like, I would suggest to all Liberians, and you always use a standard way to address. For example, if you believe that what the president is doing from a policy standpoint is not working for you, and you want to address the issue by mentioning the president in it, say, look, I disagree with the president. And I think the word T-H-E, the president should be doing X, Y, and Z. When people from other countries, when your friends at work listen to you, they will say, you know what, that is a very sound individual. Because he is addressing the president based on what he or she differ with the president. But when you say your president is somebody who is not part of our DNA of how we discuss things, so, oh, but he's from different country. And he's talking about the president. Is it an international conversation or is it a domestic conversation? So right there, you are what? Define yourself to be somebody that is very confused and you further confusing other people. So I'm appealing to you guys, if you differ with the president or any lawmaker, because when I listen to Darius Dillon made a comment during the peak season of the COVID time, when he was at a restaurant, I think a bar, and the police asked him to leave because of some health, or restriction. And he looked at the police officer that time. I think somebody got to remember. You know I can remember much more now, right? Now you know I can remember. So in the bar that evening, Dillon looked in the face of the police officer and said, George, we are police. Same when George Weah became owner of any police. Even if that was George Weah police. Did you see anything that said George Weah police? Those are misrepresentation from inexperienced lawmakers that is very dangerous to the minds of the young people. You cannot say George Weah police. You can't do that. Even a seditious said that in the past. Even a Liberian said that to Charles Taylor. How do we get into the new year? How do we do things newly? Lawmakers are leaders in their own right because they represent the people. So it is very, very bad to do these things. So whether you agree or disagree, we should establish a standard in how we address things. Most especially these celebrity talk show hosts, lawmakers, public servants. The standard of how we do things in our country will be a learning tool that will be passed on to the incoming generation. So that way they cannot come into their time to serve or represent using those same phrases. If you measure the thing over a long period of time, we are doing nothing. I told a friend yesterday, every generation, the 1980 generation, the 1990 generation, One thing has not changed because we keep having the same bad attitude, behavior, bad best practices in our country. We keep moving them from one generation to another, from 1970 to 1980, from 1980 to the 1990. These things continue to follow us. And if we not address these things, we can go for another 100 more years. Liberia and our behavior will still remain the same until we get to understand what are the things that following us that cannot help us to improve. We can live as the oldest country on the continent of Africa. We will not achieve anything at all. Gentlemen, if you just come in, you're not late. Why? Because this show will be repeated by you. The power to watch the show again is in your hand. All you got to do is to schedule a time to say, let me see what I got on. And where did I meet Randy talking? Then I will mark that as my pointer. Then when I start the show, wherever I met Randy, that would be the missing part. And so you always gotta say 2 minus 1. That one, okay, I know why I met Randy here. So that's how you set it up. So if you just come into the show, there's no punishment, there's nothing illegal. You are in your right. It is your right to come in. And I appreciate you guys for coming. So I'm not going to say, oh, my man, you come and no. Because I believe that this platform is the future of how we should learn to do things in our country. So when you come here, you say you're late, I am so happy for your respect. You may not think that is powerful, but it is powerful. The fact that you come here and acknowledging it to yourself and to your friends and myself, oh God, I'm so sorry I got here late. Trust me, it breathes happiness in my heart. And I'm very grateful to you guys. But don't be so hard on yourself. Don't be hard on yourself. I understand that you got a lot of things to do, most especially on the day of Christmas. And so I appreciate you guys any day, anytime you show up. I appreciate you guys for that. And together we are making progress. So when you come on the show, just look at the time and that you're on the show, that you log in, and then mark that timer. And then if you continue throughout the show, when the show ends, you can always go back and say, okay, this is the beginning here, this is where I stop. And that way you have a full circle. Remember the thing about first semester, second semester, first half, second half. You go in again, the second half, again, the second half, okay, yeah. Left over the first half, I know where I end up. You see the game, right? So that's the same thing about these different activities. So what I'm saying here, back to my topic here, is we need to establish a standard of how things should be done. From a political standpoint, political leaders should be able to create a standard of how things should be done. For example, when you see Mr. Comey sitting down over there and continue to embrace, encourage, and enjoy Yeke Koloba abusing the president, is setting a very dangerous path for the future. Because the younger generation, that is the young children, 15 years old and below, they're watching what Yeke Koloba is doing, they're watching what Comey is doing, and they think that is the best solution. But it's further destroying the children's mind. You see, when the white people then watching movie, the children sitting by there, and boom, something happened in the movie, they call the children out of it. It's because they don't want the children's eyes to picture perfect what that movie is portraying, because it has a greater propensity to play on their mind, and they could go and apply those things out there. We don't have those things. Come and sit there all the time and allow Yeke Koloba to be so very disrespectful as a public servant, as an elected official. And he sat there and allowed the man to keep insulting. That is a very bad message that he's sending out there. So it means that Comey got no standards of how things should be done in our country. But when Comey come to America here, and when he was with Coca-Cola, Comey would not stand in any conversation or across anyone in a conference room at Coca-Cola who would just be insulting because they disagree. Comey would be the first person to say, oh, no, don't do that. Why we Liberians cannot look at some of these things and begin to set standard. Standard define what we're supposed to be doing as human beings and as a people, and of course as a party and a government. Because you want to be a leader, our leader. When ANC/CP people say our leader, are they just using our words without understanding it? It's like you drinking water. How many of you guys can tell me the taste of water? Do you know the taste of water? But right now, when I give you Kure, I give you one Kure, I give you everything. Even though I don't drink, if I give you a Corona, I give you Stout, you drink it. You say, "My man, Stout, drink it here." Because that is a specific product that gives you a sense of taste. It's even branded with a name on it, Corona. Now, I'm not usually now, I just say I can drink. I'm not drunk, I don't drink. I'm drunk, you know everything. I'm not drunk yet. But I'm just trying to give you a sense of taste. What I'm trying to apply here is come and sit over there and allow Yeke Koluba to rain insult on the president. Forget about the president. Look at the office. Look at the position. Mr. Weah will be gone, but all the insult that he's raining at the OR office is going to remain unchanged. It's going to stick in the mind of Liberians, because whoever comes after President Weah, guess what? Whoever disagree will use that same methodology to go after the executive and not after Mr. Weah. And this is where Mr. Cummings is a very bad role model. Very, very bad role model. You see, when children watch video game, when they put shooting, when someone then take that idea and go in the street, do you think the people who created the video game that people are going to shoot? No. They are going out there to shoot bad people. I mean, they are going out there to shoot people. Yes. They are going out there to shoot innocent people. So when you see Yeke Koluba raining this insult on the president, it sends a message of what is to come. And because he doesn't understand the ramification, the post-President Weah time, Cummings doesn't understand those things, so he sat there thinking that it's only going to sit there. But because Mr. Cummings does not have a post-ramification knowledge and understanding about the long-term impact, he sat there and enjoyed it, which is very bad for the country. We don't want those things. So I'm saying the way people address people in our country, public servants, you got your constitutional protected activities against any public servant in Liberia. You are protected under the freedom of speech. But the way you use your freedom of speech will define whether you are a sound-minded person or whether you are being just bamboozled by your political and your affiliation. For example, people get ready and say, "Oh, are you a Liberian or a Senegalese, a Guinean, an Ivorian?" No, you are a Liberian. So what is the best way? You see, there's nothing wrong with how you describe the president, but it shows how uninformed you are when it comes to your understanding. When you say you're president and you are part of the country as a Liberian, it clearly differentiates your understanding into how to discuss these things. It's like you are a dollar store versus a regular standard store. And you don't want to be that when somebody tell you it in detail, right? So I'm saying going forward, opposition, any Liberian that disagree, learn to add value to what you say out there. Don't go say something, post that way in there. Oh my God. You don't want that to happen to you going forward as we go into 2023. So when you disagree with any public official or the government or any political party, say for example, look, I disagree with President Weah, or the president is not doing X, Y, Z. You are making yourself to be part of a society that you care for. But when you say you're president, you are clearly distancing yourself from the entire country, because it is the people who elect that president. So when you say, I disagree with your president, that means you are not acting in the role as a Liberian. You are not acting as someone who belongs to that country. You are acting as somebody who coming from outside. And that is wrong because you are part of the country. But we understand the deficiency down there. So I'm asking President Weah, I know I repeated it so many times, President Weah should take the first 6 months to begin to engage the community. Why? His minister have failed to report to him the concern across each community. So I'm asking President Weah to take upon himself from January to the end of June to take a massive approach across every community or major communities and bring people together. Mr. Weir, Mr. President, I'm giving you the open advice because the problem can be found among the people. Every community you go to, those people will get on to tell you what the problem is. And your interaction with them will soften things rather than harden things. If you go to any community right now and say, gentlemen, yeah, what's your problem here? Mr. President, I love you. But over the past years, things have not been working out. Take some of the ministers there with you. Put them to your left hand, your right hand side. Put them to your left hand side. And ask them. And ask them. And begin to ask them questions. And begin to ask them questions. Hey, Randolph, your gift under the tree. Where's your sister? She upstairs? Go call her. You gotta get your gift under the tree. All right? The president should take along with them, with him, ministers. They should go along with the president. And as the people from the community come out to say things, for example, Mr. President, the whole community here, we ain't got no water here. The whole community, we ain't got no security here. And what do you, and we out here will be washing now, right? Yes, we out here will be washing. And then the minister then will be there. And then Mr. President can turn around and say, my man, yeah, are you the talking to? Right now, you will know over there now who the president will keep and who the president will let go. This is what we call meeting the water to where it starts. So I'm calling on the president to take a community tour across the entire country where he can reach for the next 6 months. Mr. President, when you come from there, there are two things that you will learn. One, you will learn that most of the ministers have been lying to you. They have not been doing their job. Two, you will get to understand from the people interaction with you that they love you. The only disconnect there is people have not been very honest to them. And the people you put in the office, they have been unrealistic to implementing your policies to meet their needs. You will get that. You will definitely get that. That's my open appeal. And this is an open appeal. This is an open advice. This is an open suggestion to the president. This is an open suggestion to the president. Yes. Yes, somebody said he started with street soccer yesterday. Yes. I mean, there are so many ways that you can reach out to the people. There are so many ways you can reach out to the people. President can go and have a community soccer game with the people, bring the people together because it's an event that brings people together. But you must have an agenda. When you do the game, you play the game small. After that, you bring the people, gentlemen, you say that the president has something to say to you guys. So yes, if he did that, good. That is part of the achievement of engaging. Because Mr. President, for the 6 months, what you will be looking at is called community action engagement. Community action engagement. There are people out there who still love you, but they cannot get to you because the ministers are the people at the fence and they're not giving any opportunity to open the door. But when you take upon yourself and go to the community, you will be amazed to hear things that could even, that you will say, you know what, damn, I should have come here earlier than this. Because never underestimate these people across every community in Liberia. They know their problems and they know their solution. The only thing is the person who is in charge or in control, they are wishing to get to those people. Unfortunately, the minister director that you put in that place, they are not performing up to that level. So what do you do, based on my suggestion, is to go and visit the community. Bring every one of them. Let them come and express themselves. To release those heart-burning issues, let the people come. Let the people come and express themselves. Let them come and express themselves. I will be so excited. The unity here is the community themselves, the community resident or the resident of each community, all right? They need to be very disciplined in how to push their concern. Don't be too don't use any sort of profanity. Just be cordial, just be civil. But go to the point and tell the president, this is my concern, or these are my concern, and try to make it very brief, because your brothers and sisters, they want to bring all the point, and somebody coordinate the thing too. Make sure you diversify things. Who here got any issue here? What is your issue? When these people start to express this issue, I can guarantee you, Mr. President, when you leave from one community, you already know what would be the intention of the next community. Because the same community that breathe the air, that drink the water, it will be the same community that you go to that breathe the air, that drink the water. You will start to see these things. But I'm appealing to the president, because interacting with the people within the first 6 months of 2023, by the time you get to July, August, you already know what the people are all about. You already in there. You will start to see what is happening. Your minister then will have nothing to say. They will have nothing to say. All you got to assure the people, I understand what you're doing. I understand your messages. And minister them, you have your chances. You have your chances. Now the people complain to about me. The other person talk about the environment, right? Yes. Mr. EPA man, there you go. The other person talk about the security. Yeah. Padre Sulu, there you go. We are put into this position so that we can help these people. But we have not been able to help these people here. And now they're bringing the complaint to me now. Every one of you guys were given the opportunity to serve. I cannot be the defense minister. I cannot be the public works minister. I cannot be the AG. And I'm going to put all one of you guys there. But here the people here are not giving me a clear update of what they feel are things that were never done, or no sign of progress. And then in that direction, you can tell people, say, you know what? I got your back. Things will not be the way you guys saw it again. You all know what I have been doing. I had the president go abroad, come back and bring things, but these guys have not been able to move these things. And Mr. President, be very honest with you guys. Honesty will convince the people. I'm not going to repeat the message here. Every time you watch my video, every December, I always come out with good messages. When Kennedy Weah was elected president, December 29, when I came, I said, President Weah, please make sure you got to give you 3 to 4 year vision plan. It was the same December I said it. So every December, I come out to give the government my open suggestion. Those of you that follow me, you will see my video. I always come in December to give an open advice to the president. How many of you guys saw that video way back when I said, Mr. President, you are not the president for Eddie Johnson said, you are not the president for this. Some of you guys here will give me that thumbs up that you saw that video, right? Again, as we go to election now, I'm asking President Weah to take the first 6 months and take a community tour. The problem are in the community, and the people know the problem. You must engage those people. Thank you very much, Leon Harris. You must engage those people, President Weah. Liberian people, they are soft-hearted people. They just need someone to talk to. They need someone to talk to. Mr. President, when you go and sit with these people and they get to talk to you and they say, yeah, I spoke my mind to that president today, and you gave them that assurance, watch, things will start to change. Whatever you guys are suggesting here, I will not be able to do all at once. But together we can do it. Whatever you can do immediately, let the minister then get on their feet and go out there and start to work with the community people. The people will see the change. They will get to understand that, oh, this thing has been a complete misunderstanding. Except because we have never had a time to talk to this man. Now we have spoken to the man. Look what the man doing for us. But Mr. President, if anybody around you say to you, oh, don't listen to that Jeremy man. You know, in the movie of Matrix, the guy they call Mafia, he looked at Keanu Reeves. He said, Neo, I don't know what they are coming for you, but I don't know what they're going to do for you, what they're going to do to you. Mr. President, election is coming next year. The people are there. I don't know if we don't engage them, if you don't engage them rather, I don't know what's going to happen to you. But what I can tell you now are things that you got 6 months in the new year to engage these people. These ministers, them, directors them around you, they have failed. But you have not failed them. Because you have not been the first representative to them. They have been, but they have not been able to do so. So I'm just calling on you to engage the community. Engage in the community, Mr. President, you will hear a lot of things. And there's no way that they will lie to you. Those ministers to your left, to your right, there's no way they will lie to you. Because you've seen it. Many of you guys are listening to me this Christmas morning. You are listening to something. By next year, God grace, around the time, we will come back here and we'll look at the video. And by then, we'll have the result. And that will be a moment you say, yes, J. Randy, I now trust your ability now. So this video today, it is a historical video. I pray that God will take every one of us through to next year, Christmas, when the election will be over. By then, maybe the first one will be over. And then we'll come out and say, damn, J. Randy, I'm glad that I was there last year to be part of what you were saying. And you'll be a witness. The minister around Mr. Weir continue to show that there are lack of strategy to engage these people. Why should the community be complaining at a larger extent? And who's supposed to go in there? You know, there was a lady who worked for Ellen. I think they called Miata Beslow. She had a funny looking Nigerian hater on her. One time I watched that lady. She went, I think it was at the red light area, and people were talking, she went to them, tell me what your problem is. And she and I woman had a face-to-face conversation. And I could see the relief of the burden. You see, the Liberian people across every community, they are pregnant with a problem. But there is no doctor to deliver the problems. And the only person they're looking up to is the president. Those who have environmental problems, they are pregnant with that. The EPA cannot come to deliver that problem. The pain is excruciating, it's hurting them. Those who have security problems, the people in the security sector are not sitting with these people to help deliver the people from the security problem. The only person that is left right now, it is the president of Liberia that need to go there now and sit with these people and listen to their problem. It will give that free deliverance from the people. You know what it means to stand before a president and express yourself and the president get back to you? Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was very good at that. Remember the student who tried to block Ellen Johnson Sirleaf right around the City Hall between the Pan-African Plaza and the City Hall? Ellen looked at the train, what did she say? Ellen said to how they call it, she said, you don't go to the City Hall. Let's go into the City Hall and go talk. Because Ellen felt the need that problem was pregnant. She never wanted to create any instability. So Ellen Johnson Sirleaf went and took those children into the City Hall. And what happened over there? We all got to hear the problem. There was a girl who said, oh, I'm getting too old. I don't want to be in school. The children come to catch up with me. And then in that same conversation, Ellen used that phrase, wire. She solved the problem. That was a complete failure on the hands of the Minister of Education. And in the end, what did Ellen say to that guy? Joe Warner, you got to go take care of that problem. And you saw it? Didn't you guys see it? Give me the thumbs up if you didn't see that time where Ellen said, Joe Warner, there's a problem down there. Did you guys see that? This platform will always give you reference to things that have happened in the past, and there is no reason that it cannot repeat itself to be solved. Thank you very much, Melvin. Melvin, remember that video. And this is the same thing I'm asking Mr. Weir to do. Look, you see, if somebody bring a proposal, please never take somebody's suggestion to you as a sign of weakness on your part. Except that your mind is not that fast enough to get there. It's not fast enough to get there. There are times somebody will beat you in the traffic. That doesn't mean that your destination is being taken away by that person. You will still go there. There are times that somebody will take the words quickly out of your mouth and say it. It doesn't mean that you never wanted to say it. It's just that your reaction time. Liberians, government officials, all Liberians, when somebody gave you any advice, don't say to yourself, because it did not come from me, that means it will not be done. It's wrong. We are all at different pitch in ourselves as human beings. What makes it a success is you following through and seeing it. If you do and see it, guess what? You will become a teacher for the next generation, and people will get to see it. I'm just saying, like I said, everything is an open invite. You know, people go, oh, the man, when they're talking against the opposition. I am giving the president today my candid and open advice. I believe that the minister that have been around the president and the directors that have been appointed by the president for the different agencies, they have failed to meet the demand of the people. Now it is the time that the president take these people with him and go and engage the community and get to hear what the people got to say. Take that, put that into an action plan, not into any kind of plan, an action plan, and begin to engage them, begin to solve what you can solve, begin to put on your list of things, how it will be solved. Again, our people, in majority, they are not people that keep things in their heart. They are not people that keep things in their heart. Yes, they are not people that keep things in their heart. They will come and express their concern to you. If you don't interact with them, you will not know their problem. When you interact with them, you will understand what the conditions are, what the problem is, or what the problems are, and you begin to solve. Somebody said, did you see the Henry Cody video that I shared with you from District 10? Yes, I did see that briefly. Yes, I did see that briefly. And I will try to look into that as well. But that was the portion I saw. That was a very good video too. Yes, that was a very good video. And I think doing more of that, it should not just be Henry Colley. Henry Colley is only bringing exposure to that. But I'm saying the first 6 months, because Liberia, the community, the terrain is so large, the first 6 months, the president people need to go out there and start to put this thing into place. When you and I get to see, and make no mistake, there will be some radical people out there. There will be some plenty of opposition people that will go out there. Disregard them. Listen to those who are coming from the community themselves. There will be women, there will be men, there will be young people who will come to express themselves. We out here will get to understand who the people are. Yes, who the people are. When we see them, we will know. You can tell from somebody who is in dire need than somebody who is faking their need. So we know they're out there. So there's no reason to say, oh, the president can know. People will post questions. When you go, some people will post political questions. Some people will actually post a need and how they call it, a wants question. Because those will be posting the need, they're basing their needs on the community challenges. There are those who will come with political questions, we know it. But that should be an open forum for us to see. Because it's giving the government an opportunity for everyone out here to see how some of the ministers have been very, very poor in their performance. Yes. So, guys, enjoy your holiday. All right? And I would like to say a big thank you to every one of you guys that took your time to come and watch me here. Thank you for everything you do. Whatever we say here today, it is meant to improve our country. Yes. It goes in line to what you are saying, President Weir need to engage his people. Yes, Melvin. And Melvin, I must thank you for this year. you are a very strong supporter for a better Liberia in your own right. I think you want to see a better Liberia. So whatever you see happening out there, it is always brought to my attention through you, and I want to appreciate you. And I hope that others would follow your footsteps by sharing video here. Yes, so whatever it takes, whatever you see, we'll bring it out here, we discuss it. And I think this evening, by God's grace, we will discuss that video. I will also take my time to look at the Joel Howard Taylor video and see what sense I can make out of it. Because every video that is sent to me, I have to analyze it and determine whether it warrants coming on the show or it is something that maybe Liberians are already familiar with. And all I can do is to just come maybe do an over voice, just talk over it for a moment and move forward. So I would like to say a big thank you again. Merry Christmas to you guys. Enjoy your day with your family. You deserve it. Thank God for everything that you have done. And I look forward to seeing you guys this evening with some beautiful presentation again. Thank you guys so much. And J. Randy. The name COP is not an affiliated name that has anything to do with CDC. This thing that is taking place right now in Liberia, you're taking for fun. I'm just going to tell you the story today. I'm just going to tell you the story. And those of you that are listening, if you have ears to hear, it's up to you. I'm not going to force you to listen. But the tension, the plan that is building under George Weah, I'm going to tell you how the plan is tonight. Take my word, leave it, it's up to you guys. We can bring all the story here, we can show all the videos here, but there are things that are taking place right now that I want you to understand. One, from the day Alexander Cummings said, I will make sure that George Weah become a one-term president, he's not joking about that. He is not joking about that. Alexander Cummings and the CPP plan is to ensure that the Weah administration, within the 5 working business days, don't have any peace in our city and in our country. They want to ensure that every little thing should be turned into a protest. That's from the party structure standpoint. Every little thing should be turned into a protest. There will be no negotiation. And the purpose for doing that is to discourage investors from coming to the country. And the way it works, they feed on the desperation of the people. They influence the people. And the Irishman, I don't understand, he thinks they are in their interest. That is the first strategy. That is their first strategy. To always make sure that whenever there is something that the government needs to negotiate about, that thing will turn into a protest. That is the CPP strategy. Is it working? Well, it's making progress. The second strategy, the first strategy is the civil society strategy, the civil service strategy that is organized by the political party leaders. That is to enforce protests in the street every day. The second strategy is the communication aspect. Yes, the second strategy is the communication aspect. Yes, the second strategy is the communication aspect. How that work? You see Spoon TV? Those of you in America here, the biggest Republican TV channel is Fox News, right? Yes, it's Fox News. Donald Trump loves to go to Fox News because that station support him. And through our Fox News network, they are all over the country promoting the image of the Republican Party. Going in every little town, country town, linking up with every little radio station, and promoting the image of Fox News through, the Republican agenda through the Fox News, right? And with the texting now, Mr. Trump is texting all the time. Second strategy, but you're not seeing the big picture. Spoon TV. A CDC is not careful. The way Spoon TV is moving, by 2022, CDC will catch hard time. Yes, CDC will catch hard time. It will give up a little bit of uphill battle to climb, because Spoon TV is being used by the opposition under a dark cloud that you cannot see if you don't have that exquisite vision. That's how Spoon TV is being used. Don't take my word for it, though. Don't take my word for it. When Mother Douglas said Liberia was going to go in chaos, many people didn't take it for serious. All right? They took it for granted. They were not sure about it. So I'm just here telling you now. And I'm glad that I got video from the past where I said, oh, Mr. We will be president. And people not do anything. People used to doubt it. They seen it today, right? So I'm making a video again. I'm making a video. Spoon TV is a communication arm strategy for the opposition. But they are doing it in a very transparent but disguised form. That if you're not smart, you're not reading the math, you're not reading the calculus, you will not see it. You will not see it. Spoon TV has announced that they got Fabric FM, they got Hot FM. You know how I got popular in Liberia? I got popular in Liberia through Hot FM. Daniel Rogers. I used to get up in the morning, I used to be on Hot FM. And when I sing Hot FM, that I announced my support for George Weah. Spoon TV, they support the opposition. Their strategy here is we should get most of the radio station and begin to broadcast. And secondly, we start to bring all the government officials to us so they can come and start to tell their story. And then we'll be asking them questions. How many of you guys listen to Jefferson Koji today? One of the reverend got and said, Minister Toy said, the president will be a dictator. That's a message to sending. Maybe you don't understand. There was nowhere, no time that Samuel Toy ever went over there or ever said the president should be a dictator. But they brought it back to make that out of an issue. Jefferson Koji came today and spoke about the Justino girl story. Next thing you know, the other medical Uber went up there and started to add a part of story to it. They got a lot of listeners today. They feel that the online participants are not their target. Spoon TV strategy is to get involved with the local radio station in Liberia and start to broadcast so that the people on the ground who can vote will start to hear what they have to say. They're going to get Mosuaro County. They're going to go to Grand Bassa County. They're going to go to Cape Ma. They're going to go to Banga. They're going to go to Yikipa. Then they start going to Southeast. By the time you make up your mind, it will be too late. One day I will say, Randy, you were right. And that day I will just cut off from Facebook and I will be gone. I will be gone. But I will prove it to y'all. If we're not careful, no God will sweep underneath us that when the time comes, it will be too late. It will be too late. You see, the sad thing about it, Jefferson Koji will get up and go and sit on Spoon TV and have interview. But those are all who come here every day and talk about the government. They don't care to come here and even say, hello, my man, thank you so much. That is the difference between the white man leadership and the typical African man leadership. I'm speaking my mind tonight. Yes, I am. And you can feel any way you want to feel. But these boys from the opposition, their goal is to make we are one-term president, and they're working towards it. Trust me. They are doing everything. Spoon TV, it will take charge of all the communication aspects. Don't they have Kiss FM in Liberia? Why Kiss FM cannot link with us? All right? Let me see what somebody say here. Who cares for your feelings? Okay. So this one will be black now. All right? Yeah, the other man, who cares for your feelings? When you're making sense, who cares for your feelings? So that one is black, he's gone. We don't like to hear the truth. We don't like to hear the truth, folks. We don't like to hear the truth. Whether he belonged to Jefferson Koji, I don't know. The same thing when the rebel war was coming in Liberia, people are taking it for fun. See, there's one thing about we Liberian people. The illiteracy rate will continue to kill us. And that's why the Congo men will all be better than us in Liberia. Trust me. Yes, the Congo men will all be better than us in Liberia. Honestly speaking. Because they are together. They are together. Somebody come here and say something together, oh, who cares about your feeling? Oh, no, now nobody cares for my feelings, right? Because I tell you, you got it true now, so nobody cares for my feelings, right? You see how deceptive we are? You're telling them the truth. They don't want to listen. Then when something happens tomorrow, then they're ready to blame other people. Instead of saying, my man, the thing you're talking, let me try to understand you a little bit. But, oh no, who cares for your feeling? It's not my feeling, my friend. It is not my goddamn feeling. It's not my goddamn feeling. It is the feeling of the innocent people I'm trying to tell you. Because you are so limited that you don't even understand what I'm saying. But you guys are the one that will see the things happening before you believe it. That's how you guys are. These people are planning, they are planning, they are planning. There's nothing about my feelings. It's nothing about my feeling. It's about how the country is going to be taken out of something in time to come. These people are planning. You got Jefferson Koji going on Spoon TV. But they will not come on other citizen show to say thank you. What are they trying to prove? Oh, that when you are opposition, then they come to you. So if I become an opposition tomorrow, will they come on my show? Is that why it is? See, that's why Fox News and the white people are very smarter than the black people. All the Republicans will go on Fox News to promote the agenda and will make them strong. But you get our public officials. That's why I give Minister Toy credit. Yes, I give Minister Toy credit. Minister Toy is a true leader. He believes in what support the government agenda. But not the other people. And I'm not going to give them any credence here. No. I'm not going to give them any credence. The only way I will give you credence is when you support your own. There's nothing wrong with you going on the other side. But you should support your own first. Just how you care for your children first before you care for other people's children. That's how it should be here. That's how it should be. And that's the truth. That is the truth. Take it or leave it. That is the truth. You cannot leave those who are promoting the agenda and going to sit on other channel and be talking and leaving out the other people who promoting your interests. That is absolutely wrong. So Spoon TV, the strategy they're working on right now is Spoon TV continue like that. They will surprise us because by then, by 2022, they will have merged most of the local radio stations and it will become powerful. And the Kiss FM that just sitting over there, nobody supporting them to expand, they will be playing a catch-up game. And then their third strategy is blending in with the youth. You see, if you are going against an enemy, that you cannot defeat directly, you know what you're going to do? You're going to befriend that enemy as your first move. And then while you with them, you're going to what? Recruit most of them. And then begin to support things that will create their emotions. That's what they call controlling the dynamics. The COP is coming from across the street. They're coming into the CDC youth wing and creating another COP. Tell me, what is the purpose of doing that? What is the purpose of doing that? Can the AFL or Liberia come and join the U.S. Army and say, we're bringing the AFL into the U.S. Army? Every organization got their own culture. Every organization got their own culture. These guys, when they come, we should be able to teach them our value, our political value. If we want to have a youth wing, we got our youth wing. We shouldn't go and copy something and say this is our own. You can't do that. You can't do that. And that's where I stand for my principle. I can't do that. The same way they put when I copied the Constitution back then and took it to Liberia, and they could not even fix the Constitution of our country, all messed up today. How can an opposition group, COP, come within the CDC youth and create another COP? What's the purpose of doing that? We don't have brain? That somebody should come and create a COP? What is the purpose of creating a COP, by the way? What are they going to do? So when the COP, director and the COP throwing stone, then our COP should go and throw stone? Is that why it is now? Is that why it is? I don't care, you watch me, I don't give a damn. Honestly, I don't give a damn. But I have to tell you guys the truth. I have to tell you guys the truth. These guys are setting you up. All right? These guys are setting you up. All right? They are setting you guys up. They say the way to keep your opponent motivated is to align with their interest. Yeah? The way to keep your opponent that you already enter into is to align with their interest and determine their cause and promote it. Young citizens in the party who looking for leadership, few handful of people come down, oh, let's create a COP. Oh yes, that's true. And they catch their interest. Yeah, we are the young CDC COP. And then the guy then say, bravo, our plan are working. How we making progress? We're pushing for protests, it's making progress. We just have our speech. We're going to make sure the election is delayed. We're going to push for that. We don't know whether it's going to be successful or not. We're going to push for that. We're going to make sure the healthcare workers continue to protest. We got Spoon TV. Then I capture, how do you call it, Hot FM. They are capture Fabric. So we got voice on the ground now. We bring the official them, question them toughly, and then they will start to pull towards us. They will start to pull towards us. And then we'll start getting more. You see, Henry Costa is getting very unpopular now. Because he doesn't have a radio station on the ground. So the opposition now is going through Spoon TV to start capturing their voice. Again, you will say, who cares about your feeling? Only the American people care for my feelings. Because they know that I can see things from far off and begin to tell them. And they will listen. Not because of my color, but what I'm saying that makes sense to their ears. Henry Costa is going to a year now. Doesn't have a radio station on the ground. Spoon TV, a newer guy, he know his online broadcast is not working for him. So he's now merging with Fabric. He's now merging with Hot FM. And he's going to spread his wings. And who you think he's targeting? Politically, politics deal with numbers. Numbers come by you influencing people. And influencing come by you bringing people on and humiliating them. And then the people get a win. It will come a time, Spoon TV will be the leading radio station on the ground and online because they are well coordinated. See, the opposition, they communicate with each other. They're communicating with each other. So their plan is just going in. How sure are you guys that their plan B, their plan C, where you see the COP is forming, young people that came from the COP, join today. Next thing you know, boom, they're coming up with COP in CDC. Do you have that analytical mind? Did you do high-level thinking? You know, you guys don't do that. Especially the guy high, yeah, black hair. He don't have that kind of mind. He doesn't have that kind of mind to think. This is a mind that they pay good money for. This is not just a mind that just go and clean poo-poo. This is a mind they pay good money for. When people say, look at the math, look at the calculus, and add it. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys here. Corsa voice is not popular in Monrovia and Liberia anymore because he doesn't have a radio station. So they're using Spoon TV now and going with a strategic plan, merging with radio stations and getting their voices on the ground. That is their strategy. And then the plan C, the youth wing that just came. There is a saying that says the best way to keep people motivated who are your opponent after you blend in with them is to align yourself with their values, things that they like. They know there will be some young guys in the party that want to be part of their version of the COP. And they will get in there. Those guys are thinking far ahead of us because we are not communicating. We are not communicating. So the guys are thinking, one day I will say, Randy, you read, and I will be the day I will close my Facebook page and I will be done. And I will tell you, say, you know what, I'm a Liberian, but I don't think like Liberian. I'm one of the few that don't think like Liberians. These guys, look, I sit down and do critical analysis with mathematical equation, putting things here, taking it here, and taking it there. The first time I saw Smith Toby, you know what Smith Toby black mean? You ask Smith Toby today. And this is just an evidence of story. When Smith Toby used to broadcast on OKFM, it came a time I said Smith Toby was trying to get a job with the government. Smith Toby got out of his seat and went and black me. Today, where is Smith Toby today? Working for the government. Because I saw the math. I can see the thing and tell them. Yes, that is the gift that God gave me. Spoon TV, I have been telling you guys, Spoon TV is a opposition, but they are playing it very smart. They're playing it very smart. They know they need a population. And how can they draw the population to themselves? It is to bring the government official on their show and start to interview them. And then you see all the population will start listening to them now. And then it will become the bigger show now on the block. And then everybody will be going there. Then those are all the CDC side when we're talking, oh my man, 12 don't come on your show, Jefferson go on the other side. Then when they get the attention of the people now, that when they will start to control the narrative. Do you think Jefferson Koji doing the right thing? Oh no man, he's doing the right thing. But who is the man? The comedian will start coming now. But then it will be too late because they might already what? Systematically cover the entire geographic of major counties in our country. And now when they will say you got to do heavy lifting to catch up with these guys. That's why the people pay some of our good money in the country with our engineering brain. Because we can see things and begin to do the matrix. Don't take my word for it because you Liberians, you don't believe in people. That's why we are one of the lower class or species on or among countries in the world because we don't trust our own. Yes, we don't trust our own. We don't trust our own. No. Look at the country. We don't trust our own. When a Liberian man comes here to tell you something, we don't trust our own. We ridicule each other. That's who we are. We don't trust our own. But you know what? I thank God that this video is now being recorded. You all saw my other video the other time, right? When I said, Joe, we are going to win and Joe, we are going to do the right thing. This is another history that I'm making here. If you continue to make this slight mistake, when the guidance start to surface among you, that's the time I will say goodbye to you. That's the time I will say goodbye. Politics is about strategy. It's a political war, if you don't understand it. And it's about numbers. It's not like in America where they go by electoral college, certain number kind. Liberian politics is based on popular vote. Our people are very, very ignorant in terms of understanding things. And if we don't educate them, other people will buy into them. You guys know that Costa's voice is going down. So Costa is sitting there in the back now because he's very unpopular to the many Liberians that don't believe that he's the right guy. So they brought in a strange guy. But the strange guy is learning from Costa's mistake, and they are systematically carrying out their plan. Carrying out their plan. Carrying out their plan. While you're there making that noise, oh, ready that foolish man, ready that this. It's the same thing when Noah was telling the people, God is about to turn the earth into a whole dam of water. People were there merry-making. Oh, who cares? You're taking it for fun. You're taking it for fun. You don't know what's going on. You're taking it for fun. I'm not interested, right? Because number one, I don't cause people, man. I don't do. You see, all the negative people that on Facebook, in the government, they go on Spoon TV, Yeke Koluba, Costa. Then now you get the government official and going there now. Chawasinko, you going there now. By the time you go to all them start going there. Spoon TV will start. As soon as Spoon TV come on now, by the time you read 10 minutes, they go up to 2,000 and say, yes. We got the guys in now. We got them. The plan works. The plan works. And by the time they get any protest now in Liberia, Spoon TV will go and be showing the protests and be destroying the image of George Weah. And you see all the thousands of people watching. Then you'll have to come back now and go on Spoon TV again. Oh, you know, it doesn't work that way. They send Justin and will come. Don't mind them. They are useless people. They are useless people. That is the game they're playing with you guys tonight. That's their game plan. But you will not believe it. Do you think I really sit with these books and behind me and I didn't crack my brain to think ahead of people? You know what Spoon TV, let me tell you what Spoon TV did to me. Spoon TV cannot allow me to make comment when there's show going on. That to how much they afraid. Whenever Spoon TV is live, they block me from making comment. I can only watch. Because they know Spoon TV is not stupid. The guy that run the show, they sit down and look at everybody on Facebook and they say, that guy, don't let him make comment here. Because he comment will stir things up. Because we know him. They don't just, I mean, do you hear me insulting? No. But they know. They know what I'm capable of doing. Tara Dillon, the Costa page, now Spoon TV. Why do you think these guys are blocking me? Well, you don't see me insulting. But the very people who insulting people, mom, they can make comment there, right? You see the contradiction I'm trying to bring to your attention here? You guys are playing with a fire. If you ever watch any movie where, the example I give to people from our age group, if you watch Chinese Super Ninja, where the guy then took that girl in, she was serving them food, but she was drawing the entire facility. Drawing it. When the time came, she got it, she took that boy out and just sent it. They poked in and took over. By the time the men got ready, it was too late. The kingdom went down. The kingdom went down. You don't understand these things. Costa is not popular anymore. So they're using Spoon TV. You know what people buy more? I mean, look at Spoon TV coming up. They came out strictly out of being in opposition. And because they became opposition, they started bringing Akara's Girl. Akara's Girl, the first person that started promoting Spoon TV. He didn't like it own. You got freedom over there. Freedom should be able to go all over the 15 counties, asking people to be broadcasting in their vernaculars. How many people in the different part of our country can listen to what's going on in Morovia when it comes to rape? But Spoon TV guys, they will go beyond those areas. And they will steal the idea I'm telling you right now today. They will start to find people who can broadcast in the different vernaculars, Grebo, Pele, and bring them on the show and start to discuss about what's happening. They will control the narrative. Let me tell you now. Our government official, I'm not saying they shouldn't go on the show, but they should make it competitive. You got Fox News that support the Republican Party. You got MSNBC that support the Democratic Party. They can go on a show and they can come on the show and make it competitive. That way they put Obama. If you allow them to just be bringing you into the corner, then they're going to control the dynamics. There is something called transformation, or to transform your ideas is to keep your opponent close to you. The way you keep your opponent close to you is to motivate them so they can align with their personal interest on your show. If you do that, then you will be controlling their narrative. They don't come on our shows. They don't come on our show. For those of you that agree with me, you just keep the video. That's all I ask. Keep the video. That's all I ask. Because you will go back to the video years to come, you say, damn it, that guy was damn right. And by that time, you might not find me around. I may be completely gone. Because the damage will be done. And I can't come out to control the damage. You see, the reason why they have preventive health care is for you to not get a sickness so it can get late for you to live long. In Liberia, because we don't have preventive health care, we don't think about preventative measures in our country. No. Liberia man gets worse than my man is sick. By the time the sickness hits you, your likely chance for you to survive is like 2 or 100% because it's too late. You don't go to the hospital on a regular basis because there's nothing that prevents health care. And we apply those same logic into what we do. We see things because we support somebody personally. Why somebody say, oh, we don't say. But then when the damage comes out, oh, yes. You're listening to the report today, asking Jefferson Koji, that Samuel Toure said the president want to become a dictator. That man who called himself pastor, his purpose over there is to reiterate things that will resonate with other people. The more population they get, especially on the ground, that's the most dangerous part. I will tell you now, I will confess. Those guys gaining popularity on the ground by broadcasting through a local radio station, they're going to defeat my teaching on here. Yes, they're going to defeat it. Because the more radio station they get into the people now. They get into the core of the people. If they were all on Facebook, I would say, you know what? People in Liberia that don't have data, they will not listen to these guys. But these guys know that not all Liberians can afford phone data to listen. But they can listen to the radio and hear people. That is the most dangerous part that will harm us if we're not playing well. There is still opportunity. We got Case FM, we got how they call it, we have Case FM. We can start to compete with them by opening other radio station, whether it's in River G, whether it's in Bukonjere, whether it's in Maryland, we can open other radio station. You see why I used to make Costa powerful? Costa became powerful because Costa used to be broadcasting Radio Kwage in Kagata, or Radio This in Beaumont, Radio This here. Costa was getting popular. But because he had a problem with his transmission, they shut him down. So now these guys are coming now. They're setting themselves. They're picking people. Mr. Toure, Jefferson Koji. Their target. And they want to be the icing on the cake. The day president will appear on that show. All other Facebook group that's supporting the president, case closed. There will be no more again. Because they already got the icing on the cake. That's it. That's it. Their target is to get Joe Weah on that show. A Joe Weah appear on that station. Case closed. Case closed. They will get the highest turn up. And that when now they will start to draw the Liberian people attention. Because there will be questions that will be asking Joe Weah to make them to remain on top. Many of you guys don't understand these things. And I don't blame you for these things because, number one, in America, you don't interact with people who got tons of ideas to teach you strategy. Number two, many of you guys don't go to the school where they teach you the ideas. So, because you see a Liberian man sitting here looking at you now, all you see is the Liberian face, you hear the Liberian voice, oh man, that's how we are. That's how we are. But I'm telling you real things here, all right? That is the trap. That is the trap, all right? That is the trap. Somebody say, yo, I for a broadcasting through opposition Joy FM. Thank you. Thank you. Now somebody is seeing something here. Thank you. They are strategically positioning themselves. That's what we call strategic planning. It is called population targets. They are targeting population now. They are putting their foot down. Communists don't know what they're doing. They're distracting the executive leadership by putting in place number of protests. So the protests can generate attention. And when they get that attention, Spoon TV will be there to show it. And the way Spoon TV is building her popularity is by bringing in government officials to appear on their show so that Liberians can start to like their show. And they're going through the local radio station. So when there is a protest, Spoon TV will be there, making their picture big on Facebook. Then the people of Liberia throughout the country will be hearing what's going on in the country. Then our government will start to lose popularity. If the people on your side, it's powerful. Do you know why Donald Trump always tweeting? Said Donald Trump being in office. You know why he always tweeting? Because he's getting the attention of the American people. Yes. He's getting the attention of American people because he is not underestimated. Because in America, most people have access to data. So Donald Trump said, I'm not waiting for the media. If I can tweet, everybody can. If Donald Trump tweet right now, I will get it. Because I subscribe to that. But in Liberia, because people don't have data, those guys are using the local radio station now. Everybody in the country got their own style radio station. They got some people favor Fabric. I used to broadcast through Fabric, through Radio LRB. I used to broadcast through Fabric. When President Givler was there, I broadcast through Fabric. I know exactly what I'm telling you because I've been there. Go and ask when that lady from Nigeria was the president or the CEO of Fabric. We used to broadcast through Fabric. When President used to have that late night show, all right? He was the godfather of late night show. I used to broadcast through them through Radio LRB. We used to be there. Then we turned around. Our president went to Hot FM. I was invited by Daniel Roger, and we're down there. So I know exactly what I'm telling you because I've been there and done that. That is excluding my own exclusive vision and mind to perceive things. But you're missing the mark. How much does it cost to open a radio station? I don't know. That's not my area of expertise, Nancy. That's my area of expertise. But the government on the ground, they got radio stations that support their ideology. Freedom FM is on the ground. Case FM is on the Case FM has been a station that supported the government agenda for a very long time. But how many people go to Case FM? How many people know about Case FM? Not many people. I know that Case or King, I think one of them. I know King or Case FM. How many Liberians know about the station? These guys are plenty ahead of us, let me tell you now. And for any reason, when they put a dent into our parade, it will be our own doing. Because our own people promoting them. Our own people promoting. All the government officials from the Republican establishment, they will always go to Fox News to tell their people how they're doing. Most citizens will listen to citizens. Liberians are selfish when they are in their position. I agree with you, Kamara. Yes. I agree with you. That just tell me that some of them don't just care. Mr. Twerking went all around. Sat down on different CDC shows and you saw how the tenor came. Do you think they were doing it all the time? Coming and having the argument and saying things. And then when they go on the other side and then the opposition want to say something negative for them, we say, no. When these people were here, this is what they said. You guys are lying. Then it becomes competitive. It becomes competitive. Because what you saying over is not what the men said here. But they're not doing it. Our government officials feel that buying the interest of the opposition is going to help them. But no. Let me tell you one thing. What the opposition is doing to you guys is very deadly. All right? What they're doing to you guys is very deadly. They say the best way to manipulate your opponent emotion is to define the nature of your opponent relationship. And once you do that, you will use them by giving them the impression of things that they like. That's what they're doing to you guys. That's exactly what they're doing to you guys. So you sit there, and oh, the man ain't talking that they good. Those guys are playing the smart. Those boys tested power for 133 years. They're learning by the day. They're seeing things. The reason they're blacking guys like me is because they know when I start to expose them, what took Smith to go to the Providence Island today on our video clip. Because they're seeing the kind of video I'm showing. But they don't want to come and say, you know what, Let us come. And all we asking for is for them to bring the information to us. Many times we also ask that we get airtime in Liberia, Saturday morning, Sunday in the evening. Now one radio station will come from Liberia and say, my man, we want to give you one weekend to come and broadcast and teach our people. All we're doing is just teaching few of you guys in America here. That is not an impact. The impact is on the ground by you influencing the people and giving them the sense of what has happened. Do you think all the video I'm showing, if that were being shown in Liberia, you know how many minds you'll be changing? You know how many perception you'll be changing when Alexander comes in and talking and know exactly what the video you saw about that other man yesterday who left from here after working as some kind of taxpayer member want to go be president in Liberia. You think if the people of Liberia start to see those videos, how you think the people going to consider the people? Education is not only in the classroom, folks. They got public education out there, street education, where you can teach people to be enlightened. But that's the challenge we have, folks. That's the challenge we have. I cannot help it. But when I tell you, God, what I think, I cannot help it. We have decided to license and re-license or permit and re-permit from year to year illiteracy. We're not willing to learn. We are not willing to learn. We are not willing to learn. We are not willing to move the goalpost to a better location. We're not willing to learn. That's us. We're not willing to learn. I mean, see how much we do on this Sunday. Now, one person will come and say, my man here, let me stay on the show here and say hi to you guys. I cannot connect. Okay, I can connect you with Send TV if you want. I mean, the opportunity is open to you guys. All right? The opportunity is open to you guys. Whatever you feel that would be the best thing to propagate the government agenda. That's what we want. The very video, you can send that video. Somebody will go and watch it. As long as the message is making sense to you, think about it being a bigger picture. The reason people build network, all the companies you see today, whether it's Chevron, GE, Apple, why do you think they get connection all over the world? Because they feel that they will grow their profit by expanding their business. Politics, the more radio stations you get that broadcast locally in the country, the better position you will be in. The better position you will be in. Don't feel because you're in power, you got a little thing around you. No. There are other people who planning to get rid of you. And they will do it in a very systemic way. Yes, they will do it in a very systemic way if they want to get rid of you. All right? When you are ready to take down an opponent, they will keep the pressure up on all sides. And that's exactly what Bernard you are doing. Maybe you're not here again. When your opponent is ready to take you down, they will keep the pressure on all sides. You seen the protests? You seen the COP trying to establish itself within the youth rank? They want to create pressure to go against the other people. That's why it is. That's why it is. We was going to open Send TV USA, but I was relocating, so they told the owner in Liberia to put it on hold. Why would it work for you guys? Why would it work for you guys? But we got to make sure we do our best. Because two things will happen. Is if Spoon TV managed to control most of the radio stations to get their messages across, we'll have to do heavy lifting to catch up with them. And they will also increase the speed. They will put a turbo engine where they will increase the speed. So we'll be chasing them. And there's a possibility that they can win. Because they get the people's mind. Because one thing they know about the native man, they start giving all rights. They start giving all some little things. They win the people's minds. By the time you want to go convince them, it's too late. Because they'll ask you, what have you done? And that question alone will go to the poll. People's minds are not well measured in understanding the long risks that things may pose. So I just thought it wise to come and have the conversation here with you guys. That's why it is. Sometimes we got to have the in-house meeting. What strategy is going out there? What strategy is going out there? when you're in politics, it's a game that you play every day. Yes, because the opposition will create a trap for you by playing to your expectation and causing you to let your guard down while they are planning to hit against you. That's what they will do. That's exactly what they will do. So don't take my word for it. I'm just telling you guys now. I'm just being honest with you guys. The only way we can start to gain momentum, the government officials need to recognize what we're doing. They need to appear on our show, tell us about their progress, tell us about their agenda, tell us what they're doing. That will motivate the people, because the people will go out there and say, yes, we watched this show, that support the government, and the minister then appear on the shows. All right? That I mean, somebody here can see a girl. Let me see what the person say. Let me see who the other person. Let me show you to you. All right? This guy right here. Yes, I saw the guy. You're right, Vivian. I saw this guy. You see the guy? The moment Jefferson Koji got off, that Spoon TV, this guy came and started to modify, add more mud to the comment that Jefferson Koji made about Justino Taylor. This guy, I don't regard the guy, because the guy is a travelist, and you know, he's a travelist. I don't know how he joined the army in America. Maybe he was hiding that behavior. But he came and started to castigate, tarnish the young man reputation. Because that's exactly what Spoon TV is all about. Spoon TV will bring the government official and they will take something from there and spin it, and then the other people will run with it on their show. They'll run with it on the show. Look how they are on their mission to do everything possible. And from what I'm seeing, looking at the map, looking at the prediction, they are doing extremely well. The president spoke about progress, yes. So the opposition communication arm, they are doing well. Because if they can pull our government official to go on their show to talk a lot, they're doing well. Many citizens, Prince Sharif, Gilmer, and others, the guy will talk from Monday to Saturday. Now one government official will come on the show and say thank you. Now one. So what the effort mean? Because they are the one who move things. When they move, people move with them. So if they redirecting their energy to the opposition station, so that's where the energy will go. So why would you want to waste time and come on Facebook and be talking to you guys when you're not even getting the motivation? When you're not getting the motivation. All right? That same guy he want to marry the woman. That's what he said. I mean, that his personal affair. I don't really care for whether he want to marry the woman or not. But I'm just saying that Jefferson Koji and other government officials continue to go on the show. They're going to open themselves to a lot of vulnerabilities that the guy will use against them. He will use it against them. Spoon TV is phishing. There's something in technology called phishing. So now you on your computer, you see the email that comes to you, tell that it came from your boss or from your wife. By the time you click on it, they expose you, they tap into your computer. That's exactly what Spoon TV is doing. They are phishing. They are fishing for the government official and bringing them on that show and asking them some questions to see whether it will slip up, and then they will keep the video. That's what they will do. Yes, that's exactly what they will do. Who's selling diplomatic passport? I need one. All right? Diplomatic passport, if you want to go anywhere, go get it. We're not selling passport here. Passport can be sold all over. Anyhow, let me see here. Speaking of diplomatic passport here. All right, let me see here. What's up, Hassan? What's up, Hassan? Let me see something here. Hold on here. Let me see if I can get it searched here. Okay, and that go up here. Yeah, let's see here. List of ambassadors in the United States, U.S. influence on Liberia, New York. Okay, let's see. I was trying to find something here, but excuse me, I don't think I'll be able to find it here now. I mean, take for example. Okay, good. So, as I was saying, these guys are working against us seriously. And the government officials, some of them, are promoting these guys. You cannot have people talking for you guys, and you're going to them, and you're giving them all the support. Never saw that before in politics. Never saw that. It's like people who are government officials in the Trump administration going on CNN, having the conversation all the time, but never appear on Fox News. Never saw anything like that before. Yes. So what you hear here tonight, it was just a warning. It was just a warning. Because I have been following the trail. I have seen Spoon TV going with Yaka Koluba using all type of profanity against the president. They're embracing it. They're not stopping. They're not stopping because they know the population in Liberia is polluted. It's polluted with people with nasty minds. Yes, it's polluted. So they love those things. So they will not put any ethical standard to it because that's what they love to hear. They will continue to do things. All right? Which one people not ready again? Those are the people they support. Those are the people they support. So if you are a government official and you going to Spoon TV, there is nothing wrong with you going there. But you must learn to support your own. You should learn to appear on the different shows that support the government and talk about the things that you're doing. Talk about your plan, the plan progress, the plan targets. Let those who support you get to hear from you on any medium here. But you can't take your whole time and go sit over there. I'm not talking about the Liberian people. For me, I'm not talking about the Liberian people. I'm not talking about myself. Because right now, when I finish from here, I'm going to have fun time with myself. I'm not talking about the people back there. Because I know one day, government officials will fall off the cliff and it will come down. That season will dry. Any officials that were enjoying 12 years ago, right? Where are they today? They're down today. Two officials that were enjoying almost 40 years ago. Where are they today? They're down. See where we are government officials. Everyone that in the we are government today, you guys are having fun. But when I talk in your drop, what are you going to be saying now? When you meet some of us here. My man, how you manage? You're hiding thing, how you manage? Are you going to say, oh, Mr. We are not listening? Or are you going to say they men were controlling this? Is it going to be the same repeated something again? That's how it is. All right? So I want to hear to tell the story. All right? Somebody said, so are you suggesting that government officials should not go on opposition channel? Look, Mr. LIB Botuman, LIB got you. You said something yesterday again. This time tonight, I'm going to block you. Yes. LIB got you way, you're going to be black tonight. Because you cannot learn from the past. As an engineer, I don't take repeated mistake easily. You came on the show yesterday, and yeah, much I appreciate you, but you have a learning disability, and I cannot help you. You had a learning disability. You just got here, and haven't listened to me. Now you say, oh, are you suggesting? Instead of you listening to me. From the beginning of the show, I said, I don't disagree that they should not go on opposition, but they should start with us first. And I just repeated that again, and now you're asking the question here again. You know, you are a very lucky guy. Yes. LRB got you. You're very lucky. The star you were born underneath is a very, very lucky star. Tell your mom, tell your dad, tell God, thank you. But there's something that keep telling me not to block you. So you're a very, very lucky man. All right? Very, very lucky. Keep that luck with you, my friend. You're a very lucky guy. Because there's something that's telling me that I cannot even move my finger to block you. You're a very lucky person. Yes. You're a very lucky person. You're a very, very lucky person. You sure you were on the show yesterday? Is that somebody else I was talking about? I think you were on the show yesterday, my friend. You were on the show yesterday. LIB got you. You were on the show yesterday. Go watch the show yesterday. You were here yesterday. All right, have you seen this video, Randy? Please listen what this guy, senseless guy. Bill, I don't listen to this guy, Bill. I don't listen to this guy, Bill. I don't listen to this guy. Yeah, I'm too intelligent to listen to this guy. No. I don't listen to this guy. I'm not even going to show him on the camera here. I don't listen to this guy. Yes, this guy is below my standards in every capacity. I'm not going to listen to him. No, I don't listen to him. So that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. They need to start to support their own. Bring the policy. The finance minister started that process. But it seems to be that they are not interested in doing these things. But what I'm telling you that these guys are planning, and they are planning very, very strategically. They know exactly what they're doing. All right? So, guys, I will take a few calls, and I will be going. If you want to come in, please. I'll take 3 people, and I'll be out of here. All right? I'll take 3 people, and I'll be out of here. All right? I was on 2 days ago. Okay, if you're on 2 days ago, but I seen that you made a mistake again, bro. 2 days ago, then it's the day you made that mistake. Yeah, it was the day you made that mistake. Now you come back again, you fall in yourself that same mistake. Oh, there you go again. Yeah, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, just tweet that again, all right? All right? See, Donald Trump is very engaged with the people because he knows social media in America is very big. All right? Let me take this caller here, and you guys should know exactly. So this is my first caller out of 3. So let's see how that works. First caller out of 3.
Hello?
Oh, that's my man here again. What's up,
Yeah,
my man?
I was the one that was letting you know that I can connect you with Send TV.
I don't know how good that would be, but I want for everyone who broadcasts, maybe that you could say, for example, once you start the process, others will follow your lead. So I could agree with you on that. Yeah, so that opportunity, I look forward to you making that out because I want to make sure that this Spoon TV gets some competition from here and from the government standpoint.
Okay.
So I appreciate that effort.
Okay.
All right, I will appreciate that effort. I will get back to the other guys in here and see what can be done. But preferably for me, I would rather do Sunday evening or Saturday afternoon. But Sunday evening would be a very perfect time for me. Sunday evening, I don't know how the studio run over. Do they sleep in the studio? Because Sunday evening, maybe like 6, 7, most people are home relaxing. And then you can start to, broadcast because I think most people relaxing at home. And then maybe during the weekdays, we can find one day when people are at work to continue to get the message across because that's my goal. There's one guy who is leaving from the United States. He called me up and said, are we going to Liberia? I'm going to open a public center where they will be broadcasting from. So he wants me, whenever he's running that show during the week, where I can get in there and just begin to talk to the young people, explain to them. So that's something he's working on too.
Okay, because
so what you got to say?
No, because Send TV in Liberia is pretty big. So right when I heard you talking about it, the man that owns Send TV, he's some kind of big guy in CDC over there. So I contacted him right away, and he told me, he says, so long I make the recommendation, he all for it. So he just want me. So he told me that if you can send me your number and I will send it to him, or either vice versa. He's willing to have the conversation because we were going to open up CNTV USA. I bought the equipment, I bought the software and everything, but I'm relocating from New Jersey to all the way down to Texas. So everything will put to standstill. But I still got the software, very nice, expensive software. Um, so I mean, everything is there. We just need someone in America that can, that is willing or having the time to, to broadcast and present the factual information to the Liberian people. And I think with your expertise and the amount of information that you have, I think you would be the right guy. And just as soon you said it.
Yeah, but let me say this. Let me say this. The software you're talking about, that's fine with me because I won't have that opportunity before, but I turn it down because I'm very busy. What I would like to see myself doing, like if my show is on, someone cast my show in Liberia and I do my talking. If that would require me to have the software installed on my computer, I don't mind doing that. But I don't want to be on our big set. No, that's not my style.
Oh, no.
No, that's not my style.
No.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't want to be somewhere. I just want, if I'm on, somebody say, Randy, yeah, we can connect your show to the audience back home. Perfect. That's all I want.
Oh, okay.
That's all I want. So, yeah, that's all I want. So, it's Sam TV, got the studio, and say, look, because right now, not Fabric, but Freedom can connect me and I can start to broadcast. Like when I get on Freedom show every evening, I just connect to the show. We had a conversation on the radio. People calling the show. Oh, we're ready here. We are the analysis. That's something that I'm looking for. If they want to take it to the next level, where they say, okay, when you broadcasting, we can show the video in Liberia for those who got Facebook to see you. Because I believe the people on the ground who don't have access to data, to burn data, those are my primary targets. And that's the target that Spoon TV is going on. See, many of the guys, they don't understand the logic. And, they don't understand the logic either because they are not school. So they will come, oh, man, talking crap. And those are the opposition guys that want to, distract you from your attention. But I want to make sure that my people, the citizens, level-headed Liberians that want to see a better country that will be very competitive with ideas, they are the ones that I'm targeting, and they are the one that I'm trying to bring the idea to when I say that Spoon TV is on a mission to map out most of the local radio stations.
Yes.
That's their plan. And if they do that, President Weah will catch hard time.
Right.
Because the fact that they're bringing their official on their show is put us in a very bad position. That they're telling us that you guys even work. We're bringing your guys in here and we're asking them all the questions. Some of the questions are not making sense. And then you see everybody will start floating to that station and they will dictate the process. If you allow somebody to dictate the process, they control it.
Yes.
And and that's why I don't want to see. And I just hope that the guy will listen. And maybe I know they don't care. Maybe they're like, oh man, we got enough now, man. If we lose, who cares? I mean, sometimes you can tell my reaction.
Yeah, you're right.
Because people that mean business will do the best. But I mean, business will do the best. I mean, you see the election here today. Joe Biden is going in every corner, every little phone, your old email. They're still reaching out to you because they need people on their side. They need for soldiers. They need everybody. But there's something fundamentally wrong with some of the government officials. You saw the finance minister, he did an extremely good job. Came on most of our network. When he got done, then he went to the opposition side. That means that we have a balanced airtime where he came on our show, but somebody got, no, I don't know, I think some of the guys in the government, let me reframe it. Some of the guys in the government feel very, they have that kind of inferiority complex where they feel that they are obligated to go to this guy station to prove some point. But to us in America, it's both crap. And it's both crap. So I don't know, but I try to wrap my head around that. But I mean, let me just give you the floor to have your say.
Yeah, I mean,
But I love the conversation.
I didn't really call to say anything. I just really called to let you know. But I will inbox you after the show, and I think that would be a great. I think that is a great idea. Um, the opposition, they have an idea to take over and spread out false rumors out there to our people, and I
Yep.
think CDC, we should have a platform as well in Liberia and America, where we can also have broadcasters every day that will be able to go on there and give the factual information to debunk all of the lies that that were told by the opposition camp. And I think that is a brilliant idea. If some of the government officials then, if they don't see it, I really don't know. Maybe it's just the ego. These guys are very egoistic. Once they get into power, then they get blind. So so I mean, I will connect you with him, and then y'all can take it from there, and you just let him know.
Yeah, what you can do for me is you can go on my page, send you some of my video, let you get to see the content of what I have been talking about, especially the most recent one yesterday, the day before yesterday. Share the one with him, and then the next thing you do is to share the information. Because I'm not just looking out for that publicity only for myself. No, I want Prince Sharif, I want Michael Gilman, every one of us to have that opportunity to be able to compete with these guys. If that guy would be a person to provide that opportunity, that would be a blessing for the government. All right, that would be a blessing, because those who are the pioneers of things that happen will not be the one to benefit. Dr. King, today, you and myself in America here fighting for the kind of rights, they started it. If it will cause one person to give an opportunity so that the government official can benefit, people will know that we did it. Say, you were bringing in, I didn't get you.
I'm not gonna say his name here. You know him as well. Yeah, you know him as well too. Once I say his name to you and identify him, you will know who he is as well. He has his family live in Philadelphia, but he always in Liberia. So yeah, so I mean, he liked the idea. He just want to talk to you, and that's it. And then I think he followed your show as well, so he know who you are. So he just want to talk to you. Yeah, he just want to talk to you so you can explain to him what you want to do, and he will provide you the opportunity. Because I'm making that recommendation.
I just want to inform the Liberian people. I just need competition. I love competition.
I know, man. I can see that.
Whatever the opposition doing over there,
You're right.
I want the people to know. Yeah, and I want to take it to the next level. I want to even see different radio stations in my own place of River G. They got the G radio station there. If I can get an opportunity to broadcast from here to River G and tell the people exactly what the president is doing, that would make my day. Because the people got to get the truth. But these guys on the ground, I don't know, it's just something just wrong with them. And I don't know whether if you ask me honestly, I don't think they love the country. And I don't think they love the president's agenda. That's my own opinion. I don't think they love the country. I don't think they love the country. They love the president's agenda. Because if you love the president's agenda, when you hear people promoting stuff, you will be quick to reach there and say, my man, how can I afford you the opportunity? But I just think they are giving the president lip service, but they're not really looking out for the president, because their action, their behavior can tell you whether they buy into the president's idea. It is one thing to work for somebody and get your paycheck. It's another thing to subscribe to the person and result.
Yes.
Two different things.
You're right. And at that high level, where like press, we are, he has certain level where that he's so busy, and he having lots of conversation with other world leaders and things of that nature. So he expects these guys around him to be doing the right thing. So whatever information they take to him verbally, he just takes it as, it's factual information, and these guys are doing the right thing, but probably they're really not doing the right thing.
Of course, and one thing they fail to realize, and they're trying to underestimate, you see, during the early era, when Liberians got on Facebook, there was nothing like Facebook Live. Only in the last year of President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, it was when Facebook started getting popular within the Liberian community, but Ellen was already done with her term.
Yes.
But this administration is living in the preliminary stage of Facebook. And at the preliminary stage, there is a lot of technology that is being pumped in different ways. So if the government official believe in themselves that, oh, we got this thing covered, they got to think again, because technology is very, very powerful. And Spoon TV will use it to their advantage.
Yep. And I brought the same idea back then on the Classic D show. I took Classic D, I said, look, you see in America, you see the reason why Donald Trump is not losing ground? I said, because Donald Trump, he's very consistent. Okay, he keep touch with his voters, he keep touch with his base. Even as a president, he going out, still hosting rally. He's still hosting rally. He's still informing the people. The people, sometimes the people here, they will hear from the press secretary, but the person that they voted for, that's the person they want to hear from a lot too as well. And I said, that's the reason why Donald Trump is not losing any base of supporters. And I said, and I told myself, the CDC government need to have a platform where that constant conversations, information being put out at all times to keep the public informed. So when these guys come up with
and another thing here too is, I mean, and to those who listen to us here, I love the conversation. If you want to participate, that's fine. Another weakness too, and the reason I have the conversation is because nobody out there want to reach to me. If the mountain not kind of Moses got to go out there and look for the mountain. Yes. So that's what I'm saying. Another thing they need to establish in the government is some form of think tank. Citizens are very smart people. They have a lot of smart citizens across the face of the planet. But it wouldn't take someone from home or someone who would be designated by the government to say, bring these people together. You see, when Bill Clinton was president, there's a guy used to call Paul Bagada. They got our own ABC News now. They call what's his name, man? The guy with the wild face here. I just forgot his name. I
don't watch TV, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just forgot his name. I watch the news. I keep myself informed. Trust me, I keep myself informed.
I don't watch TV.
I keep myself informed. I don't want to come across anything else. It was back then when I was in school that when I know to watch TV, but nowadays I keep myself informed, man. Information is very relevant in this DNA here. I mean, the age we live in here. I just forgot his name, all right? But these guys, they were Bill Clinton war room guys. When one issue come out, the next morning across all the network, those guys will go from one place to another to debunk everything that would be said of Bill Clinton character or Bill Clinton policy. And they were all part of the policy team. So they were tapping into their knowledge. CDC need to have these things. But I don't know what you guys are afraid of. I don't know whether they think when they open up other people to jobs, we are going to take jobs from them. Some Liberians here don't want jobs. They just want to see this president succeeding. They got the idea, and to give it to these guys. But the ability to connect is one of the deficiencies they have. And this has nothing to do with criticism. If a criticism make you tougher, all right? Criticism make you tougher. All the tablets you take, not all sweet. Some of it better to make your body better. So criticism is another way, but it depends on how you criticize. You should criticize with some passion. And that's what we're doing here. We want the government to succeed, but for the government to succeed, we need their support. We need their support. These guys you see on Fox News, CNN, when they come with the papers in their hands, they're not writing those things by themselves. They're getting these things from different area of the government. Say, this is our policy, this is our plan, this is what we're doing. Go out and go tell the people. But for this government, it's a very, very challenging battle. Very, very challenging battle. The president get up in the morning, he got a very tight schedule. Yeah. When that president get out of his bed, when he get out of the bed, his whole itinerary from the time he hit the office to the sunset, he's exhausted, he's tired. Yes. So it's very difficult for him to watch some of these shows. But these guys who brief the president, who watch the show, they become tired when they're with the president. All they want the president to do is to take what they're giving the president. That's it. That's very bad. That's it. Yeah. That is very bad. And you know, that is very, very bad. They should open up the president and say, Mr. President, yeah, I heard a guy saying something here. You want to listen to it? Yeah, just for 5 minutes. This part is very important. They're not doing those things. Then when the opposition get ready, then they want to come and play the role as information minister, defense minister. That is not your role. Your role is to disseminate the information to those that are out here so they can do the talking for you guys. Yep. They will always wait not the time before they want to come and talk. That is the deficiency of some of the ministers in the government, ability to make the president better. The president hire you guys to have authority. That authority should be shown in how you connect to do things. Let me give you the last one.
Yeah, and you know, right before I go, and you know, I love the way how Summer 12 went on Spoon TV and really school these guys to the information. And some of these guys was trying, you know, they were throwing tough questions at him. But you know what? He is so well informed about the issues, and he know his job very well that every question were being answered correctly. And I mean, you could see all of the opposition and they was muted because it was like this guy, he was like a guru at what he does. And he was just giving out the information, and I was like, wow, why is that? If you guys was gonna do this from the beginning to now, you know, they were gonna make you guys' job easy. They were gonna make your job easy, the Jada Hasho job easy, the Prince Sherry job easy, the Classic D job easy. What's the other lady name? All these other people.
This Rose.
Yeah, you know, all these other and plus all of the females that also be on Facebook Live, because there are a lot of information that he was giving out that nobody don't even know about, and those information was very key. And everyone on Spoon TV, I mean, like, you could just look at the faces. These guys was in a shock. They were shocked. There was a wow. We didn't even know that this kid or this guy, he is well knowledgeable about the information. He knows what he's doing. He knows his job, and he's a smart guy. And I watched that entire show, and I was really pleased with what he did. And these are kind of things that everybody should be doing, because if you know your job and you're well informed about the issue, you will not be scared. Okay, you will speak with confidence, and you know, and that's just what he did. So you know, thanks for everything that he does, man. I will connect you with the guy, but you know,
we need to compete. We need to take the competition beyond Facebook. We can't keep living in cyberspace. Thank you so much.
Let me get at my girlfriend. Text me 20 times. I gotta go.
My man, let me let you go before I get into it. I'm gonna go talk for 1 minute. I'll let you go. I gotta let you go. I'm now a marital counselor. All right, let me see what says around. They got, let me see here. Okay, so sis down say they got the president in the bubble. President Weah needs to give the first lady a different role to check on this guy. Yes, I mean, whatever way it takes, because the opposition, we need to outsmart in every way and shape and form. And you know, we can do all the talking on Facebook here, but if we don't engage the people on the ground, it's going to be an uphill battle to fight, because the opposition themselves, they are already landed on the ground. They are now finding their way to the different radio stations, and they can do a lot of strong damage on the ground. Yes, they can do a lot of damage on the ground. They get on the ground. They can do a lot of damage on the ground. All right. But Randy, to think it is power drunk or power confused. And let me see here. Mike say, "Hi, Mr. Dapo. I think it is better for the government official to do more clarity on the opposition show in order." Look, let me tell you one thing, Mr. What his name here? Mike B. Smith. If you think the opposition will accept everything the government going to take, then you don't understand politics. All right? I agree with you to a point, but let me make this clear to you. Do you think the opposition, their goal is to listen to what we are going to say and say we're okay with that? Then you now understand the full length of politics. Mr. We can even go over there and they put 10 us down and find nothing on him, they will not feel satisfied. Their goal is to get him all that here so they can sit down there. That politics. So they can go to all these stations and go and explain. It's not going to change anything. And I'm not against that. I want you to understand. Apparently, just getting here. I'm not against the opposition going. And if you just started the show, Max B. Sumo, I would suggest that you watch the show from the beginning, because I cannot go back to start from where I started to where I am now. But just to put it in a nutshell, I'm not saying that no government official should appear on any network. I'm saying they should first promote their own. They should follow the example of Minister Samuel Tuet. I came across all the major talk shows that are promoting the agenda of the government. And he came and explained exactly what his role have been and continue to be, and his expectation, challenges, and stuff. Then you can cross over to the other people. That have been my appeal. The second appeal to the government official is when we are discussing issues such as the issue of the protest. If there any public information, any information document that is for the public use, today we live in a technology world. You can text somebody and say, I got this information, would you mind helping us to explain this? And we can do that for them. But they must own their own. If you live in America here, most of the public officials from the Republican side, they go on Fox News, they express themselves, few of them go across other networks. That's how they need to keep that. That's how they need to keep those things. You should start with your own. You should start with your own. Max, you have to train your children first. Max Sumo, you have to train your children first before you start going out of the train other children. Because by then you will know exactly how you can balance yourself. That's what I'm saying here. We don't see the government official then appearing on any of the shows that we run, even for 5-10 minutes. But they'll go and sit on other show. And if you think they're going to convince the people, you're wasting your time. Because one principal goal of the opposition is to remove the current government. Do you think everything Donald Trump doing, trying to argue in America here that the country is well? You think that what Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden want to hear and say, okay, we okay? Donald Trump can even come on CNN and explain from from sunrise to sunset. You think the Democrats are going to set up for that? No. That is the competition. It's a political competition. Somebody want to be better than the other person. So I'm not against the idea. I'm just saying what I just said, all right? So let me program. Who coming on next? Anybody next? Because I'll be getting out of here by 11:15. 11:15, I'll be getting out of here. Anybody next on the list? Who next on the list? These guys are starting very early. They are planning ahead of time. That's what we call planning ahead of time. They are planning ahead of time. And if we don't start to plan now, we're going to struggle a little bit. Yes, because once they get who are the people, they will start going to phase 2 of their plan. And what phase 2 is all about. So if we have the capacity to compete, we need to match them up. If they get 2 radio stations on the ground that are broadcasting through, we also need to get 3 radio stations or 4 radio stations to broadcast through as well. So that way they can know that we are also on the ground and we also here. You see on Facebook how we all over the place? When Costa come and say something, or anybody come and say something, or somebody post something, every other person that broadcasts on behalf of the government will come and set the record straight. So that's the same thing that we want to have on the ground. Is Spoon TV going to the ground and say, oh, we're broadcasting through this station, then some of us need to say, you know what, we're broadcasting through this station there as well. It'll be like, wow, the competition not easy. Everywhere we go, the guys are there. So that means we're matching them. And you know, but if they try to take advantage of going on the ground and engaging the people directly, that is a very dangerous game that we must not overlook. Yes, don't overlook the kind of game. If your opponent get on the ground and begin to talk to the people who are the real voters and begin to talk to them, you are in trouble. You are in trouble because they will win their minds. And that's what you got to understand here. All right? So let me see. I got 5 more minutes to go. So whoever want to join the show, that's fine. You're welcome to come in. There are times that we must face ourselves, look in the camera, look in the mirror, and say, this one not working. This is the issue we have. If you're a true citizen, not every day sun will shine. Not every day is a Christmas. Every week got 1 day to repeat. Monday last week will be Monday in the following week. But it will not come after that Monday. After Monday will come Tuesday. After Monday will never come Monday. After Tuesday will never be another Tuesday in that week. Is that how you want to play your game as a citizen? No, I'm sorry for you. We must challenge our government officials to live up to the standard. Taking leadership in our country is not just wearing the coat suit, riding the next car. No. It is about making sure that the president agenda works. Work by giving deliverable. Work by you informing the people. Work by you supporting those who promoting the agenda. That's why it is. We can't keep fighting with all no ammunition in terms of documentation to support what the government is doing. The government only ammunition to prove to the people that she's working is to provide information to help us understand what they're doing by providing the information to the public. If the public get hold of the documentation, it will become a real hard evidence for anybody to persuade them to say no. If the media is giving you the opportunity to broadcast over there, it will also help in this direction. So guys, I want to say a big thank you to you guys for showing up. That's me. Sometimes I sit before my bosses. We talk, we express, we look at the strength, the weakness, the opportunity for improvement. All right. And we look at the threat, and then we'll go home, we'll work on it, and then we'll come back. So on the show, in how much I provide all the documentation for you guys, videos, documentary, my talking. We should learn to evaluate other weaknesses we have in the whole Randy on Facebook with the Baku Show. We should go look at the weakness. How can we bring the weakness to some level of putting strength into it? We can't come here all the time and say, oh, everything is good, everything is good. No, we got to speak our mind. So tomorrow, I'm going to be here early. I might start my show maybe like 6 o'clock, run it up to 10 o'clock, and repeat the same thing. Because it has to be repeated for people to understand. All right? So when you come to Randy class, it's a learning curve. It's a teaching moment. It's intellectual exchange. I look forward to your input as you listen to me, as I read your post. The only time you get black if you say something that makes no sense. But in order for us to move our country forward, we need to be able to accept the wrong, the challenges, the not so doing well, and the so doing well. Like in the case, the finance minister, I can get him the pat on the back because he went across every medium, both the left and the right, and he did what he could do. The time is over. We know. Everybody now can come here now and defend the finance minister and say, no, it was not $25 million or $20 million that was missing. $17 million was not even missing. $25 million was not even missing. There was no money missing because he came and told the story. People asked questions. He answered the question. He provided documentation. That's what we call public engagement. Meeting the people, having conversation with the audience, and that will ease things down. If you ask me, the government is not doing so well. All right? So, let's say a big thank you to you guys for coming on. This is not my regular network broadcast. I'm always here Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But I just thought it was to come and speak to you guys on the issue. So it's 11:15 my time. God bless you guys. We'll be in touch again. Good night.